Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Today we are going to what if Naruto is the reincarnation of both Ashura and Indra Otsutsuki and had a harem. Part 2. Make sure to like and subscribe, it helps and it means the world to me. Also join the Discord if you also want. I started a Patreon. Memberships are $1 per month, you get early access. For $2 per month you get early access and exclusive content. $3 per month you get early access, fan requests and exclusive content. Patreon link in the description. Disclaimer: there may be mature content and maybe 18+ content, and I don't own this story. With that stuff out of the way, let's hey! No fair, you cheated, Naruto shouted in jest. Ninjas don't cheat. They win. Shisui smugly replied, you're one slippery kid, you know that? Ha ha ha, I do my best. Naruto dusted himself off before he considered what he had seen. Say, that was the Shunsen Jutsu, right? Huh? Oh yeah. It's my speciality. They'll be calling me Sunshine no Shisui in no time. Shisui crowed. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see that. Can you teach me that? Of course, little sunshine. You're my student, and it's my signature technique after all. Wow, really? Yeah. I'll be as fast as the yellow flash one day. You'll see. Cool. After making further plans with Shisui and waving their goodbyes, Naruto returned to his apartment under a sneaky hench to hide his whisker marks. He detachedly observed the stark difference in treatment he received from the civilians. It was like the whiskers painted a sign that said, "Please glare here." And now that they were gone, he was just another regular dirty kid returning home after playing too much. Except the problem was that Naruto didn't want to live life under a hedge. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a tired man. He had served Konoha faithfully for many years, surviving the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. Just when he thought he could retire in peace, his successor had to pull the ultimate heroic act and sacrifice himself for Konoha. Hiruzen reminisced sadly, Minato was a brilliant young man whose time hadn't even really begun yet. It was a genuine pity that the Kyuubi incident had happened. Hiruzen regretted not taking care of Naruto more in place of Minato, but the boy seemed to be doing okay. He had survived on his own for a month, for heaven's sake. Talk about being resourceful. Hiruzen really should have kept a closer eye on that orphanage rather than just checking in on Naruto with his crystal ball every once in a while. Speaking of which, the whole orphanage debacle was giving him a headache, and he couldn't tell what Danzo's intentions were towards Naruto. Perhaps the old fool had thought to make Naruto desperate for help and then lend a helping hand, making Naruto indebted to him? Hiruzen was simply thankful that he had decided to ask the Anbu about the young boy that day. He needed to establish that his Anbu reported to him and only him now. Ah, so much work to do on top of all his ever-blasted paperwork. Hiruzen sighed. At the very least, Minato's son seemed to be happy. Hiruzen had visited the young boy at his apartment with an offer of dinner the other day. The boy had seemed cheerful enough despite the hatred that Hiruzen could see him encounter. It saddened Hiruzen that he could not make Naruto the hero his father had wanted him to be without endangering the boy. He'd done his best to keep rumors of the Jinchuriki quiet, but it was not to be. The information leak still hadn't been discovered even after 2 years of investigations. He sighed again. Honestly, Naruto reminded him so much of both Kushina and Minato that it wasn't even funny. The first time that Hiruzen heard the word Dadabayo come out of Naruto's mouth, he felt a lump well up in his throat at the ghost of a red-headed woman that he saw superimpose itself over her son. Hiruzen was simply grateful the boy was so canny and that he hadn't died out on the streets before Hiruzen could do anything about him. Reconstruction efforts had taken up too much of his time and left no time to worry about Konoha's newest Jinchuriki. After 2 weeks, one day Shisui stumbled upon an interesting scene as he entered the training grounds. Naruto was balanced with one finger on the tip of a senbon upside down on top of the running creek that flowed through the middle of the training grounds with various leaves and miscellaneous objects stuck all over him. Ooh, hey, what you doing over there? I'm practicing my chakra control, Shisui-san. Okay. Don't hurt yourself there, buddy. I'm fine, I'm fine. You looking to become a medical nin, Naruto? Huh? No? Why would you think that? Well, it's just that the only shinobi I know who do such ridiculous chakra control exercises are medic nins. Why have you been so hooked on chakra control anyways? Shouldn't a kid your age be focused on stretching chakra coils for larger reserves? Naruto laughed. He laughed so hard he lost control and fell into the creek with a splash. Sputtering, he climbed out of the creek, leaves still stuck to his skin. Shisui-san, I probably will never need to worry about the chakra reserves. I can perform over 100 shadow clones and not be tired. Shisui's eyes bugged out. No way. You're a little sunshine. I can barely manage to. I just got lucky with genetics, I guess. I am an Uzumaki, after all. Ah, you're right, a real Uzumaki, huh? You don't exactly have the hair for it, though? Ah, yeah, it comes from my father's side, I guess. Shisui tilted his head curiously. Speaking of which, who are your parents? And where are they? Shouldn't they be worried about their kid being out all the time? Ah. My parents are dead, I've never known who they were. Naruto replied, trying to sound truthful. He knew the likes of Shisui might be able to see through his words. Shisui squinted at Naruto for a minute. Say, when did you say your birthday was again? Naruto's sweat dropped. I never did say. It's October 10th. Shisui leaned back, closing his eyes. Huh. How interesting. Shisui stared intently at Naruto and nodded his head. I understand now. Naruto knew what Shisui meant and was just waiting for him to start glaring at him or maybe even beat him up. Huh? What do you understand? Naruto had an idea of what Shisui understood. Nothing, don't worry about it, sunshine. Okay if you say so, Shisui-san. Naruto was relieved to hear him not making a big deal out of it. Say Shisui-san, what do you think of getting some more training to become even faster? Huh? You know of better training, sunshine? Shisui asked doubtfully. Yeah. If you use weights or even resistance seals while training, you can increase your speed by a lot. Huh? You might be onto something there. I've never thought of that. It looks like I need to get some weights or something. Ah, Shisui-san, I'm a Uzumaki. I can draw you resistance seals. You would do that for me? Damn, thank you, sunshine. You have to stop calling me sunshine, though. Naruto deadpanned. Shisui smiled sunnily, is that it? That's easy. Thanks, bean sunlight. Naruto let out a frustrated whine and facepalmed while Shisui laughed, slapping Naruto on the back. The kid was scary smart, and it seemed that everything Shisui taught the kid already knew. It only took 1 or 2 tries for the kid to get everything down, and it was honestly quite intimidating. In fact, whenever Shisui tried teaching the kid something, he himself ended up learning a thing or two from the kid instead. Honestly, if Shisui didn't know Itachi, he would have been thoroughly unnerved by the child genius he had in front of him. It relieved Shisui that Naruto could still act like a kid sometimes. Sometimes he regretted asking Naruto to train with him simply because he was worried over the kid's lost childhood. But he didn't regret getting to know the blonde ball of sunshine. The kid always had a quip for him and had a smile that would put the sun to shame. So Shisui worried. He didn't know what pushed the kid so hard, and he'd heard of what the young boy contained from well-meaning clansmen who warned him away from the Jinchuriki. It seemed that no one cared about Naruto, and the few times they went into the village together, the glares and harsh treatment the child received made his stomach churn. Honestly, he would have been worried that Naruto would abandon Konoha with his treatment, but he knew the boy personally, and Naruto seemed to take it all in stride. Shisui watched Naruto train for a while. He'd had a question that had been on his mind for the past few days, and he finally found time to voice his thoughts. Hey, Naruto. Yeah? What's up, Shisui-san? Ma, enough with the san already, just Shisui is fine. How many times have I told you that? Ha ha ha, sorry, it's just a habit. What did you need, Shisui? Why do you train so hard, Naruto? Huh? What are you training for? Shouldn't you be enjoying being a kid? You aren't a clan child, so you have time to be a kid for a while longer. Actually, even clan children don't train as hard as you know? Itachi doesn't count. Shouldn't you be playing with friends? Naruto laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. Shisui, I don't really have any friends aside from you. What? Shisui exclaimed. That was ridiculous. The kid was remarkably talented and sunny as all hell, people should be tumbling over themselves to make friends with him. Oh. Except. There was that. That's not good, kid. You need to make some friends, get connections, otherwise what do you even fight for? I need to introduce you to Itachi, and I think you would like him. Shisui mused. Naruto himself had a hard time answering the question. After all, he originally trained himself into the ground to gain some form of acknowledgement and praise, and perhaps love. But now, he wasn't precisely sure anymore, and sure he told Hagoromo that he would bring the villages together? But what did that even mean? He was a child, still. Naruto wanted to have that feeling again more than anything else, the same feeling he had when his father had hugged him when he told him that he would always love him. Naruto carved for that feeling, and he wasn't sure where he would even find it. He felt tears in his eyes just by thinking about his father, his smile. Naruto quickly took a deep breath and didn't let the tears fall. That's it. I'll bring Itachi to our training sessions. You'll see, kid. He's a lot like you in a way. Scary smart, oddly mature, and skilled as all hell. You two will get along like peas in a pod, I promise. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? Wait, you know Itachi? Naruto asked out loud, and he wondered why he hadn't told him about Shisui yet. This time Shisui raised his eyebrows and stopped talking, and leaned closer to Naruto. Almost like he was seeing his face for the first time. Wait for a second. You must be Itachi's secret awesome student. Shisui half-shouted with his fists in the air. Awesome student? Seriously? He must be talking about someone else, Naruto replied, sure of that. But Shisui just shook his finger in front of his face. Nah, Itachi has talked about only one student. I have to be honest, and he told me you were young but never thought you would be a child, Shisui said with a finger on his forehead and acting as he was thinking about something big. Well, he didn't tell me anything about you, Naruto replied, and Shisui lowered his head in despair. Suddenly there were big clouds above his head and raining only on him. This caused Naruto to question where the clouds even came from, his hand behind his neck. He chuckled nervously. He must have his reasons, Naruto replied, not knowing what else to say. I knew Uchihas were a bunch of pussies, but this is ridiculous, Kurama suddenly said in his head with a massive grin on his face. Hey, don't forget a third of my blood is Uchiha blood, therefore, you're insulting me as well, Naruto replied with a half-joking tone. You're the exceptions, all the others Uchiha except maybe Itachi are pussies, Kurama replied with a massive smirk on his face. Naruto escaped his thoughts when he saw that Shisui had escaped his weird despair mode. Now, today we're done with, perhaps we. He stopped talking when Itachi jumped in the training yard. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Itachi asked, smiling at Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to respond when Shisui opened his mouth. Itachi, why you haven't told me that your awesome student is the same as mine, Shisui stated and pointed the finger at Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes while Itachi looked slightly confused. He had been on a mission for some time now and wondered how Naruto was, knowing he lived alone. He arrived in the house to see the house empty and then checked the training grounds one by one until he found him training with Shisui. What do you mean? Since when Naruto is your student? Itachi asked, walking closer to them. I have been training with him for a week, Itachi, he just showed me the ropes for Shunsen, Naruto explained. Yup. And he was about to tell me how much a better teacher I am, compared to you, Shisui stated, giving Naruto a wink. Naruto just shook his head in denial, much to his disappointment, and Itachi chuckled slightly. Naruto, since it is already late, why don't you come with me? My home will make dinner very soon, Itachi suggested, thinking that would be a good way for Naruto to make a friend with Sasuke. Naruto lowered his eyes and put his hands behind his back, not sure of what to say. Sure. He wanted to say yes and not eating alone for once would be good, but he didn't want to see them glaring at him but, most importantly, bring Itachi trouble for inviting the demon to eat. Are you sure? I don't want to cause trouble, Naruto finally replied. Itachi felt terrible for the little boy and immediately nodded his head, and he was sure his mother would be delighted to see him. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, my family is not like the others, Itachi replied and put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him that he really did mean it. Naruto looked up at him and just nodded his head. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, Itachi. And don't forget I want a rematch, Shisui said with a cheeky smile at both of them. Naruto laughed, and they soon made their way towards the Uchiha compound. They soon reached the compound's gates, and Naruto saw the entrance being guarded by two, who Naruto thought were Uchiha shinobis. They noticed Itachi and gave him a nod of acknowledgement, but they soon noticed his sun hair and whiskers on his face. Their gaze turned to glares immediately. One of them gripped the sword he was holding harder, and for a moment, Naruto thought he would attack, but Itachi put his hand on his shoulder and made him walk behind him and release his ki. The guards were silenced immediately and lowered their weapons. Naruto walked inside and had to admit that it looked beautiful. He could see houses everywhere, and each house had a flag or anything that showed the Uchiha symbol. Walking inside the compound, he received fewer glares. There was barely anyone glaring at him, much to his relief, but Naruto knew this was just the beginning. They soon reached the house. Naruto looked at its size, and it definitely looked like the most prominent house in the compound. Itachi gestured to Naruto that he should walk in first, opening the door. Ka-chan. I have returned, Itachi announced. Soon Naruto heard footsteps coming from a room near the door. Another door opened, revealing a woman around her late 30s with long dark hair. Itachi-kun, you returned. How was the She immediately stopped when she saw Naruto standing behind Itachi. His eyes immediately lowered, and he took a step back instinctively. For a moment, Mikado said Minato. She knew Naruto looked like his father, but now he looked like a perfect copy of him. Understanding what was happening, she immediately brought a smile to her face. "Itachi, who's the little sunshine?" she asked, walking closer. Naruto smiled back when he felt the happy feelings coming from the woman, but at the same time wondered what was up with them calling him sunshine. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, miss. You can call me Mikado." She introduced herself and walked closer. "Come inside, no need to stay outside," she said kindly. Naruto felt happy and walked inside. His eyes were exploring the house inside, a smile not leaving his face, feeling like a child again. Itachi smiled and told him to sit on the couch. He nodded his head and sat down while Itachi walked over to his mom. "Where's Sasuke and Tosan?" Itachi asked, wondering if Sasuke was training perhaps. His mother gave Naruto another glance before walking to the kitchen. "Sasuke is upstairs sleeping, he said he was tired, and your father should return soon," his mother said and started making an extra dish. Itachi nodded his head and walked upstairs, reaching Sasuke's room. He knocked but did not respond. Waiting a few seconds, he walked inside, seeing his brother reading a scroll on his bed, the scroll on his lap. "Sasuke-kun, what are you doing?" Itachi asked, seeing as he looked focused. Turning his head to his right, he saw Itachi, and a big smile invaded his face. "Itachi, is good that you returned, and I'm preparing myself to become stronger. I will show everyone that the Uchiha clan is the strongest clan." Sasuke started with a puff of his chest at the end. Itachi's smile lowered slightly. "There's no need for that, Sasuke, but we are eating dinner right now, and I want you to meet someone," he stated and walked downstairs. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at who he might mean and wondered if he meant Shisui. Reaching the living room, he saw Naruto wasn't there. He turned around and went to the kitchen. "Kachan, do you not?" He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Naruto helping her to prepare the dish. "Be careful with that, Naruto-kun. You might burn your hands," his mother warned as he was using a spoon to mix something in a large saucepan. Itachi smiled at what he saw and heard footsteps coming downstairs. He turned in time to see Sasuke. "Brother, can you train me?" Sasuke asked, looking at him. "Not now, Sasuke, we can train tomorrow," Itachi suggested. Sasuke punted, but he then noticed Naruto, who was still helping Kachan prepare dinner. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked, noticing his blonde hair, reminding him. Naruto put the saucepan back and turned his head around, and saw Sasuke. "Hi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said, smiling, walking closer and pulling out his hand for Sasuke to shake. "You're the one they call demon. What are you doing here?" Sasuke asked with a slightly demanding tone at the end. Naruto's smile disappeared immediately. He felt his throat dry, his heart beating on his throat like a hammer, his eyes suddenly burning, his hand and head lowered. A dry chuckle escaped his mouth. Of course, it was too good to be true. Naruto immediately turned around and was about to run outside when he felt a hand on his shoulder stopping him and the sound of a slap. Turning around, he saw the woman had slapped who he knew was Itachi's brother, and Itachi had his hand on his shoulder. "Why did you say that, Sasuke? I raised you to be better," the woman screamed at the dark hair who was touching his cheek with his hand. Naruto saw Sasuke glared at him with the same eyes like everyone else, and he then turned his attention back to his mother. Everyone outside said that he was not good," Sasuke responded. Naruto could feel the anger directed at him. He walked away towards the door. "Mikado-sama. You have a wonderful house, thank you for letting me stay, and thank you, Itachi-san," Naruto said smiling, and before anyone could do or say anything, he shunts away. Itachi sighed, looking at the leaves left behind by Naruto. From the corner of his eyes, his mother looked ready to cry while his brother was looking at the place where Naruto stood with jealousy. Naruto stood alone on his bed, hugging his legs and crying his heart out. Why there's so much pain. Chapter 8, What is life? What is the cost of lies? Valery Legasov. Naruto stood on his bed motionless, his forehead resting on his forearm, his eyes puffy and red, his eyes hurting from the tears, and yet Naruto felt nothing but his heartbeat. Nothing made any sound, and the silence had taken over the whole apartment. Naruto couldn't make himself utter a word. There wasn't a mother, father, or sibling to talk to him and tell him that he wasn't alone. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat, hurting like a stab, hurting more than anything else before. Kurama watched with sadness. He tried to talk with him, but Naruto did not once respond to him, almost like he couldn't hear him. He hoped for the best, and inside he cursed the damn Uchiha child for calling Naruto a monster. The kid didn't know what a monster is. A monster are the likes of Juubi. Kurama felt a shiver of fear on his body, just the thought of that monster. Naruto kept his eyes on the floor. He kept asking himself the same question in his mind. What is life? Why do we exist? Is there any point in all this? Naruto didn't know the answer to any of these questions. To-chan, Ka-chan, why am I here? What can't I just be with you? I don't want to feel so alone, Naruto murmured impassively, no tears rolling down his cheek. Naruto, you're not alone, Kurama spoke, trying to ease his pain. Naruto was grateful for his friend, but he wanted someone. He wanted to see that look again, the look only his father could give him. Naruto closed his eyes and felt everything change around him. Opening his eyes again, his eyes saw the trees that had grown in his mindscape. He had hoped that Kurama would like it more with trees rather than just a sewer. Kurama, Naruto said, thinking his friend had brought him, but from behind a tree in front of him came out a man Naruto knew he had never seen before, but he recognized him, but he was sure he had never seen him before. The man had long dark hair, a long white kimono around his body, 2 fangs of hair in front of his ear, a blue paint just below his eyes, but his Mangekyo Sharingan was as clear as day. Indra, Naruto whispered. He didn't know how he knew he was Indra. The man stood in front of Naruto with a friendly smile on his face, and a war fan tightened behind his back. You're right, young Uchiha, my name is Indra Otsutsuki, Indra introduced himself. Naruto felt no malice coming from him and wondered how he was here. Why are you here? And how are you here? Naruto asked calmly, his body still a bit tense from the new person, something that Indra noticed. When you became my reincarnation, a bit of my chakra was sealed inside you, as did Ashura's chakra. This allows me and my brother to talk with you whenever you might need our advice, Indra explained. Naruto noticed there was no ill feeling coming from him whenever he mentioned Ashura. Naruto had assumed that Indra hated him for taking his place as heir. Now, I felt the feelings coming from you. The Uchiha brat insulted you. You asked yourself what the point of life was, Indra said, kneeling in front of Naruto and pulling out his left hand, showing his moon symbol to Naruto. Life has no point until you give it one. My advice to you, Naruto, is to find your point in life. What you truly want, is it revenge, is it nothing, or is peace, Indra said. Naruto didn't want any revenge, despite the village hating him, he didn't want harm caused to any of them. I want peace, Naruto replied. At this, Indra nodded his head in acceptance. We will talk again, young Uchiha, Indra said, and his figure disappeared. Suddenly Naruto was back in the apartment again. Slowly standing up, he wondered if peace would bring him happiness. What even is happiness? Naruto took a deep breath and left the apartment. Soon Naruto reached the training yard and noticed both Itachi and Shisui talking to each other, and a small smile appeared on the blonde's face. He jumped and landed near them. Shisui noticed him and immediately smiled. Ooh, Naruto, you're back, Shisui said, clearly surprised. From what Itachi told him, he had suspected that his student would spend the whole day sulking in his apartment. Itachi turned his head with an uncertain look on his face. Naruto-kun, is good to see you again, he said, walking closer. Can we train Itachi-san? I want to continue what we left yesterday, Naruto said almost in a hurry. The last thing he wanted was to remember what happened yesterday. Both Shisui and Itachi gave each other a glance in understanding and decided to talk with him later. Shisui groaned and dragged a hand down his face. He stared at the 2 others from between his fingers. Then he remembered his original goal. Hey, you two, he yelled, popping back to his cheery attitude. Yes? Yes, Shisui-san? Itachi 5 enough already. Naruto just stopped with the san, not Yuto. Shisui moaned, then he bounced up into a fighting stance. We should have a 3-way spar. Naruto's eyes narrowed, honing in on Itachi and Shisui, sending shivers down their backs. It was like his eyes had suddenly turned into chips of ice. They could tell that Naruto was ready for anything. Any rules, Shisui? Naruto asked innocently. Yeah. No maiming and first to surrender loses, I guess. The 3 boys took up fighting stances, 2 textbook Uchiha interceptor stances, and 1 academy stance. All 3 eyed a leaf that was gently floating downward. As soon as the leaf touched the ground, they all disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto sat on the branch of a large tree, eyes darting in every direction for a possible attack. A brace of shuriken came flying towards Naruto, sending him jumping away to the right into Shisui, who twisted and kicked out at him. Naruto blocked the kick and was sent flying to the ground. He hit the ground with a roll as Shisui chased after him. Naruto threw 3 kunai directly at Shisui as he lunged towards Naruto. Shisui pulled out his own kunai and deflected the 3 kunai into Itachi, who had been silently sneaking up to Shisui. Itachi dodged the kunai, throwing his shuriken towards Naruto and leaping up to engage Shisui in a furious taijutsu bout. Naruto was a bit peeved, having been written off so quickly. He flashed through hand signs, futon, great breakthrough. Naruto sent a great burst of wind towards the fighting duo. The 2 boys turned toward the wind bullet simultaneously and leapt apart, narrowly dodging the bullet which drilled into the ground, sending great chunks of dirt everywhere. Itachi retaliated, his hand seal speed so fast that Naruto could barely make them out. Kaden, great fireball. A giant fireball flew at Naruto, who Kawarimi'd out of the way, leaving a scorched log behind him. "Hey! Don't leave me out of this," yelled Shisui, who flipped through signs until a Kaden, Phoenix Flower Jutsu flew at both Itachi and Naruto. Naruto used another great breakthrough to block the fire, but hidden inside the flames were shuriken that he had to Kawarimi for. Itachi had simply avoided the fire and shuriken combo and rushed at Naruto as he dodged Shisui's attacks. Naruto threw 4 kunai at Itachi, using his newly learned technique to bounce a kunai into Itachi's blind spot. Itachi ducked his head, letting the kunai sail by harmlessly, and threw a flurry of blows at Naruto. Dodging around the impacts, Naruto thought, "This kid's good too." As expected of someone who trains with Shisui. He flipped backwards for space, throwing out more shuriken to discourage Itachi from approaching. Shisui used this opportunity to throw wire-wrapped shuriken at Itachi. Itachi leapt to the left, eyes widening as Shisui pulled the wires, curving the shuriken trajectory towards Itachi. Smirking, Itachi ran through the hand seals for Kawarimi at lightning-fast speed, swapping places with a wide-eyed Naruto. "Aww! I'll get you for this, you know." Naruto screamed as he wildly ducked the shuriken and wires by bending over backwards. He flipped up and created 2 shadow clones, one ran off to fight Shisui, and the other ran towards Itachi. Shisui baited his clone into a wire trap and swiftly dispelled it, only encountering a new clone that surprised him by kicking him towards a tree. Shisui rebounded off the tree and shunsen straight at the clone, throwing a brace of shuriken at the clone as he went. Shuriken and Shisui crashing into the clone simultaneously caused the clone to pop in a cloud of smoke, blocking Shisui's vision for a precious second. Itachi meanwhile engaged his Naruto clone in a bout of taijutsu, assessing his skills with Sharingan rapidly spinning in his eyes. Blocking a high kick from Naruto, he swept his left foot out to catch Naruto's pivoting foot, but Naruto leapt into the air to aim another kick at Itachi. This caused Itachi to block with his arm, taking the heavy impact with a grunt. Naruto watched as Itachi dispatched his clone from where he was sitting on top of a tied-up Shisui. He hopped off the struggling Chunin and dashed towards Itachi. Itachi then performed a brutal takedown on Naruto, flipping over him, grabbing his shoulder, and throwing Naruto to the ground. The results of the spar revealed a few exciting things. First of all, Shisui and Naruto were faster than Itachi, but Itachi had better taijutsu than them. Between Shisui and Naruto, Naruto was the faster one, but Shisui was much more adept at Shunshin. They were all equally matched in ninjutsu, but none of the fighters had revealed their full repertoires. Itachi stared at Naruto in contemplation for a while after the spar. Opening and closing his mouth a few times, he finally managed to ask the question that had been on his mind. "Naruto-san, I don't mean to be rude, but why haven't you become a Jonin yet? You're obviously skilled enough to pass the exams, despite being only 5 years old." Naruto tilted his head and considered the question. Why hadn't he decided to graduate just yet? He stood in silence for a worryingly long time before he answered Itachi. "Itachi-san, perhaps it is because I have the luxury of not needing to graduate early. I wanted to enjoy my childhood despite having filled it with continuous training." Itachi nodded. He understood this very well, and he had been forced to graduate early from the pressures of his father and the demands of the clan elders. If clan duties had not demanded it of him, he might not have chosen to graduate either. "Well, it's late enough, I guess. That was a good spar. You really caught me off guard with that clone there, Sunshine," Shisui said. "I'll walk you home, Naruto. Itachi, you go on ahead of me, I'll catch up." "Of course, it was very nice sparring with you today, Naruto-san. I hope we continue to have good relations in the future," said Itachi, dusting himself off. "Yeah, for sure." And so the 3 boys set off on their ways. Shisui spent the majority of his walk with Naruto in content silence. He would often ward off some of the more malicious glares that the villagers sent towards Naruto with his Sharingan-enhanced stare. "Thank you, Shisui, for being such a good friend," Naruto said earnestly. He was honestly thankful that Shisui had taken the time out of his day to search for him and effectively pull him out of his depression, and now he was worried for Naruto's well-being in the village. "Aw, Sunlight doesn't say that I'll get embarrassed," said Shisui, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. "I really mean it, you know? I'm really grateful to have met you. I just want you to know that." Naruto smiled sunnily at Shisui, who squinted his eyes at the brightness radiating off of Naruto. Shisui pulled Naruto into a gentle hug. "Thanks, I guess. I'm glad that I know you as well, Sunlight." Naruto simply hugged Shisui back and nodded into his chest. "Good night, Shisui, see you tomorrow." "Yeah. Night, Sunlight." Naruto just palmed his face at the name inside as Shisui gave a cheeky smile and wave and then disappeared in his signature sunshine. After 4 months, Naruto had decided to spend his day in the apartment today, and it had been 6 years since Kyuubi was defeated, therefore, the whole village was celebrating. Naruto knew today was his birthday, but he didn't really expect gifts from anyone. He had decided to stay home because of the festival. People weren't really violent to him, but Naruto could tell their hatred towards him would double on his birthday, therefore, he always stayed inside to avoid any problems. As he was preparing to sleep again to pass the time, the door rang. He felt no malice but wondered who could be there. Getting up, he walked over to the door, opening it. His eyes widened to see the mother of Itachi in the front door. "Mikado-sama. What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, just now noticing the bag she was holding. A frown showed on her face because of how he called her. "Can I come inside?" she asked warmly and smiled at the young blonde. Naruto smiled back and left her to walk inside. He thanked the gods that he wasn't the kind to have a messed up house. Everything was clean, and nothing was in the middle of the carpet. His bed was clean, and sheets were in place instead of being everywhere. Mikado saw the state of the apartment. At least his house was decent. Turning around, he saw Naruto still standing as if waiting for her to sit. Sitting down, she patted the place near her for Naruto to sit. The young blonde couldn't help but wonder why she wanted the likes of him to sit anywhere near her. Deciding not to object, he sat near, and the Lady Mikado opened the bag and pulled out a small box decorated with sprinkles and other beautiful things. "Open it, Naruto-kun," she said softly. Naruto liked her tone and slowly opened the box to see a cake. On top of the cake were the words, "Happy Birthday Naruto," with 6 candles near. The cake was made of chocolate and strawberries. Naruto felt tears in his eyes again. But this time there was no sadness. "Do you like it?" Mikado asked, hoping he liked it. She saw his eyes filling with tears, and for a moment, she thought he didn't want her gift, but then he lunged at her, hugging her. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Naruto said over and over again and just couldn't stop. He felt her hands caressing his hair. She hugged him back and felt bad for him, and she still hated the old Hokage for not letting her adopt Naruto. He deserved a family like everyone else. After pulling away, Naruto with tears around his face. "Thank you for the gift, Mikado-san," Naruto said, still smiling brightly. She giggled and whipped his tears with her hand. "You can call me Mikado-chan whenever you want," she said, smiling warmly at him. Naruto happily nodded his head. Mikado then pulled out a few shirts and a jacket from her bag, and Naruto noticed that each one of them looked his size. "I hope you like them. I didn't know your favorite color, so I chose many," she said. Naruto smiled again, and he wondered if this is what it's like to have a mother? "Did they give you gifts like this for your birthday?" "Thank you, they're very beautiful, Mikado-chan," Naruto replied immediately. Mikado smiled, happy that Naruto liked them. Mikado stayed with Naruto for an hour. Naruto learned that Itachi and Shisui were away on a mission. Much to Naruto's surprise, since this day was usually free and not a day for missions, decided to not think much about it. "Naruto-kun, I know we didn't start the best way, but if you ever want, you can come and spend the night with my family," Mikado suggested, hoping that could work, and he wouldn't need to sleep alone in an empty apartment. Naruto swallowed his tears and nodded his head, his face shining like a star from happiness. "See you later, Naruto-kun," Mikado said, giving a kiss to his forehead. Naruto touched the place on his forehead and followed her outside. Mikado walked away, giving him another hug. Naruto kept waving at her until she was out of his sight. Night. Naruto had just finished cooking when he felt people gathering in large numbers around his home. Dismissing it as part of the new Kyuubi festival, he started to eat. Until someone started to bang violently on his door. Naruto jumped to his feet and ran to his window. His senses were going haywire, detecting a large group of people standing in front of his door. Whoever was pounding so hard on his door had absolutely no positive intent towards Naruto at all. In fact, it was all negative, so negative that Naruto was reminded of a stormy night with a young crying girl and a pillow. He ran to the window and looked out, and then he quickly hopped out and ran off, shouts following him as he went. There he is. He went out the window. Catch him. Make him pay. Demon brat, get back here. Naruto shot a quick glance behind him. What he saw made him pick up the pace and run faster. A mob. A mob had shown up at his apartment to hunt the fox brat. Naruto was honestly shocked at the amount of hate and people that had gathered. He had done his best to live unobtrusively in the village of Konoha, and people rarely saw him on the streets since he shopped under a hedge. He never played with children as he was too busy training, and he never wandered the streets looking for food since he kept himself in good condition by budgeting. He didn't understand the sheer amount of hate that was pouring off of the mob pursuing him. Naruto ducked and weaved around various stalls, barely taking in his surroundings' bright colors and cheer as he ran for his life. He ran towards an alleyway hoping to throw the pursuers off his trail. It was not to be, unfortunately. There appeared to be some chunin in the drunken crowd who could accurately track him through the throngs of people that Naruto had run through. Naruto giggled hysterically under his breath as he ran, tears building at the corners of his eyes. He thought of all the ways this encounter could possibly end. None of the endings were particularly good. He hoped to lose the crowd, but it was difficult when bystanders would point in his direction as he lost the mob. Naruto turned his head towards the mob who were closing on him. His eyes turned to Sharingan, the symbols on his palms started shining. You're done. We will kill you. We didn't even need to get paid. We should have done this before. Naruto's face around his eyes turned dark as he did hand sings that he himself didn't recognize. Finishing it. Fire style, great fire annihilation. At that moment, Naruto breathed out the largest fire he had ever seen. The fire was enough and engulfed the whole mob as they all started running away. Their screams filled the night as their corpses were the only thing left. Naruto saw everything covered in a thin dark thing that covered the ground, and their bodies were as black as coal. Nothing to recognize them was left in their scorched bodies. Everything in their bodies was burned, their skin, their eyes, and everything. Snow started falling from the clouds. Much to Naruto's surprise, he pulled out his hand and saw that it wasn't snowing. It was ash. Seeing what he had done, Naruto fell to his knees and let out the loudest scream. Ah! Later. Naruto popped up in front of the secretary, handling the desk in front of the cage office. She started and gave him a nasty look. Please, miss, I need to see the Hokage right now. He implored. The secretary sniffed and went back to her work. The Hokage is busy with essential matters, and he doesn't have time for children. But Naruto persisted. He was determined to talk to Sarutobi about the treatment he received at the hands of the villagers. Please miss, it important, and he needs to know. Look, he doesn't have time for children, so you can wait over there and see if you're lucky. She snappily replied. Naruto huffed in impatience. He stubbornly sat himself down on one of the seats in the lobby. He would wait as long as he needed, this couldn't be let go anymore. He didn't have to wait long since the day was ending, and the Sandaime soon left the office to go home. Mildly startled by the blonde boy sitting in his lobby, the Sandaime asked. Now, what's wrong, young Naruto? You've never sought me out like this before? Old man, a mob formed and chased me around Konoha. What? The Sandaime's face instantly became grave. He opened the door to the office and waved Naruto in. Naruto took a seat in front of the Sandaime's desk as the older man took his spot at the desk. Old man, this can't continue. The people hate me, and I don't know why. The older man rubbed his temples tiredly. I'm sorry, Naruto, they hate what they don't understand and fear. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Was the older man going to tell him about his role as Jinchuriki finally? What do you mean by fear? The Sandaime shook his head. I'm sorry, Naruto, I can't tell you just yet, there's too much you don't understand yet. Naruto was filled with a crushing disappointment in the Sandaime. That's not very encouraging, you know. And can't you just explain what it is that I don't know? I can keep a secret. He coolly responded. I'm sorry, but you're too young. Naruto stood from his chair, calmly walking up to Sandaime to stare him in the face. I'm too young to know why the village hates me? I'm too young to know why they stare at me like that as I walk the streets? I'm too young to know why the prices are doubled when I try to buy anything? I'm too young to know why I don't have parents? I'm too young to know why mothers pull their children away as I walk by? I'm too young to understand why a mob formed with the intention of lynching me? The Sandaime stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He honestly did not know of the extent of the village's animosity towards the child. What about my parents? Did they not leave anything to me? You said they were shinobi, that means they must have left something for me to inherit? Naruto asked with a stern look that even Sandaime was surprised. Hiruzen Minato and Kushina had left Naruto many things, but if he told him now, Naruto would understand who they were, and that would put him in danger from forces outside Konoha. With a wounded heart, he was not even daring to look at his eyes. "I'm sorry, but you're too young," he said with a heavy heart. That was the final nail in the coffin for Naruto. "I'm too young to know about my parents, and yet I'm old enough to be hated and be chased by mobs," Naruto said with a dry look. His eyes had instinctively turned red like blood. His whiskers slightly grew, this put the Hokage and Anbu on edge. Naruto glared at the older man with fury. Without saying anything, Naruto shunts away. Chapter 9, The First Path of the Sage. Family are the people who love you. Naruto, after 6 months. In the following months Naruto had taken upon himself to train as much as possible. He used shadow clones every day to fight with him, train taijutsu, learn different ninjutsu, and master his chakra control. Naruto had taken his training much more seriously, something that was noticed immediately by Shisui and Itachi. Naruto still felt anger. The Hokage had to deny him his heritage, to let him live alone, without anyone, not to allow him to see and know what his parents had left for him. A group of shadow clones rushed towards him, and Naruto jumped high in the air doing hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive ball of fire evaporated every clone in the ground, and the fire kept burning for a few more minutes. Instead of yellow flames, Naruto's flames were crimson red like blood. He didn't know why, not even Kurama knew why. Itachi had shown him how to do shadow clones since it was hard for Naruto to do the other versions. And not to mention that Itachi stated that being a Jinchuriki could be beneficial to use the secret of shadow clones to its fullest. Naruto leapt away from a thrown kunai. Jumping from tree to tree as he dodged various projectiles sent his direction by an incensed Itachi. Naruto had finally paid Itachi back for his cheeky kawarimi during their first free-for-all battle by dyeing Itachi's bright pink hair with a cleverly thrown water balloon. "Come on, Itachi, calm down. It's not waterproof." Naruto cackled as he leapt from branch to branch. "Just dunk your head in the creek and cool off." Ahaha. It had been nearly 1 year since the three boys had met each other, and they were as thick as thieves. They had agreed to form a partnership in the near future so that they could take the same missions together. During the 1 year that had passed, Shisui and Itachi joined the Anbu to further support their clan's standing. Though this meant less time for Naruto with the duo, they still made an effort to train regularly with the whiskered blonde. Naruto had met Sasuke while Itachi taught him. Sasuke seemed to dislike Naruto on principle. He viewed Naruto as someone trying to steal his brother's time even though Itachi obviously preferred to cater to his younger brother's whims most of the time. Mikado appeared to be highly pleased that Itachi spent time with Naruto since he had no one, while his father just kept quiet and didn't care much, or at least it didn't show that he did. Unfortunately, tensions between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha had worsened. People now openly expressed discontent with the Uchiha military police. There were whispers of a possible rebellion in the works. Even Naruto had somehow become involved in the whole mess. Certain people accused the Uchiha of consorting with the Kyuubi due to Naruto's interactions with Shisui and Itachi. They eventually had to move their training to Training Grounds 44 just for privacy. A few times, unsavory individuals who had been encouraged by the mob incident had tried following Naruto to give him a beating. Naruto always detected them from far away and remembered his lessons from the chase. He would henge away or send a shadow clone in a random direction. He also took the time to explore Konoha during his prank spree for the best hiding places and noted all the dead ends he encountered. Finally giving up on catching Naruto, Itachi panted as he slumped on the ground, pink hair dangling in front of his face limply. Naruto saw that Itachi had given up and cheekily bounced over to pat Itachi on the head. Itachi glared weakly at Naruto from between strands of neon hair. "Hey, Naru, ha 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 ha." Shisui had just arrived at the clearing that Itachi stopped in and caught sight of his bright hair. Shisui high-fived Naruto. "You really got him good this time. Nice one." "Yeah. You should have seen his face when I hit him." Itachi humped and turned away from the two to wash his hair in the nearby creek. "So?" he asked as he rinsed his hair out. "What did you call us out here for, Shisui?" "Oh, nothing in particular. I thought we needed a day off from missions, and we could just hang out with Naruto." Shisui chirped, plopping down on the ground and crossing his legs. Naruto copied Shisui, getting comfortable on the ground in front of Shisui, So what should we do today then? Shisui shrugged blithely, I don't know. Anbu has been rough lately, and Itachi could use a break. Itachi walked over to the two, wringing his hair out and shaking his head, sending drops of water flying at Naruto and Shisui, earning indignant shouts of reproach. He then sat down, completing their little triangle. I had been meaning to ask you too. What do you think the meaning of a shinobi is? Naruto and Shisui both blinked at Itachi, not expecting the philosophical question at this time of day. Typically Itachi waited until later in the evening to start asking thought-provoking questions. Well, Naruto started, I think a shinobi is someone who endures the pains of the world for the sake of others. A shinobi is also someone who does the right thing when others might be less inclined to do. Indeed, said Shisui, a shinobi is someone who acts in darkness to protect his village. Itachi nodded his head, deep in thought. Naruto examined Shisui and Itachi closely. Recently, it felt as if they were distancing themselves from him. He chalked it up to the pressures of Anbu, but Itachi was acting strange. Itachi, what's on your mind? Nothing you need to worry about, Naruto. Shisui looked at Itachi knowingly. He, too, was worried about his friend. Itachi was the clan heir and thus knew more details about the coup than Shisui, who was an Uchiha orphan, did. Itachi was lost in thought. Unaware of his companion's thoughts, Naruto simply scrutinized them closely. He could feel that they both were troubled and conflicted, Itachi more so than Shisui. He didn't know what could upset them, so, perhaps it was an Anbu mission gone wrong? Itachi, do you know any clone jutsu I could work with? Naruto asked them, hoping to break from their silence. Itachi turned to Naruto and looked at him as if he didn't understand him. What did you say? I said if you can help me with any clone jutsu. I tried normal ones, but they just don't work with me, Naruto stated, hoping he could do something. Naruto, why are you training so much? It has been 3 months since you have started training harsher, Shisui asked, concerned that Naruto was training more than he should. At this question, Naruto stood up from where they were sitting and took a few steps away, his head facing his direction. For a moment, both Itachi and Shisui thought that he would walk away, but instead, he turned his head towards them. Naruto then went on and explained everything that happened on the night of his birthday. He left out that he used a much stronger fire jutsu instead of fireball, but everything else was how it happened. Both Shisui and Itachi were shocked to hear that. Itachi felt disappointed with his gauge. He had assumed someone like him would try to help Naruto, but instead, he was denying him something that he didn't have the right to refuse. Shisui immediately stood up and put his hand on his shoulder and making him look up at him. Do you want to talk about it? Shisui asked with a move of his eyes, indicating if he wanted to talk about the people he killed with the fire jutsu. Naruto shook his head. No, I didn't have any other choice. Naruto stopped talking and just kept staring at the ground below his feet. After that day, Naruto started learning using his shadow clones. Itachi showed him how to do shadow clones and told him about the secret of shadow clones. It had taken less than an hour for Naruto to learn the jutsu. Both Shisui and Itachi were stunned by what he accomplished, something that a normal jonin would take days or even months of training. Right now, Naruto was resting after training for 6 hours straight. His clones were in his apartment reading useful things he needed to know. Naruto knew the academy would start after 3 months. He didn't care much about the academy of the village. He didn't care much about the village overall. The only attachment he could think of he had with the village was his attachment with Shisui. Itachi and his family, except Sasuke. Naruto had visited the house of Itachi once more since his birthday. Naruto walked inside the house behind Itachi, and he saw Sasuke standing in front of a lake doing hand signs. Kachan, I am home, Itachi announced. Mikoto walked from the kitchen. Itachi-kun is good. Oh, Naruto-kun is good to have you here. Mikoto spoke warmly and kissed Naruto's cheek, much to his annoyance. But he secretly smiled, liking the feeling of mother love. Itachi smiled and turned his attention towards his mother. Where's Tosan? He asked with a hint of hesitation in his tone, something that Naruto noticed immediately. He's working, she simply said with a slightly forced smile. Naruto could feel the air around him, and that made him uncomfortable. Mikoto-san, I see you're preparing dinner. Can I help? Naruto asked, hoping to lighten up the mood. Of course, Naruto-chan, she agreed, and Naruto followed her to the kitchen. Naruto soon started preparing the dinner with her, mixing different things, and hoping that he was doing an excellent job at it. Itachi had walked upstairs for something, and Naruto felt a glare behind him. He glanced behind him to see Sasuke standing in the middle of the living room. His eyes narrowed at him. Naruto just ignored the emo and kept making the dinner. Soon who Naruto assumed was Itachi's Tosan came. The man stood taller than Itachi, with dark hair and the eyes of a shinobi, something that Naruto had seen only in a few people. "I am home," his voice echoed throughout the house. Mikado stopped whatever she was doing and went to him in the living room. Naruto didn't hear what they said since she had closed the kitchen door but didn't feel any malice, so that was a good sign. Soon the dinner was prepared, and Naruto walked inside the living room to see a low-level table in the middle of the room. Mikado was bringing plates to the table, helped by Itachi while they told Naruto to relax since he had already done enough. The young blonde saw Sasuke whispering something to his father, but Naruto didn't try to lean closer and hear whatever they were talking about. Sitting at the table caused Sasuke to glare at him, while the man looked surprised to see Naruto. "You must be Naruto that Itachi keeps talking about. My name is Fugaku Uchiha." Fugaku introduced himself and pulled out his hand towards Naruto. The young blonde smiled and shook his hand. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Soon Itachi and Mikado sat at the table. Not much was talked about. Fugaku asked Naruto a few questions about his training, how he liked this part of the village. Naruto answered that he wanted it more than his house and that his movement was going well. "Nisan, can you train me tomorrow?" Sasuke asked, looking at Itachi. "Of course, tomorrow is free, and Naruto can come as well," Itachi replied. The mention of the blonde caused Sasuke to pout, but he decided not to say anything. "This dinner is very delicious, Mikado-chan," Fugaku praised his wife, smiling. This caused Mikado to giggle and point the finger at Naruto, making him blush. "Naruto prepared it," she replied, much to Fugaku's shock. "Well, Naruto, it seems you have a knack for preparing food," he said with a kind tone. After dinner, Sasuke had walked to the lake again. After helping Mikado-san with the plates, Naruto walked up to Sasuke, hoping they could be friends perhaps. He saw him making hand signs and recognized them as hand signs for fireball jutsu. The blonde walked close to him and stood just 3 feet away. After another failed attempt to do the fireball jutsu, Sasuke started getting irritated. "You're not focusing enough on your breath," he heard behind him and turned to see the blonde. This caused him to clench his teeth in anger. "What could you know?" Sasuke asked with a mocking tone. Naruto didn't care but just took 3 steps forward and started doing the hand signs. He breathed a huge amount of air as he finished the last hand sign, and with that, he breathed out an enormous fireball that Sasuke had seen before. "See, you need to breathe a huge amount of air before you finish the hand signs, just doing them won't. Nobody asked you." Parentless, Sasuke screamed at him and ran inside his house. Naruto felt the air stuck in his throat again. His throat felt dry, and his chest started hurting. His breath quickened as his chest tightened. "No," Naruto breathed out as he felt no place to run. He fell on his knees trying to breathe, but he just couldn't, his vision dizzy as the darkness surrounded him. The last thing he felt was a pair of hands around his legs and back carrying him and a voice. "Naruto-kun." Naruto had woken up in the hospital. The doctors were glaring at him as much as possible, some of them probably wishing he had never woken up. Mikado-chan had been on his bed when he woke up and had hugged him almost to death and yelled at him never to do something like that again. It seems that he had a panic attack. The same day he woke up, he left the hospital. Mikado had asked him if he remembered anything. Still, Naruto just said he didn't remember what happened, but surprisingly Itachi didn't ask what had happened. Mikado-chan, of course, told him to visit again, but Naruto just said that he would but didn't. Right now, he was still resting from training when he felt Itachi walking close, and he turned his head just in time to see him jump from a branch. "Naruto-kun, what is it?" Itachi asked since Naruto had asked him if he could meet him. It was 7 p.m., and the sun had already set behind the horizon. "I need to tell you something, Itachi. Promise to not tell anyone, except maybe Shisui," Naruto said with a serious tone. Itachi immediately nodded his head without hesitation. "I promise." Naruto said nothing but walked close to him and closed his eyes much to his confusion but opened them, revealing his fully matured Sharingan. This caused Itachi to stiffen, and his eyes widened, but his eyes immediately turned to Sharingan. "How do you have the Sharingan?" Itachi asked with a much more serious tone, and he hoped this wasn't someone acting like Naruto despite him not detecting anything amiss. Naruto went on and told him about his Sharingan, how his father was Minato Namikaze and that he had been half Uchiha. Naruto, of course, left out the part that he was the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, but just told him that he had met his father in his mindscape thanks to the seal. He also told him that he and Kyuubi were friends and that his real name was Kurama. Itachi wasn't sure about trusting Kyuubi, but he believed Naruto, But he immediately noticed that he was hiding something but decided that Naruto would tell him when he felt comfortable. "You truly are one of a kind," Itachi stated, smiling and patting his back. This made Naruto smile. "Thank you, Itachi. You can call me Nisan, Naruto." Secret place. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, enraged. The rude agent standing in front of him stoically did not flinch. "You mean to tell me that a crowd of adults and fully trained chunin lost a child in our village?" "Yes, sir. After the boy turned a corner on 56th Street, the crowd was unable to locate the boy again." Danzo leaned back in his chair and sighed, such incompetent ninja in Konoha's forces nowadays. This is precisely why his route was necessary for the well-being of the village. He was furious. His plot to attack the Jinchuriki with a mob and then save him, thus making the Jinchuriki indebted to him, had failed spectacularly. Now years of planning had potentially gone down the drain. Hiruzen was suspicious of him now. Root was on the verge of being disbanded. No matter. The Jinchuriki was always a long-term goal. There are other ways to secure his loyalty. Continue to monitor the boy as usual. The Foundation agent nodded and disappeared. Even the reports he received regarding the Jinchuriki were unsatisfactory. At times the boy would disappear from his agent's view, and they would not be able to locate him again for hours. It bothered him a lot that even the best of his spies couldn't read the boy. Somehow a 6-year-old boy would know he was being followed and would never train openly or would lose the spies before disappearing to do who knows what. Danzo resolved himself. For the good of Konoha, the Jinchuriki must be under his thumb. Hiruzen was simply too soft to make use of the Jinchuriki's full potential. Naruto. It had been a week since he told Itachi about his Sharingan. He then had told Shisui, but only when Naruto was present as well. To say Shisui was surprised would be like saying that Minato had been the slowest shinobi. Shisui immediately had asked for a spar with him, both of them using Sharingan. According to him, Itachi's Sharingan had gotten rusty and not a challenge to him. Naruto had left while Itachi had playfully rolled his eyes. Having them as friends felt the best thing. Naruto hoped this would never change. They were his only friends, and Itachi was his big brother. Shisui had started calling him his little Uchiha brother as well, and to him, Naruto was family as much as a little brother. Right now, Naruto was walking through the village and couldn't help but notice the ways the citizens were acting, for the first time since forever, and their attention seemed to be somewhere else and not at the little blonde. Listening closely to what they were saying, he heard that Kumo shinobi were here to discuss peace. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. Peace was a delicate thing, even easier to break than glass. One wrong move, and it will shatter and will be very hard ever to put the pieces back together. Night. The Hyuga compound stretched before the intruder in the darkness. He eyed its stern white walls, standing forbiddingly tall, with growing weariness. Inside them, rows of houses lined up in neat patterns. He pressed on, slithering stealthily near the ground, his hands locked so tightly into a hand seal they trembled. A precarious camouflage genjutsu was his only lifeline and the reason he'd been chosen for this mission. It was a clever thing, a technique of suggestion. Slowly, he weaved his chakra into subtle signals that crept gently into the guards' minds. And though they scoured the compound, all-seeing, they overlooked him as though part of the scenery, a meaningless object blending into the background so neatly, they'd glance around and over and behind him, their brains not even registering the threat. Without hiding him, it made reality around him more pronounced, more eye-catching, infinitely more vivid, and interesting to look at. It diverted the attention of drowsy, bored sentinels who had not dealt with a serious threat in months, mainly because no one dared. The jutsu had one clear, fatal limitation: focus. If a single eye looked at him, truly, directly at him, he was dead. And worse, disgraced, a failure. Silently, he sent a prayer up to the thunder god. Then he scuttled between two little houses, past a deserted courtyard, towards the heart of the compound. His destination. Walls within walls, he thought, steeling himself for the climb. The outer level had been all branch member houses, dozens of them modest and neat, singularly nondescript. It had been easy enough to navigate. All roads led to the center, where the mansions of the main house stood stately behind their proud white walls. From there on, security more than doubled. Within lay the living treasures of the Hyuga clan. The unsealed. The enslavers of their own kin, he thought, his lip curling in distaste. His task was to abduct an unsealed Hyuga child, securing the famed bloodline for the glory of his village. The main house consisted of less than 20 individuals, the head, his council, and their heirs. There only existed a single unsealed Hyuga younger than 5, and she was zealously guarded at all times. Hyuga Hinata. His mission objective. He jumped off the wall softly, crouching low on the ground. For a moment, he held still and searched. Chakra signatures of small children were such soft things. In the gardens? He thought with some surprise. Though it saved him the trouble of having to penetrate the mansion, he wondered warily if it wasn't some kind of trap. What could such a small child be doing out of bed in the middle of the night? Had his plan been found out? Narrowing his eyes, he sharpened his chakra sense, stepping without a sound between rows of flowering plants. The little girl sat gingerly by a rose bush. She cradled its petals gently, thoughtfully, as she spoke in a hushed tone. "I think Father is angry with me again. I still can't, my eyes haven't." She gave a small unhappy sigh. "Mama says I might have a little brother soon. Or a little sister. I." His hand closed around her mouth, smothering a scream. Slowly, carefully, he spun an illusion that fell over her mind like a blanket. The child swayed, sagging limply into his arms. Heaving her small weight over his shoulder, the shinobi fled into the night. As he passed a door, he now stood outside of Hyuga compound, but a child with cold purple eyes stood in front of him. He felt his whole body freeze, and he couldn't move as his body started shaking like a leaf. He saw the child who had blonde hair raise his right hand. Banshuten, and the last thing he felt was his body being pulled. Chapter 10, Justice and Pain. Do not be sorry, be better. Naruto. The blonde had noticed the Kumo shinobi lurking around the Hyuga clan during the day. Naruto kept his eyes on the Kumo shinobi. He was only a kid, but even he knew Konoha and Kuno didn't have the best of friendships. The night came, and Naruto felt the shinobi within the Hyuga clan. Unknown to Naruto, the symbol of the moon on his left palm started shining in a dark color. Naruto followed behind and stood just outside the clan compound, his face shadowed by the shadow of the houses, but his purple eyes shined through the darkness. Naruto saw the kidnapper carrying a bag over his shoulder, and the Uchiha could feel the small child in the bag. His blood boiled at the man daring to kidnap a little girl and use her for their own needs and use her like a cow. Naruto released his ki, and his left hand raised slowly at the ninja who had frozen in place from his superior ki. Banshuten and Naruto spoke with a dark tone. The shinobi suddenly started getting pushed towards him. As he got closer, Naruto raised his right hand, a dark rod came out of his palm, but no blood in Naruto pierced his stomach, causing the shinobi to feel the full chakra of the kid. Ah! The shinobi screamed in pure agony as he gripped his head with his palms, almost trying to pull something out of his head. Naruto's face didn't even twitch from his agony, his face as cold as ice. His eyes went to the child inside the bag, his eyes turned to the shinobi moving in the grass like an injured animal, his hands trying to take out the rod. Because of that, Naruto put his hand on the rod and with a single move, he pulled out the rod, causing the blood around his wound spill out faster. His blood started spreading around the grass like rain. His purple eyes suddenly turned to blue again, and the moon on his left palm stopped shining. Naruto felt dizzy all of a sudden, his young body fell on his knees, his hands on the grass. Naruto tried to catch his breath, he wasn't sure what exactly happened when his senses felt the chakra coming closer. His eyes glanced at the bag moving, and he slowly stood up, his chest rising up and down repeatedly. He still tried to catch his breath. He walked over to the bag and opened it, seeing hair sticking out, her wide eyes looking up at Naruto. The blonde was about to ask if she was okay when his senses went wild. He jumped high in the air, barely dodging a dangerous strike from a man. Landing on the ground, his eyes found the man who attacked. His Byakugan activated, his palms up and ready to strike again. "Stay away from my daughter, demon," the man screamed with anger through his clenched teeth. Before Naruto could say anything, "Brother, stop, look in the ground." Naruto turned his head to see another person walking over to them, followed by several guards who glared at Naruto at the moment notice. The blonde saw the new guy was very similar to the one who attacked him. Hiyashi looked down to see the man lying on the ground motionless. His eyes widened that someone tried to kidnap his daughter, and he perhaps almost killed her savior. "Tosan, he saved me." The voice of Hinata was heard like a whimper, her eyes looking up at her father. Naruto decided to leave and let them deal with their situation when at that moment, the glorious Hokage showed up at the compound. Son of a bitch, Naruto cursed his luck, the Hokage couldn't choose any other time to show up but now. Hiruzen saw Naruto standing there, avoiding his direction, but the Hokage's eyes found Hiyashi Hyuga, who kneeled and slowly pulled away the mask covering the man lying on the grass. Almost everyone gasped to see it was the Kumo ambassador. "Hiyashi, how did this happen?" Hiruzen demanded an explanation. Unknown to him, both Itachi and Kakashi, who were wearing Anbu masks, looked at Naruto with concern. Hiyashi went on and explained that a scream was heard in the middle of the night. He first checked Hinata's room to see her missing. He then told them that he found the blonde opening the bag and that the shinobi was dead in the ground. Hiruzen exhaled at the thought that Kumo had betrayed them and had tried to kidnap a child of Konoha, but what stuck to him even more was Naruto's involvement in all of this. He knew Itachi trained Naruto, but he shouldn't be able to kill a Jonin. Itachi paid close attention to the Hokage's reaction towards Naruto. While Kakashi was surprised and saddened that Naruto was forced to kill someone at such a young age but otherwise happy that Naruto could protect himself and a member of Konoha. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto when Hiashi explained what had happened. "Naruto, I would like you to come with me," Hokage stated with no place to decline. The blonde just followed behind. "Hiashi, you as well," Sarutobi ordered. The Hyuga nodded his head. Hinata was escorted inside, soon rejoined with her mother. Hokage Tower. The Hokage sat at his seat as every clan head was here. In this meeting, he didn't invite the civil council since they weren't necessary. Almost every head clan was surprised by the sudden meeting of the council in the middle of the night. It was 3 a.m. But all of them were double surprised to see Naruto standing in the room, his hands behind his neck, not caring much. Itachi, Kakashi, Yamato and Yugao stood hidden in the shadow, their eyes looking at the blonde, 3 of them surprised to see a lack of reaction from Naruto after killing someone. Kakashi made a mental note to ask later Naruto about it. Maybe the blonde was even more shocked than they thought, and he was hiding it behind an emotionless mask. On the other hand, Itachi looked weary of the whole situation. He hoped they wouldn't try to punish Naruto. He was his little brother, and he would protect him. Danzo looked at the demon weapon with a suspicious eye. He wondered what was happening. He hated that right now he had no information on the situation. Perhaps Sarutobi had finally decided to hand him the weapon. Fukage looked surprised to see the little blonde here, and he could say that they were lucky that Mikoto didn't know about this yet. Sarutobi cleared his throat. "I know it is very late, but a betrayal has happened, causing everyone to hold breath. The ambassador of Kuma this night went inside and tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga. Luckily Naruto was able to stop him and save the Hyuga heiress. This caused anger to fill everyone except Danzo, who looked interested to know how could a 6-year-old child stop a Jonin. Everyone had different thoughts on this. Shikaka felt a headache slowly driving him mad. "This is troublesome," he thought and cleared his throat. "Lord Hokage, I think we should let know Kuma what their shinobi tried to do. We don't know yet if he acted out of selfish reasons or if someone ordered him," Shikaku stated, knowing full well the chances of the latter were much higher. Hiruzen nodded his head and called dog. Within a second, Kakashi stood kneeling in front of the Hokage, close to where Naruto was standing. "Send this scroll to Jiraiya." "I'm afraid he should cut his research short," Hokage stated and threw a scroll at Kakashi, who grabbed it and disappeared as soon as it appeared. Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of the Sannin and wondered if he would decide to visit him. And maybe perhaps try to make up for his complete absence in Naruto's life. Now that Kakashi had left, Sarutobi knew Kakashi's dogs would find him in no time and know the situation's seriousness, and he would come to back up the village. With that thought done, now the only thing left was Naruto. Turning his eyes at the blonde, he cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. "Naruto, I would like to know how you were able to defeat the Jonin?" Sarutobi asked warmly, and he knew right now that he wasn't on the best of terms with Naruto, but he hoped to make up for it somehow soon. "During the day, I noticed the shinobi lurking around the Hyuga compound. When night came, I waited for a few blocks away to see if he would try anything. When he suddenly jumped over from the wall, right in front of me. At first, he told me to leave and forget I saw anything, but I stood my ground, and since I'm a child, he underestimated me. I used Shunsen to show up in front of him. He was caught off guard by my speed, and I stabbed him in the liver," Naruto explained. Hiruzen was impressed that he used the shinobi's ego against him, while Shikaku thought Naruto could be an impressive strategist if only he could spend some time with him. Fugaku smiled warmly at the kid for saving the girl. While the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan didn't exactly see eye to eye, even Fugaku would never wish that kind of fate to any of the Hyuga residents. Hiashi made a mental note to thank Naruto later and to apologize for attacking him. While Danzo thought that the demon right now had even more value than before, he needed to speed up his plan a bit. "Can I leave now?" Naruto asked indifferently. Hiruzen thankfully nodded his head, and Itachi escorted him outside. Leaving the Hokage tower, Itachi immediately turned to Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. "You sure you alright?" Itachi asked, concerned, and his eyes were checking for any wound. Naruto smiled happily to have a big brother like Itachi, and he nodded his head. "I'm fine, Nii-san, but thanks for asking." Itachi accepted the answer and led him to his house. Naruto was lying on his bed, already asleep, Itachi checked around the house for anything, and his eyes turned at Naruto again, who was peacefully sleeping. "What would you do in my situation, Naruto?" Itachi whispered with evident sorrow in his tone. "Tomorrow, Kumo." The following day, a shout was heard inside the Raikage Tower. The table in the room was thrown across the room, getting destroyed when it hit the wall. While this was happening, a certain Jinchuriki stood silent, waiting to hear what was the problem now. "Big bro, what it has go you?" So Ngribi asked while rapping and moving his hands around and doing weird poses in front of his brother. The Raikage glared at his little brother for taking this as some kind of joke. A had been against the plan but couldn't help but agree that Kumo needed a bloodline. "Our shinobi was killed trying to kidnap the girl," A stated with evident anger, but not towards the act but towards his own shinobi for getting caught. B stopped rapping, and a visible frown erupted on his face. He told his brother not to try it, but he just couldn't help himself, stating that Kumo barely had any bloodline. B hated how the hidden villages still acted towards each other. Why couldn't they just let go of these petty things and live? B hated that with this done, he wondered what the difference between Kumo and the likes of Orochimaru was. Just the thought of his country being no different made him want to vomit. "So, what now? Are they declaring war against us?" B asked, knowing there was a high chance of them declaring war for trying to kidnap a member of their village, not mentioning a child. War had been started in the past for far less. "No, they had sent me a letter to explain why a shinobi tried to kidnap a member of their village. Therefore I will go there. Perhaps we still haven't lost yet," A replied, looking outside the window and thinking of a plan. B frowned dependent, he chewed his lower lip and held his tongue. He wanted to remind his brother not to poke a sleeping tiger. He thought perhaps reminding him that they had Kyuubi might work. Still, they knew Kyuubi was sealed in a child, and therefore the chances of him being able to use Kyuubi were slim. "Should I tag along?" B asked, knowing his brother would like to bring his strongest shinobi to show strength. A nodded his head immediately, still looking through the window. "Daru is coming along as well," he replied, and thought bringing Yugito might or might not be a good idea. She was still only 8 years old but quite good for a young kunoichi. B thought to leave when his brother turned to look at him. Be prepared for anything. "Itachi. Where's Naruto-kun? He could be scared alone," his mother shouted at him. To say Mikado Uchiha was angry would be like saying that Orochimaru is a good guy. Itachi had come home with his father and explained to his mother what had happened. When she heard that the Hokage sent Naruto into his home alone after killing a foreign shinobi, she got furious. What is that old man even thinking? Naruto-kun needs someone to tell him that what he did was not wrong and not feel alone. Mikado half shouted at both him and his father. "Miko-chan, you know we can't have Naruto sleeping in this house. Our reputation with the Hokage is already falling down the hill, and him getting suspicious that we are using something on Naruto when he isn't looking can worsen our situation," Fugaku explained, knowing full well how his wife was whenever Naruto was mentioned. Mikado bit her lower lip, tears developing in her eyes. She could feel the disappointing look of Kushina-chan. She should have raised her son. Screw the Hokage, Naruto needed someone not to be alone. Did the Hokage not understand how much trauma that could bring, or he simply didn't care? "Ka-chan, tomorrow after my workday is over, I will bring Naruto here again if he wishes," Itachi suggested. Mikado looked at Itachi and nodded in agreement. "Konoha, Naruto." He stood motionless, just staring at the ceiling. As he stood on his bed, he thought of the Anbu that visited him this morning. Naruto recognized his chakra. He knew that Anbu had watched over him many times. Naruto opened his eyes at the sound of the birds singing near his window. His head slowly raised and sat on a sitting position in the middle of the bed. His blue eyes watched the birds playing around with each other. He saw another flying to a branch in a tree. There was a small hole in the tree, and 3 tiny beaks coming out and demanding food. Naruto smiled at the mother giving her children food through the peak. His eyes then turned to his empty apartment, and his heart fell into the darkest abyss. "Good morning, Naruto," Kurama suddenly said, smiling at the little blonde. Naruto's face brightened up like the sun, his smile from ear to ear. "Good morning, Kurama," he said, and jumped from the bed to the wooden floor. Naruto's eyes went to the moon symbol on his palm, and he couldn't help but think of last night. "Kurama, did you feel anything different last night?" Naruto asked, thinking that his friend might know anything. "Feel what?" "I didn't feel anything unusual," not knowing where the blonde was going with this. "Last night I saved the girl, but I don't remember much. It almost feels like a clouded memory. It feels almost like I wasn't the one who did that," Naruto replied, still looking at the moon symbol on his palm. Now that Naruto mentioned, Kurama did find it odd the lack of reaction from Naruto. At the same time, He knew his little friend had killed people before intentionally and unintentionally. Still, his complete lack of response, almost as killing people, had been something he had done for years now and didn't scare him anymore. "I don't know Naruto, but perhaps you should ask Indra. After all, the Uchiha did say you can have his advice whenever you want," Kurama advised and hated that he couldn't help him in this situation. Naruto mentally nodded and started preparing breakfast, boiled eggs with bread and onions. Both Itachi-ni-san and Mikito-chan told him to eat vegetables and fruits. After preparing it, he started eating the boiled egg with bread. After he was done, he took a bite from onion and had to admit it wasn't as bad as he thought. Knock knock. Naruto stopped eating and walked over to the door. Opening it, he saw the Anbu with dog mask that he saw last night. The blonde wondered what he wanted so early, or maybe the Hokage had requested his presence. "Can I come in?" the Anbu asked respectfully. Naruto opened the door wider and stepped aside as the Anbu walked inside. Closing the door, he turned to the Anbu. "What can I do for you, Anbu-san?" Naruto asked, still thinking he was here because the Hokage sent him. "I wanted to check if you were okay. You killed someone last night. Many people find it hard to deal with the first time," Kakashi replied, knowing his first time was when he was only 5 years old. Naruto was only 6, not that age made that much of a difference. No matter how old you are, the first time killing someone will always be hard. Naruto found his concern surprising. "Is not the first time I killed someone before. People of this village sometimes tend to get drunk and sometimes they leave you no choice," Naruto replied, knowing the Anbu route he killed and the mob that had gathered to give him a birthday surprise. Kakashi's eyes widened at what he heard. He never thought that anyone actually attacked Naruto. He wondered if Hokage knew of it, and if he did, why did he not tell him? "When did that happen?" Anbu asked with a much more serious tone. Naruto explained what happened on his birthday, except he told him that only a few people had gathered at his house that night. Kakashi remembered that he had been on a mission during the celebration for the defeat of the Kyuubi, which Kakashi couldn't help but find odd. Usually, that day was free of work. "I see, if you need to talk with anyone, you can talk to me," Kakashi stated. Naruto nodded his head, and the Anbu left. Naruto stood up and left the apartment, and he needed to train and get stronger to protect his Uchiha family. Reaching the training yard, he did the shadow clone jutsu, and 1,000 clones suddenly appeared. "Alright, 100 start reading, 700 start training on elemental manipulation, and the other 200 will beat me up." Soon the clones left to do their jobs. Naruto's eyes stayed blue as he prepared for training. After 5 hours, once a training ground stood, now filled with craters everywhere, Naruto was lying on the biggest crater, his body spread, sweat rolling down his face, his shirt was wet with sweat, and his back ached badly. In the following hours Naruto trained, using taijutsu and ninja weapons, like kunai, shuriken, and swords, but not once did he use the Sharingan. He wanted to train without Sharingan. He used it only against Itachi or Shisui or if he had no other choice against someone else. As he kept breathing, a thought occurred to Naruto. He slowly put his hands on the ground and stood up, still breathing heavily. "Kurama, Indra said I could talk with him and Ashura, but can I also talk with Hashirama and Madara?" Naruto mentally asked, thinking of what Indra said to him. Kurama thought of it, and if he was sincere, he wasn't entirely sure. Indra mentioned that when Naruto became their reincarnation, a bit of their chakra was sealed inside Naruto, but he mentioned nothing of Hashirama and Madara's chakra. "Is worth a try, but don't get your hopes up," Kurama stated. "I have never my hopes up anymore," Naruto replied and sat with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. For a few minutes, nothing happened when he suddenly felt the air itself change. It felt calmer, and he felt sleepy. Opening his blue eyes, he was back in the forest of his mindscape. But surprisingly, the ground everywhere was covered by red leaves. Naruto heard footsteps coming towards him, and slowly ahead of the trees came out a person with white kimono covering his whole body. Naruto knew he had never seen him before but knew his name, and he knew him somehow. Ashura Chapter 11, A Flash. Loneliness is not when you are alone, but when you're surrounded by people that make you feel alone. Naruto. Ashura stood in front of him, his eyes looking at him warmly, a splendid smile on his face. Ashura kneeled in front of Naruto. "What can I do for you, young Senju?" Ashura asked kindly. "Ashura, I wanted to ask what is your advice on what to do with how hidden villages are with each other? Hashirama told me that he and Madara united the clans and created Hidden Leaf Village, but there's no peace. This is just a temporary peace, a war hidden in the shadows waiting to explode. What should I do?" Naruto asked, feeling anger. The shinobi had been ordered by the Raikage to kidnap a Hyuga if he could be a Hyuga child. Naruto knew this, but he wasn't sure how the whole memory of him saving Hinata was almost clouded but not the memories of the dead Jonin, and Naruto wasn't sure why. The blonde had thought to tell the Hokage, but right now, he wasn't sure if the old man was trustworthy anymore. Telling him about the memories of the dead Jonin would force him to ask how he knew. Therefore Naruto had thought that saying nothing would be better rather than just opening new problems. "I'm not sure, young Uzumaki. My father told me to spread the knowledge of chakra. I followed my father's footsteps, sure that was the way towards peace. The conflicts between each other started soon after the birth of my third child. My children took responsibility for my actions, people did not come together when the knowledge of chakra was spread, wars didn't end. They stayed the same," Ashura said with a heavy heart. He could remember when he was first forced to execute a member of their group. He had been caught using chakra to kill people for fun. He had been caught red-handed in his basement, body parts everywhere hanging around the wall. In his personal room, he had found him there smiling eagerly. Jars filled with blood in the table behind him, bodies of men, women and children hanging around the walls like decorations, their guts hanging from their sliced open stomachs. A corpse hanging behind him had 4 arms attached around his back. Psycho Hime had started laughing in front of him, saying that he would find every little secret that chakra was hiding from him. The experiments were needed to find just how strong can a person get. Ashura had killed him on the spot. The bodies were buried, but the body of Psycho was thrown into the wilderness and let him rot, without a place where people could remember him. The second time had been after many years in Juyi Town. His children had discovered people forcing the town to give them money, in return for healing them, but the worst part was they were the ones causing the sickness. "I don't have any easy answers, young Senju. Even my father didn't know how to bring peace. My grandmother tried to enslave the whole world, and my father believed spreading the chakra would bring people together. My advice to you, young Senju, is to unite the people of this world, under one symbol, under one village. Like how Hashirama and Madara created the Hidden Leaf Village, I believe you can create a new one that belongs to everyone," Ashura advised. Naruto said nothing as the figure of Ashura started disappearing until it was gone. The young blonde found himself in the apartment again, his hands rubbing his back. Naruto understood what he meant, at least he hoped he did. His thoughts were on his Uchiha family. Would it be safer for them? What would they think? Naruto looked down at his palms, at the moon and sun symbol. Why did he have so much responsibility? It wasn't enough that he was an orphan, but the people of his home hated his guts. "Kurama, what do you think is the difference between right and wrong? Is there any difference, or is the line between right and wrong just as an illusion we create for ourselves?" Naruto asked quietly, as his eyes kept looking at his palms. Kurama stayed quiet for some time. He wasn't sure of the answer. "I'm not sure, Naruto. In my life those people that tried to capture me and use my chakra for their own gain were wrong, but what if those people were desperate people that needed to protect their loved ones?" At that point in life, the line between right and wrong slowly gets thinner when it comes to helping the ones we love, because without them, we are nothing, Kurama said. Naruto listened to his words and his mind went back to his Nii-san. His mind remembered Shisui, Mikoto-chan, and Kurama, his best friend. Naruto said nothing as his body lied on the floor, his hands together in front of his face, his head feeling the carpet below his head, a red carpet. What is the cost of peace? After 1 week. The following week, Naruto kept practicing. His clones had him surrendered, they had formed a circle around him. Itachi and Shisui were looking closely at Naruto since he told them he wanted to show something to them. Each clone grabbed a kunai from their pouches, and immediately threw them at Naruto. The blonde activated his Sharingan and saw the kunai moving slower slower. He grabbed a single kunai and threw at one closest to him, causing it to change the direction that hit another kunai and another one. Itachi and Shisui gasped that every single kunai had fallen in the ground and hadn't reached Naruto. A proud smile erupted on both of their faces, seeing him, but next thing surprised them and put them on guard immediately. Each clone suddenly showed right in front of Naruto. Each one had Sharingans on their eyes. Shisui was about to intervene when Naruto threw himself up in the air doing hand signs. Fire style, dragon form jutsu. A Hug's dragon came out of his mouth and obliterated every clone in the ground. Itachi and Shisui jumped away from the unbearable heat coming from the red flames that burned down the whole grass in the entire training field. Itachi noticed that leaves around the trees had turned dark from the heat. He hadn't known about the existence of red fire. He had known of Amaterasu, the dark flames that never extinguished. The Uchiha duo moved over to Naruto, who was lying in the middle of the field breathing heavily. The whole field had turned dark and smoke around the ground, his chest rising up and down like that would be his last breath, and he was trying to breathe as much as possible. "That was awesome, Naruto. "You sure have many secrets," Shisui stated, helping him up and slapping his back. "That was indeed incredible, Naruto-kun. Didn't know there was red fire," Itachi commented, as his eyes noticed that the moon symbol on Naruto's palm looked slightly darker, or maybe that was just him. "I didn't know about crimson red flames myself, though indeed does look awesome, and they are way stronger than normal flames," Naruto replied. Itachi had already figured out the last part and wondered that if he should teach him his explosive clone jutsu, and fire style, Star Fire. Itachi decided to teach him that as a birthday gift for his 7th birthday. It had been a week since Hinata Hyuga had been saved from Naruto. The word had spread like wildfire. The clans were happy to hear that Naruto had saved Hyuga's heiress, but the civil part was more skeptical. Some stayed neutral while some would say that the demon was getting strong or some dumb shit like that. Itachi had invited Naruto to his house 6 days ago to eat dinner with him, but Naruto had respectfully declined his offer. Itachi of course knew about how his last visit ended. He still remembered his little brother calling Naruto parentless. The Uchiha prodigy hasn't told anyone, but he was half convinced to tell his Ka-chan. She would know what to say to Sasuke. "Hello, Itachi, you there?" Itachi escaped his thoughts when he saw Shisui knocking on his forehead almost like he was knocking on a door and waiting to open it. "What?" Itachi asked, not knowing what the problem was. "Raikage will come today. Hokage told me 2 days ago to be prepared if my help is needed." Only now has Itachi noticed that Naruto wasn't here anymore. His eyes roamed around the field but couldn't see him anywhere. Naruto went to his house. He said he wanted to deal with something. Shisui informed him and they soon both left towards the Uchiha compound. Apartment. Naruto was sitting in a cross position, a blank letter in front of him lying on a table, a brush and black paint. The clones had started reading Fuinjutsu, but Naruto soon realized that reading Fuinjutsu would almost be pointless without practicing it. Therefore Naruto took it upon himself to train his Fuinjutsu. If a seal could hold the likes of Kurama inside his tummy, his mind wondered what could he do by advancing it even more. As he was writing a level I seal, his senses detected a huge chakra level suddenly showing up in the village. Hiyashi Hyuga. "Oh." He heard his daughter squeak when he entered the room. "Hinata," Hiyashi smiled. Though it was technically not proper behavior, he could understand the child's tears. She did go through quite an ordeal. "Are you alright, Hinata?" The girl nodded and quickly tried to wipe away her tears, knowing her father disapproved of such lack of composure. Not that she had much success, as new tears appeared just as fast. "Naruto-kun saved us. But... Naruto-kun is fine," a female voice spoke from behind Hiyashi. Not that he was very surprised, as his wife at times seemed to be aware of everything. Hiyashi knew very well that if he was to be regarded as the best Juken practitioner of the clan, Hyuga Hitomi would be the one with the best eyesight. "Hitomi." "Hiyashi," the woman smiled. "Hinata is uninjured, despite the kidnapper's crude methods." "Okay, can I?" Hinata looked up to her mother. Can I see him?" "Where is he?" "He is in his home," she said gently. Hinata's face turned down, her disappointment obvious to her parents. "But the clan knows Naruto-kun if he had not stopped the kidnapper," Hitomi added. "Can we help him?" Hinata begged. Hiyashi looked at his wife, who was busy correcting a deviant strand of her daughter's dark blue hair. His wife took a strange pride in that their eldest daughter had the same color of hair as she had. "We will. And should," Hitomi assured her daughter, looking up at her husband's frown. "If it wasn't for Naruto, we wouldn't have our daughter here. Is only appropriate we reward him, perhaps giving him shelter." "Naruto can stay with us?" Hinata said hopefully. Hiyashi nodded. "That would be proper. For now. I will ask Hokage-sama for formal approval." He emphasized on the last word, making clear to his wife that the case of Uzumaki Naruto was a special one. Not that he needed to tell her. Hitomi often paid more attention to affairs outside of the clan than he did. She knew very well who and what Uzumaki Naruto was. "Hokage Tower." "Hokage-sama." "Hiyashi." The Hokage answered with a tired voice. Meeting the elders of the council had been a very bothersome half-hour. "Any developments regarding the kidnapper? Did Kumagakure respond?" The Hokage sighed. "We can't tell, but Shukaku suspects he was sent here with a mission to kidnap a suitable female Hyuga so that Kumo could gain access to the Byakugan." Hiruzen saw Hiyashi's eyes narrow, as he considered the implication of what was said. No father would like to hear his daughter was targeted for the children she could bear. It wasn't like Hiruzen wasn't angered by this, but he lived too long to know that he couldn't make decisions based on emotions. But he was not in control of the Hyuga clan. And if the Hyuga would demand retribution, with the substantial influence they had within the village, this demand could lead to war. It all boils down to what Hiashi decided. Fortunately, things did not turn out that way, Hiruzen added with his weary voice. Now that the peace treaty is formalized, and we have quickly spread that piece of news across the borders, Kumo knows that their position is unfavorable. They cannot make any demands without revealing that they breached the treaty themselves first. Kumo will not be able to try something like this again, not without damaging the diplomatic position it has with other nations as well. If this got out, no one would trust them again. I believe Kumogakure would choose an uneasy peace over an international scandal which could potentially lead to a war between them and a coalition of hidden villages. Hiashi nodded. Through alliances and treaties were not respected as much as many would like, there was a consensus between the nations that those who broke a treaty within the same year should be considered honorless and could therefore be attacked by any nation without consequences to international relations. Even though the military prowess of Kumogakure was great, perhaps even being the strongest nation in the world, it would not withstand a combined attack from the other nations. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga will not officially blame Kumo, neither for the attempt to kidnap my daughter, nor the damage they have caused at our estate. We were fortunate that there were no grave injuries, and that Hinata is safe. Hiashi took a short breath before he made his request, knowing the sensitivity of the subject for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was rumored to have an attachment to the boy. And even beyond that attachment, the village's Jinchuriki was deemed to be a creature outside of the control of a single clan. Else, the Sarutobi would have adopted him the day he was orphaned. But the potential power which a Jinchuriki represented was a thing that every clan coveted. And as such, would not allow another clan to have. But if the voices of the most powerful clan, the Hyuga, and the most powerful person, the Hokage, aligned, even if it was done to repay a debt, Hiashi was shrewd enough to ensure that his clan would benefit. Hokage Dono, though I will not blame anyone, I would like to acknowledge the debt our clan owes. Your debt? Sarutobi answered wonderingly. Without Uzumaki Naruto, my daughter and heir would be on her way to Kumo. I would like to repay him, at least by sheltering him for a while. Hiruzen's eyes went wide with surprise at the request and dropped back into his chair. For a few moments, he stayed silent, considering the possibilities. Hiashi, you know very well that this child cannot be attached to any clan. Hiashi was about to speak again when Hiruzen raised his hand. I have already received multiple requests from Shukaku, Mikado Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Inoiki Yamanaka, Inuzuka clan. I would like to adopt Naruto, but can't. I'm afraid if you like to do something for him, you can perhaps help him in other ways, Hiruzen stated with a painful heart. Hiashi said nothing, his facial expression didn't change, not even in the slightest, but inside he couldn't help but feel that his daughter would be disappointed. Hiruzen. He stood close to his desk smoking his pipe, his mind on what Hiashi offered. Did I do something wrong? What about the other clans? Hiruzen asked himself, feeling a headache coming. He hoped Jiraiya this time would decide to come and stop wasting time. Just as he finished that thought, the window opened immediately. He didn't bother to check who it was. Door just was never an option, Hiruzen said as he heard his student laugh. Doors are just a waste of time, nothing else, Jiraiya stated before his face turned serious and the temperature around the room decreased by a few degrees. What has Kumo done? Jiraiya asked, wanting more details about what has happened. Kakashi had sent him a brief recap, but he needed more information. Hiruzen sighed and told him everything, even Naruto's involvement in all of this. When Jiraiya heard the part that Naruto defeated a Jonin, he froze as he thought one single thing. He's just like you, Minato, Jiraiya thought with sadness, his student. Jiraiya, Raikage will arrive today, I need you to be prepared for everything, and if possible summon Chief Dodehir, Hiruzen suggested, knowing that he needed to show strength. Jiraiya had been deep in thought that he heard barely anything his sensei told him. Jiraiya's Sanin escaped his thoughts when he heard his sensei shout his name. What? Hiruzen said nothing but just sighed before turning his head towards the open window. Naruto is in apartment 7 near Nara compound, if you want to visit him, Hiruzen suggested with a smile. Jiraiya remembered the blonde baby crying, his blue eyes. With a sigh he nodded his head and jumped outside the window. Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood at the top of a building, using a camouflage jutsu, looking through Naruto's window. The blonde was drawing something in a paper. Jiraiya suspected must be something about Fuinjutsu. His back was turned at Jiraiya. The Sanin felt his heart almost stop at his blonde hair. He felt trapped. The vision of Minato was right in front of him. He felt shivers around his whole body, the vision of Minato still fresh in his mind. At that moment Naruto turned his head to look at the window. Jiraiya stiffened, almost thinking that Naruto had detected him, but saw his eyes weren't focused on him, instead of to a bluebird drinking water from a fountain. Jiraiya saw Minato all over again. His son was a mini version of him, almost uncanny. Jiraiya bit his lower lip tightly to move his body again. He didn't know why he felt he couldn't move. His eyes went to the window again and saw Naruto had returned to drawing in the scroll. Jiraiya felt hot tears in his eyes, a tear slowly rolled down his cheek. With that, he disappeared from the view. Naruto. He felt Jiraiya had left. He closed his eyes tightly, so tightly that it was hurting. His eyes started burning like fire. His chest tightened. He tried to fill his lungs with air but he couldn't. His chest kept tightening like a trap, his heartbeat slowly getting slower, his hand holding his chest, as he felt everything getting covered in darkness and despair. Naruto heard Kurama calling to him, his head hit the floor, his whole body lying on the floor as hot tears were streaming down his cheek. Naruto had only one thought on his head as darkness greeted him like an old friend. If love is just a word, then why does it hurt so much when you understand that it isn't there? Killer B. He, his brother and Daru reached the Hidden Leaf Village. Beside them stood 25 members of the Lightning Team of Kumo. The team members were high Jonin level up to low S ranked level. They had just reached the gate and from there B saw the giant toad that was standing right beside Hokage Tower. B knew what that meant. Jiraiya of the Sannin was here and he had summoned his toad, a clear indication of power. B couldn't help but wonder if Tsunade Senju was in the village as well. His brother's eye narrowed at the sight of the giant toad. Jiraiya wasn't a Sannin for nothing. Not mentioning he knew how to use Sage Chakra, something only he is known to be able to use. The last person who used Sage Chakra was Hashirama Senju himself. Soon they reached the Hokage Tower. The big toad was smoking from his pipe, but at the sight of them, his hand went to the handle of his sword. Walking inside the Hokage office, B had to give credit for their artwork. It looked beautiful. Inside the room stood the Hokage. Beside him was a man glaring at them with white eyes. A Hyuga, B thought. His eyes found Jiraiya of the Sannin standing near a window, his body leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. At the left side of the Hokage stood who could only be Kakashi Hitake. His Sharingan was covered, and close to Hokage was seated a man with a scar and pineapple hair. Raikage-sama, I hope your journey was good, the Hokage said respectfully much to B's surprise. It was good, now let's not waste time with this. I want to know why my shinobi was killed without any provocation, Ace spat angrily. The Hyuga narrowed his eyes and B was sure he would attack. The old Kage didn't say anything or react to the accusations. Your shinobi sneak inside Hyuga compound during the night and tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, the old Kage retorted still with a calm tone. Where's your proof? All I see here is accusations. You killed my shinobi and I want whoever did this in front of me or the only answer is war, A shouted, raising on his feet looking down at the old Kage. The Hyuga tried to stand up but the Kage raised his hand. B only now noticed that the Sannin was standing behind them. When did he move? B asked himself as sweat rolled down his face. I have unmistakable proof and the one who killed your shinobi is only a child, the Hokage stated, causing the Kumo team to freeze. While B was thinking, the children here are already strong enough to beat our Jonins and my brother wants to fight against grown-ass man. Good idea, brother. Impossible, who did then? A screamed looking at the Hokage. You can come inside. The door opened behind them and revealed a blonde kid with blue eyes that made B almost say Minato. His similarity to the fourth Hokage was like the difference between 2 drops of rain. But his Baiju'u was thinking something else entirely. His focus was on the palm of the kid. The moon and sun symbols were unmistakable. Tosan. He's the one. Chapter 12, a Baiju'u. You never know how strong you are until being strong is your only option. Naruto. He stood in the Hokage office, and his eyes were on the Raikage and his group. His eyes saw the large man looking at him with a stunned expression, almost as if he had seen him before. Naruto figured that must have been his father. His resemblances were there, even a blind man could see who his father was. But then his eyes saw the guy wearing weird dark glasses. Naruto, be careful, the one with multiple red swords tightened behind his back has Gyuki, the 8 tails octopus, Kurama warned him. Naruto mentally nodded but said nothing. He wondered why the Hokage had allowed a Jinchuriki of another country to walk inside the village. Still, knowing the Sannin standing behind them was a Fuinjutsu master, he knew the Sannin might be able to keep him in check if he tried to use Hachibi. Naruto could feel the sadness coming from the Sannin, same from a hidden Anbu to his right, and he figured he must be the Dagonbu. Still, his senses detected that Itachi and Shisui were inside the room as well, and both of them had activated their Sharingans. Naruto hoped this wouldn't turn into an all-out war, but he would need to reveal his Sharingan if it did. Raikage regained his composure. He didn't need to ask who the father was, but despite seeing his hair color and blue eyes, A could see the red death glaring at him. His face belonged to Kushina, there was no doubt whatsoever. "Damn me and my stupid head," Reikage murmured under his breath and remembered the debt he had with both Minato and Kushina. "Why didn't you finish me? You beat my speed. So why?" Ace screamed at the yellow flash, his body barely standing, his sleeve was cut in several places, a deep cut across his shoulder but wasn't a lethal one. Ace hated this feeling, he hated to be seen as weak. If he died here, at least he would die against a worthy opponent. "I'm not sure why, but even if I kill you, your brother will never stop, that will only fuel him." Ace stood quiet and let the words roam around his head. When he had told B about it, he first got a good punch in the face for worrying him and a second punch for telling the yellow flash to take his life. A knew B was probably thinking the same thing. B was about to greet the little Minato when "B, the kitty is the one, he's Kyuubi's Jinchuriki," his friend suddenly said. B noticed a sudden stop and wondered if Kyuki wanted to say something else but didn't ask. "For real? Damn, I never saw Minato sealing Kyuubi inside his own son, but that's still too much like him," B replied, mentally smiling, remembering the yellow flash. "Who's the little fella?" B asked, smiling, taking a step closer and pulling out his hand for Naruto to shake. This caused every Konoha shinobi in the room to tense, but Naruto could feel no malice or negative emotions whatsoever. On the contrary, he looked and felt happy to see him, which confused Naruto. "My name is Naruto, Mr. 8, Naruto whispered the last part only for B to hear, who laughed loudly. "You kid," B started rapping, bringing his fist towards Naruto, who bumped his fist in return. Suddenly they were both in a much different place, and Naruto saw himself standing at the top of Kurama. Naruto screamed, seeing Kurama. He was about to ask what was happening when an octopus with 8 tails and horns at the side of his head, almost like a bull, suddenly came out of a shadow. Naruto noticed there were 7 other places, but they were covered in shadows, but he noticed each place had a number in the floor. From 1 to 9, he was in front of number 9, and the center of the room was a symbol he had never seen before, yet he felt like he had seen it before. Naruto scratched his head, but no idea was showing up in his head. Ignoring his gut feeling, he turned to look at Gyuki. "You must be Gyuki," Naruto exclaimed, not believing that he was seeing another Baijuo. He knew there were 8 others, but still seeing one was pretty astonishing. The guy with weird black glasses was standing on top of him. "Indeed I am young kid," Gyuki replied kindly, much to his surprise, but Naruto wondered why he stopped mid-sentence. "You're standing at the top of Kurama, that means you go well with each other," Gyuki continued, earning a ha from the demon fox. "My Namish's killer B, me and Hachibi." "Stop it, B, nobody cares," Gyuki immediately interjected. Naruto chuckled at their interaction. He had thought that Baijuo were supposed to be big and scary, but so far, this one was kind. "Is good to meet you, Gyuki, and you. Killer B was it?" Naruto questions, not understanding what the guy was saying. B was about to speak again when Gyuki said, "His name is Killer B, and don't listen to him, he's still a child and hasn't learned how to talk yet," Gyuki said, earning a hey from B, who was insulted that his friend wasn't backing up his fantastic singing voice. Naruto laughed. "Now, not that I don't enjoy having a conversation with you two, but weren't we talking about whenever or not we will start a war?" Naruto said, looking at them curiously. "You don't need to worry, Mr. 9. I will talk with my brother, he won't dare to start any war," B claimed and didn't try rapping like usual, something that Gyuki found surprising. Naruto raised his eyebrows in confusion, while he was happy to hear that his Uchiha family wouldn't have to go to war and risk their lives, which brought a question to his mind. "Why?" B grinned and crossed his legs. "Let's just say it is a debt my brother and I have to the Yellow Flash and the Red Death." Naruto understood that he meant his father and mother but didn't say aloud. Despite promising not to start a war, he still didn't exactly know Killer B. Therefore he just nodded his head in appreciation. "I appreciate it," Naruto said. While this was happening, both Gyuki and Kurama were having a conversation that neither Naruto nor B heard. "The kid? I saw his palms. He's the one?" Gyuki asked, still wanting to be 100% sure that he wasn't dreaming. "Indeed he is, I have seen him being able to talk with Ashura and Indra. He has already awakened the Rinnegan, but he's not strong enough to hold it for long. I'm sure he will be able to use Rinnegan the moment he awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan," Kurama replied with a hint of pride in his voice. Gyuki frowned. While he hadn't spent time with the Uchiha clan, even he knew what needed to happen for Naruto to awaken it. Kurama knew it as well, but with what Itachi said when Naruto was sleeping and not mentioning subtle hints here and there, the Uchiha clan situation was not going well. But he wasn't sure what to do. He could tell Naruto, but that wouldn't help much. Naruto wasn't strong enough yet to do anything, and even if Naruto tried to use his power, that only would cause more chaos. Kurama wasn't sure what the future held, but he hoped for the best. "You know how strong he can get?" Gyuki asked. "I know, Gyuki, and Naruto has my full support. He needs my help," Kurama stated. Naruto suddenly returned to the Hokage Tower and saw many were looking at them strangely. Their fists were still connected, moving his hand away. The Raikage looked at his brother with a knowing look. He had seen him do the same with Yugito, and Konoha had only won by Juo. "You're the one who killed my shinobi?" Raikage asked, but more like a statement. Naruto turned to look at the Raikage, and to his surprise, the Raikage held no malice. He wondered what was up with people of a foreign village being more friendly towards him than most people of his village. Naruto just nodded his head, and Raikage let out a huge breath. Inoiki Yamanaka had scanned Naruto. "Your shinobi was found holding Hinata Hyuga in a bag over his shoulder," the third stated with a much more dangerous tone, his tone slightly higher, his pipe no longer on his mouth. While Inoiki didn't actually scan Naruto, the Raikage didn't need to know that part. The third wanted to show Naruto that he trusted his words, and forcing him to have his brain checked by Inoiki wouldn't help with that. Raikage said nothing but turned at the Hokage, and he took his seat. The Hokage gestures for Naruto to leave. The blonde left much to the disappointment of B. Training Yard. After leaving the Hokage Tower, he reached the training yard, and Naruto created 1,000 clones all around him. "Now, all of you will beat me up until I can't move," Naruto shouted with a fist up in the air. "Yes, sir," the clones shouted back with fists in the air. Several clones rushed at him. Naruto activated his Sharingan and jumped away. His moon started shining in dark color. Immediately he did several hand seals that were nearly impossible to trace, and he intertwined his fingers as he took a deep breath, drawing upon the chakra within his chest. "Fire style, great fire annihilation," he called out as he then unleashed a torrent of flame from his mouth. The blast of flame, so hot it was red in color, had a massive range and covered the entire training yard. The sea of flame towered everything. The very heat turned the ground into hot melted rock. The same air sizzled from the heat as the clones began a counterattack. Several clones jumped forward and synchronized their chakra. Suten, Suijin Heki, water release, water wall. In response to Naruto's sea of flame, a massive amount of water was expelled from the clones to meet his attack. Superheated flames met cold water, and the effect was explosive. The temperature change caused the air to suddenly expand and contract and unleash a shockwave that threw the nearby clones off their feet before a massive screen of steam obscured their view. Then Naruto himself rushed through the mist and was completely unaffected by the sheer heat, and he got right into the sea of clones. Startled, many of the clones rushed to attack him from all sides. His Sharingan seemed to glow as his eyes darted back and forth and read their movements. Predicting their entire method of attack, he sidestepped the slash from a clone with ease, grasped his wrist and kicked upward to break his elbow and force him to drop the sword he was carrying. He grabbed the sword before it hit the ground and spun and slashed the blade into the shoulder of another clone that tried to stab him from behind with a kunai, and then Naruto kicked him away. "Who wants to dance?" Several clones rushed forward and tossed several shurikens at the Uchiha, who effortlessly blocked with his stolen sword and ran at them before they could counterattack and beheaded them with a single slash of his stolen blade. Their bodies puffed immediately. Like a demented dance, Naruto cut a swath of death and destruction through the clone army without even taking a single scratch. Like a twisted dance, the Uchiha spun, dodged and sidestepped attacks while deftly landing devastating blows. Another clone, in desperation, then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag in it, and Naruto then caught the kunai in midair with a finger and slapped the paper bomb onto an unfortunate clone and kicked him into the crowd. He desperately tried to take it off, but the bomb exploded, destroying several clones while he jumped into the smoke and destroyed several others. Another clone jumped at him when Naruto jumped high in the air, his hand signs, his Sharingan shining. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive ball of fire collided with the ground, causing a huge explosion that threw the clones everywhere. The shockwave ripped apart trees. Naruto calculated that less than half were left. He landed on the ground and waited as the clones rushed towards him. Later, the training ground was desolated to wasteland, smoke coming out of several places around the battlefield. Rocks and earth itself was red and glowing in several areas. Naruto was lying on the ground, his limbs spread, his chest rising up and down. After defeating his clones, he created 1,000 more clones and used only cold weapons, no jutsu and no Sharingan. Kurama was refueling him with chakra since Naruto had decided to train harsher than ever before. "Kurama, that guy B, He can use Hachibi's chakra to the fullest, right? Naruto asked thoughtfully, and he noticed the chakra of B. Despite being a friend with Kurama from the very beginning, Gyuki's whole chakra was freely moving around B's chakra network. Indeed he can. I haven't seen him, but if I had to guess, he might be able to control all tails worth of chakra and even transform into Gyuki, Kurama replied, thinking that it might be about time to start training Naruto in how to use his chakra. Naruto figured that he might need to use Kurama's chakra, of course only with his permission. "Kurama, would you allow me to train in controlling your chakra?" Naruto requested. "You can, brat, but we will start with only one tail. Having too many tails immediately might be an overdrive even for the likes of you," Kurama responded, not mentioning that Naruto needed to get rid of his dark side to fully be able to use his chakra and get access to KCM, Kurama Chakra Mode. Naruto mentally thanked his furball friend for allowing him. "I can still hear your thoughts, brat. Who are you calling a furball?" After 1 month. Naruto was looking outside the window. It had been 3 weeks since the Kumo team had left. Itachi told him that Reikage admitted the order and took full responsibility for it. In return, Hokage wouldn't spread the word, and Kumo wouldn't be shamed in the process. Reikage signed an agreement to be a neutral friendship, and it meant they weren't enemies but neither allies. Much to his surprise, Reikage had asked about Naruto and if it would be alright to develop their friendship in the near future. Sadly, in that part, Hiruzen had ordered all his Anbu except Shikako to leave. Whatever offer Reikage suggested, no one knew. Naruto didn't ask them. While he stayed in the village, B would spend every day with the little blonde, much to his happiness. "I have another friend." Naruto thought happy. Much to young Uzumaki's surprise, B told him about a girl named Yugito. Apparently, she was the Jinchuriki of Two Tails Cat. When B mentioned her, Kurama had started grumbling. Naruto was walking around the Konoha streets with B, the blonde, of course, could feel at least 7 Anbu following them from the shadows, and he could tell one of them was Shisui, who was staying in guard all the time, especially when B sometimes would slap his back in a friendly manner. "So, Naruto, do you know any place worth visiting?" B asked with a carefree tone. Usually, he would try rapping, but Naruto was only a kid and probably wouldn't understand half of his words. B couldn't help but notice the glares coming from the civilians. Some were glaring at him, most probably they had heard about what Kumo tried to do to the Hyuga heiress, but much to his surprise, almost everyone was glaring at the little ball of sunshine walking beside him. B felt terrible for him. It didn't take long to realize that Naruto wasn't living with anyone. And if people glared at him every single day like this, he wondered how this would affect him, or maybe it has already affected him. "Ichiraku Ramen is a good restaurant, they make the best ramen in the world," Naruto stated. "Then let's go, little blonde, lead the way," B shouted with his fist up in the air. After eating, Naruto figured B might like the shops around the village, perhaps buy a souvenir or something, or purchase extra weird glasses. Both Naruto and B spent the entire day together. Naruto was busy telling him about his life. By half of the day, B started teaching him the art of rapping. At first, Naruto was skeptical but decided to listen to him. At the end of the day, Naruto could sing something. B called it progress and promised to teach more in the future. "Tell me, young sunshine, have you thought to start training and controlling Kyuubi's chakra?" B asked with a low tone. "Not yet, Kurama says I will start once I'm ready," according to him, Naruto replied. "In that case, let me give you a few tips. First, the hardest tail to control will always be the first, in your case, the 4th and the 9th tail. Once you control the first tail, you can easily go up to 3 tails, but 4 tails are where it gets tricky. Going from 3 to 4 tails is much harder than going from 0 to 3. Second advice, since Kurama is your friend, we'll make it a bit easier not to go berserk, but don't think that won't happen, so don't go overboard. Third, only try in a secured environment. Fourth, think of good memories whenever you try to use an extra tail." B finished, and they bumped their fists. "Thank you, B-sensei," Naruto said smiling. Naruto remembered the day with a smile, and B promised to meet again as soon as possible. Reikage had taken a week to make a deal with the Hokage, whatever that meant. The blonde just hoped that the Hokage wouldn't force him into anything. Now soon, the academy would start. Naruto wasn't that much looking forward to it, but he figured he could make new friends. To save Hinata Hyuga, her mother and father visited his home one day. They were both surprised to see an actual clear home with nothing on the carpet or just in a mess. Both had personally thanked him and told him that Hyuga clan would always be there for him if he ever needed anything. Naruto said that it had been nothing and he just protected someone when they needed help. Hiyashi also told him that Hinata would be in the same year as him in the academy. Naruto just nodded his head at that, and they soon left home. Just like that, a year passed away. Naruto slowly reached 7 years old and 1 year spent in the academy. After 1 year, a 7-year-old Naruto was making his way to the academy. He looked forward to spending time with the brains of the school, Shikamaru. With a smile on his face, he turned around and saw trees with red leaves in the Uchiha compound. The leaves were falling in the ground. He couldn't help but feel dread suddenly. Almost as if something will soon happen, deciding to ignore it, he kept walking towards the academy. From a tree, one Uchiha Shisui looked down at his little brother with concern. "This is why I'm doing this." A reincarnation arc is completed. Next is Pain and Lose arc chapter 13, The Good Times. Love is a poison. A sweet poison, yes, but it will kill you all the same. Naruto. He made his way towards the academy. He still remembered the first day. Thankfully Shikamaru and Choji were there. He thought back to the first day of the academy a year ago. Inside, Naruto found that he was the third person to arrive. Looking over towards the back, he saw a boy with an oversized green jacket and sunglasses. He must be shy or something to hide in a jacket like that, Naruto thought. By the window, he looked over the other occupant, a raven-haired boy in a navy blue shirt and tan shorts with a fan symbol on his back, so the emo had decided to grace us with his presence. Taking a seat in the middle of the classroom, he waited for everyone else to arrive. Meanwhile, he went through his backpack to make sure he had all of his books and utensils. Kids started to rush in, not wanting to be late for the first day. Sitting in the same booth as him to his right was a dark-haired boy with a ponytail that oddly resembled a pineapple, looking like he just woke up for the first time in his life. Next to him and further down in the rightmost spot was a chubby kid with swirls on his cheeks happily munching on what he guessed was barbecue chips if the smell was anything to go by. Looking up from his row mates, he saw a man in standard chunin clothing with a horizontal scar along his nose. Iruka cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "Welcome to your first day at the academy. My name is Iruka Umino, and I will be your sensei until you graduate. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam and taking the first steps in becoming a leaf shinobi. Note, however, that it only gets harder from here. Today will be an introduction day with several tests." Some of the students started to groan. Iruka shot them all a glare. "As I was saying, several tests to see where everyone's at." After explaining the daily schedule for normal academy days and the tests they will be doing today, Iruka starts passing around the written tests to everyone. Iruka looks to see if everyone has a test and nods to himself. "Okay, you will have 1 hour to complete this to the best of your knowledge. The test goes over information that was in the textbook you were given 2 weeks ago after the entrance exam. Begin." Naruto picked up his pencil and started on his test. After looking over the questions, he smiled to himself. It seemed as though all that reading paid off. After Iruka called for everyone to hand in their test, Naruto nodded, happy with his answers. Iruka organized the stack of papers before he noticed that it was time for lunch. "Now you all are dismissed for lunch, and you have 1 hour to be back here, don't be late." Naruto followed the other students outside to the lunch area. Looking around for a spot to eat, he decided to sit under a tree that didn't have anyone nearby. He opened his bag that had his lunch inside, and he had prepared a homemade sandwich with steak, followed by tomatoes that he didn't like much, but Mikoto-chan told him many times that he needed to eat all kinds of vegetables and fruits. The 2 people Naruto sat next to in the classroom walked up to him as he opened his bag. "Hi, my name is Choji, this is Shikamaru. Can we sit with you?" A smiling Choji asks while gesturing to the bored-looking Shikamaru next to him. "Hello, I'm Naruto, you can sit if you want," Naruto said while internally happy that they wanted to eat with him. "So, what did you two think about the test?" asked Naruto. He was curious if he was the only one to read over the textbook before class. "I thought it was too troublesome, so I just finished as fast as I could and took a nap," Shikamaru said lazily. This caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "I have seen old people with more pep in them than this guy." Naruto looks over to a chuckling Choji expectantly. "Well, it was okay. I don't think I failed," Choji said shyly. Lunch turned into a comfortable silence as the 3 boys ate. "Okay, everyone, lunch is over." The shout came from Iruka. Going back to his seat, he looks at his sensei expectantly for whatever is next. "Now, we will spend the rest of the day in the training ground to finish the rest of the tests," Iruka said before leading the students to the academy training ground. The academy training ground wasn't anything special, and it had a variety of targets, a running track and an obstacle course for the older students to do. "Okay, everyone, We will start with shuriken and kunai throwing. You will be graded and ranked, so take this seriously," instructed Iruka, eyeing some of the students that didn't look all that interested. Naruto watched everyone go up and take their test. Naruto noticed that nobody got higher than 1 or 2 hits so far, and those were the clan children. "Uchiha Sasuke," called Iruka. Sasuke walked up and took his stance before he started throwing his shuriken. He surprised everyone by getting 4/10 on shuriken and kunai, causing some of the girls to blush at his coolness when he just turned around and walked off without saying a word. "Uzumaki Naruto," called Iruka, startling him out of his thoughts. He walks up to the post and picks up some shuriken, taking a breath and letting them fly like he has been practicing. Throwing the shuriken like he's been practicing, Naruto had a huge grin, having hit 10/10 shuriken. Looking over at Iruka-sensei, he sees a surprising look as Iruka wrote on his clipboard. Naruto grabs the kunai and hits 10/10 again. Happy at having the best score, he turned to look at the rest of the class. The guys were kind of put off at a kid being so much better than them, and the girls were all looking at him with awe. Beating Sasuke, who is an Uchiha, it was just unbelievable. He must be a prodigy. I know, beating an Uchiha on the first day. Plus, he is kinda cute with the whiskers. Naruto blushed at the last one. He walked over to Shikamaru, who was eyeing him differently than before, and a frowning Sasuke who looked like someone just stole his candy. "What did you think of that, Shikamaru? Not too bad, huh?" Shikamaru just looked at him for another second before turning away, deeming the situation troublesome. Sasuke steps forward not to be shown up by some nobody. "Don't get used to it. I will beat you in taijutsu for sure," challenged Sasuke. He's going to be number 1 like his older brother before him. Naruto, grinning as crazy, looked at Sasuke. "I don't think so. I have been training since I was a kid, and I'm gonna be the best," said Naruto confidently. Sasuke just brushed it off and waited for the taijutsu spars to start, knowing the last names they would be paired with. He would show the nobody then. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto's words. They were only 6 years old, and he talked as if he was at least 10 years old. After what Iruka thought was above-average accuracy results for first-day students, he flipped the page on his clipboard. "Now we will start on the paired sparring. When I call your names to come up and get into your stance, all styles are permitted, family or otherwise. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, you two are up," Iruka called out, and he would never admit to favoring any student over another. But he was excited to see this match. Walking up to the ring, Naruto got into the loose stance for the style he's been practicing. Sasuke got into his stance, which Naruto noticed was like Itachi's style. After hearing Iruka shout "begin," Naruto rushes in at Sasuke. Sasuke was taken off guard at how fast the blonde was. He barely avoided the punch to his face and went for a leg sweep. Naruto vaulted over Sasuke and kicked him in the back, making him stumble forward. Naruto uses the opportunity to rush Sasuke. Sasuke, who was regaining his balance from being kicked, rolled back to get to his feet and charged at Naruto. Both engaged in an impressive bout of taijutsu. Naruto saw an opening and sunk his fist into Sasuke's stomach, making him double over. Naruto follows up with a kick, knocking Sasuke back and onto his back, then rushes over and points a kunai in Sasuke's face. "Enough. Winner Naruto," called out an impressed Iruka. Walking back over to the class and Iruka-sensei, Naruto notices the girls and the guys were surprised that someone could beat Sasuke. The Uchiha are usually the best in taijutsu, and Naruto took him down on the first day of class. Whispers were heard, "Man, shuriken jutsu and now taijutsu, this kid has to be some kind of prodigy, no way he isn't." One civilian boy said to another, both nodding, "Wow, I mean wow, he beat Sasuke-kun so easily, what a handsome guy." A blonde-haired girl in purple said to a wide pink-haired girl who just shook her head repeatedly. "Okay, everyone, that is all for today. You can head home, the test results will be given back tomorrow," said Iruka, looking at Naruto a little longer than the others. Hokage's office. Iruka stood in front of the third Hokage going through his report. To be expected from a class with most of the clan heirs, they did better than average. However, one Naruto Uzumaki stood out from the rest. He scored 10/10 on both shuriken and kunai and beat Sasuke Uchiha in taijutsu. Also, his test score on the written exam this morning was quite surprising in that he knew most of the material. The only person that came close was a civilian girl by the name of Sakura Haruno. "He has the makings of a genius, we should keep an eye on him, possibly even putting him in a higher grade to give him more of a challenge," reported Iruka. The third nodded to himself. "Where would you put his performance compared to the other years?" The third was curious about the little blonde talent and whether or not he should be moved up yet. I would say here's 2 or 3 possibilities, and we won't know for sure until we cover more material," answered Iruka. Hiruzen nodded, "Okay," dismissed. With a quick "Hokage-sama," Iruka left. Taking out his crystal ball and watching a certain blonde boy read a book while eating dinner, and sighed, "If he continues like this, people will put 2 and 2 together. He is pretty much a clone of his father, and if word spreads of a spiky blonde-haired blue-eyed genius, people will find out who he is. Which is something that would be a big headache should that spread to some other countries like Iwa. I should classify his info and his parents' info on a much higher level to be safe, a good thing not too many people know anyway." The third took out his pipe and puffed on his glorious tobacco before getting back to work. Naruto went through hand seals. After ending in the snake seal, he called out, "Earth release, Earth-style wall." A massive wall of solid earth shot up from the ground before him. Proud of his now 5th master jutsu, Naruto started reminiscing about his time in the academy so far. Naruto's shuriken jutsu has gotten to a level that stationary targets weren't even difficult anymore. He's starting to practice wire techniques, something that only the most skilled in shuriken jutsu learn. In taijutsu, Naruto hasn't learned any new styles. He still relies on the Uchiha style form and the unnamed style from the book he was given from Itachi. Naruto has made alterations to both styles to fit his small body, albeit average for his age. He changed the style to focus heavily on speed and counterattacks. Genjutsu Naruto can say he is at the top of his class, but he doesn't know anything other than the Sharingan Genjutsu. Naruto was disappointed to find that in the academy library, only Genjutsu theory was covered. He would have to wait until he was a Genin to make any headway in the illusion department. In ninjutsu, Naruto's most pleased with his progress. After receiving the scroll of jutsu from Itachi, he added 5 new jutsu, which he had just mastered last one. The others include the water release, jet stream. This jutsu has many forms, a wide cone of water to a concentrated stream. The more chakra, the further the range. Fire release, flame bullet. This was a smaller version of the Uchiha's famous fireball jutsu. Wind release, wind bullets, another chakra-dependent jutsu in that the more chakra fed into the technique, the more bullets produced and the stronger they would be. Lastly is his favorite jutsu so far, lightning release, lightning stream. The user would extend 2 fingers after condensing lightning chakra and release it all at once in a stream. It was mostly a stunning jutsu, but with enough chakra and control, it could pierce or even kill. Right now, Naruto put his hand on his pocket to see the kunai Shisui had gifted him for his birthday, and Mikado made the sweater he was wearing. Just the thought of the last winter put a smile on his face. Naruto knew this was how family felt like, and he would give it all to protect them. The snow had started for 5 weeks now. Naruto stood in his apartment. Thankfully the fire was ablaze in the fireplace, and it was warm despite the minus temperature outside. Naruto couldn't help but just look at the snow as it was falling. He didn't know why, but it was very relaxing. Naruto also knew the new year would be today, therefore, a lot of celebrations will be around the hidden leaf. Thankfully the new year would distract the people, and Naruto found it this day as the only few days when he could go outside without anyone glaring at him. Naruto gently touched the new jacket he was wearing. Mikoto-chan had bought it for him this birthday. Itachi had given him 2 fire jutsu scrolls. As he kept looking at the snow outside, he suddenly felt 2 chakras right outside his door. A huge smile erupted on his face like a volcano. "Guess who it is?" Shisui asked from behind the door. Itachi rolled his eyes and was about to knock when the door opened, and Naruto jumped at him like an arrow and hugged him. "Nissan," he shouted in joy. Itachi smiled and gave Shisui a look. "I told you so," and the other Uchiha grunted. "So you love him more than me, you wound me Naruto," Shisui said, whipping away an imaginary tear from his face and his right hand on his heart. Both Itachi and Naruto chuckled. The young blonde pulled away and turned to look at Shisui. "Well, Itachi is my Nissan, and you're like an uncle," Naruto stated with a smirk on his face. This caused dark clouds to suddenly appear at the top of Shisui's head and started raining only at him despite the cold temperature. "An uncle. An uncle," Shisui repeated, hugging his legs with a low tone of despair. Both Itachi and Naruto sweat dropped at the behavior of the Uchiha prodigy. Naruto thought about where the clouds even came from and could have sworn that he heard a voice inside his head. Just like Hashirama, is he secretly a senju? Naruto didn't know where the voice came from and decided to ignore it. "Just joking around, Shisui, of course, you're my big brother." This caused Shisui to suddenly stand up and put his hand around his neck and rub his spiky hair with his other hand. "You little brat," Shisui said jokingly, rubbing his hair much to the annoyance of Naruto, who was desperately trying to escape the grasp of Shisui. Itachi smiled and could see a slight smile on Naruto's face despite his mouth saying something else. "Now Naruto, today is a celebration, Mother wants you to celebrate with us," Itachi said, hoping the little blonde would accept despite his little brother having a tendency to talk shit to Naruto for whatever reason. Naruto thought to say no since he didn't want to cause any trouble, but he decided to spend this day with his two big brothers despite his better judgment. "Fine," he said before pointing an accusing finger at Shisui. "But if this one throws snowballs at me when I'm not looking, I will kick both of your butts until we reach the Uchiha compound," Naruto said with a half-joking tone. Shisui, when he heard his demand, hit a snowball behind his back and grinned innocently at Naruto. "Naruto, why would I ever do such a thing?" Shisui said, whipping away imaginary tears with his free hands. Before Naruto could respond, a snowball hit his blonde hair with Shisui grinning and immediately ran away. "Good luck Itachi," he said while running. Before the Uchiha prodigy could understand why Shisui said that, he saw Naruto making the biggest snowball. "Haha, bye," Itachi said, running with Naruto hot on his trail. "Come back here, both of you," Naruto demanded and started a chase of cat and mouse. Naruto found Shisui and hit him behind his back. This blonde ran away with Shisui chasing him holding two snowballs in his hand. "Come back here, sunshine, I just want to play," Shisui demanded playfully. Naruto grinned madly. With his sensor, he quickly found Itachi hiding at the top of a pole. Naruto dodged a snowball that hit Itachi in the face. Itachi glared at both of them before chasing them around like crazy. "Come back, both of you, right now," Itachi demanded as he threw snowballs at both of them. After 1 hour of chasing each other around the village, they stopped playing, with Naruto grinning and raising 9 fingers from his hands. "Only 9 times, you lose Shisui," he said, causing him to pout before he started rubbing his blonde hair. Naruto laughed and tried to move his hand away. Later, around 5 p.m., people had started hanging around the village, visiting restaurants and many different shops. Naruto reached the Uchiha compound, both his brothers standing at his side, but Naruto couldn't help but notice the small glares coming at him, but this time they were different. He had seen hateful eyes his whole life, but these eyes were different. Naruto just couldn't put it together why it felt different. The blonde decided to ignore them and was happy to know Shisui was spending the day with them. Since Shisui was an orphan, he had decided to spend the night with Itachi's family. PSS, Naruto the blonde turned to his right to see Shisui gesturing for him to walk closer. Itachi ignored them. "Hey Naruto, tonight, our Itachi is inviting a lady friend. You as a little brother should 100% try to support him to make a move." Naruto's eyes widened at his eyes, and he couldn't stop but look at Itachi in surprise. "Her name is Izumi. When she arrives, make sure to tell her how much our innocence Itachi talks about her when she isn't around," Shisui whispered with his arm around the blonde's neck. Naruto had no idea that this Izumi even existed, he just nodded his head despite having no idea what actually to say to her. Shisui grinned and patted his back and started acting as if nothing was said, much to Itachi's annoyance who had a guess. "Home. Kachan, I'm home," Itachi said, followed closely by Naruto. Shisui had left saying he needed to do something first. "Itachi-kun, oh Naruto-kun, is good to have you here," Mikoto said, smiling, walking towards them before Naruto could process it. Mikoto hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. "Is good to have you here, Naruto-kun," she whispered and pulled away and walked back. Naruto smiled, walking inside, he saw Sasuke was reading a scroll laid on the table in front of him. He turned and saw Itachi. "Itachi, can you show me tomorrow how to do the flower fire jutsu?" Sasuke asked. The smile on Itachi's face faded slightly. The older Uchiha told Sasuke to come with them to play snowballs, but Sasuke had refused, saying that he needed to get stronger to show how much stronger the Uchiha clan was. "Maybe Sasuke, you should enjoy it today and play. You shouldn't see each day you live as a test." Sasuke pouted before his eyes hardened at noticing the blonde, who this time didn't bother with him but just went to the kitchen. After helping Mikoto-chan with the biscuits and other desserts, Naruto was mixing something that he wasn't sure what. "Thank you for helping Naruto-kun, you are really good at cooking, just like," she stopped mid-sentence, knowing what she almost had said. The cage had specifically told her and a few others that he would tell Naruto the truth when he thinks that he's ready. Naruto, of course, knew. "Like who?" Like your mother, your face is just like hers but the hair and eyes of your father," Mikoto said, feeling tears developing in her eyes. "Thank you, no one tells me about them, I appreciate it," And I'm thankful for everything that you did for me, Naruto said, smiling. You can call me Ka-chan when we're alone, Naruto. I don't mind, Mikado said, rubbing his blonde hair. Naruto hides his face away from her and whips away the tears. Thank you for loving me, he mentally said. 9 p.m. Naruto was sitting on the couch chatting with Shisui about something. Fugaku had arrived early today and spoke something with Itachi and Sasuke when a knock was heard on the door. Come in, Fugaku said, but Itachi stood up immediately to open the door, but the door opened, revealing a girl around Itachi's age, long dark hair. Naruto had to admit that his brother had chosen quite a beautiful one. Izumi-chan, is good to have you here, Itachi said, smiling and blushing slightly, much to the amusement of both Naruto and Shisui, who were grinning like crazy. Oh, how are you doing, Izumi-chan? Mikado said, winking at Itachi's face, whose face turned red in embarrassment. Mikado welcomed Izumi inside and made sure that Itachi was sitting right beside her. Naruto, at this point, was barely holding his laughter. The big brother who he thought was invincible was completely defenseless. Even the stoic Sasuke looked amused by what was happening with his brother. Soon Fugaku brought a gift for Itachi and Sasuke. For Itachi, he gave him a scroll with a rank on the top, while for Sasuke, he gave him several kunai and shurikens that weren't real sharp but mostly for target practice. Naruto was happy when Mikado brought him a little box, much to his surprise. Open it. Naruto opened it to find a red scarf that was perfect for him. Do you like it? Thank you so much, Naruto said, smiling like never before. While this happened, Shisui looked at his little brother's happy face, and he remembered the most important thing in this world again. Almost 12 a.m. Naruto was outside, standing just looking at the sky, the snow falling on his face. He heard footsteps. He turned his head to see Shisui sitting close to him. Beautiful night. Indeed, I wish this moment would never end, Naruto said, melancholy. Shisui turned to him and put his hand on his shoulder. I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother. Shisui gave him a side hug. At the other side of the house, Itachi stood with Izumi watching the snow falling. I really liked your family, Itachi, she said, grabbing his hand and intervening her fingers with his. Before Itachi could say anything, Izumi brought her lips to his. Today. As Naruto walked inside the academy, he felt a cold shiver around his whole body. He turned around but didn't see anyone and couldn't feel anyone. Shisui was looking from a far distance, and his eyes became Mangekyo. I will protect my home and family, even if it results to this chapter 14, an eye for an eye. Hokage office. Itachi-san. How are you? Not well, Lord Third. The clan is dead set on their plans. I fear within a year at most they'll revolt. Hiruzen lost his smile. This was serious. He didn't want this to happen. He really truly cared for the Uchiha, no doubt about that. One of his best friends had been an Uchiha. This would only spell disaster for everyone. Anything that we can do? At this stage in the game, I'm doubtful. Hiruzen looked down. However, he looked into Itachi's once more. Shisui told me that if all else had failed, he had a plan. I trust him. Bring him in tomorrow. Hi. Next day, Hokage meeting room. The following day, in the room, when Itachi and Shisui both appeared, they noticed Hiruzen and the village elders. Danzo being to Hiruzen's right, with the other two, Homura and Koharu, to the left. Thank you for coming. Before we begin, can you please brief the elders on the situation? Shisui and Itachi gave them a rundown on the situation. They looked shocked and worried, except for Danzo. He seemed to have known all along in some way. He couldn't be behind it all, could he? Hiruzen, I've told you from the beginning. The Uchiha are not to be trusted. It was only a matter of time before a coup took place. Danzo. How dare you? Do you forget that one of our closest friends was Kagami Uchiha? Hiruzen said in defense of the Uchiha clan. They are the few versus the many. They truly valued the village over the clan. However, the Uchiha now can't be trusted. We must strike first and take them all out. Danzo retorted, the Uchiha clan needed to go, they were a danger to the hidden left village. Danzo, enough of this. I will not strike a leaf ally. Hiruzen responded with a slightly higher tone and slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. You're too soft, Hiruzen, Danzo said in disgust. Lord Third, if I may, Shisui said, interjected before things could go south. What is it, Shisui? Please tell me you have a plan. Hiruzen almost pleaded to Shisui. Enough, Hiruzen. Don't listen to this Uchiha, and we must strike. Silence. Go ahead, Shisui. Hiruzen ordered with a glare. Shisui's mind went back to his promise to Naruto, and he knew his little brother would be devastated if anything happened to them. I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother. Shisui gave him a side hug. I can stop the coup. In 5 days, they will gather the clan. I will use my Konoha Matsukami on Fugaku-sama, and he will end the revolt. What? How? Danzo asked with narrowed eyes. My Konoha Matsukami is a special genjutsu, the strongest there is. I can activate on someone and practically control them. I can alter memories or fabricate new ones. I would make him believe that he no longer wants the revolt and plan for peace. He would never know, he would think it's what he always wanted out of his own free will. The entire room gasped in shock. The implications and use of such jutsu were absolutely crazy. This was pretty much the pinnacle of genjutsu. Danzo narrowed his eyes even more as he didn't trust such jutsu in the hands of an Uchiha. Hiruzen gained hope that maybe this could work while the elders were caught in the middle. Itachi looked at Shisui in concern. He knew from what Shisui said what the cost was, and even if that wasn't an issue, it must hurt knowing that you were just controlling somebody to your will. Shisui had his eyes closed as he thought about what he had just suggested, but there was no other choice. This had to be done. Very well, Shisui, I will allow you to do this. Hiruzen agreed with hope in his heart. Perhaps the war could be avoided. Hiruzen, you can't be serious. Enough, Danzo. The third roared, and his ki released, causing uneasy feelings to everyone. Hi. Thank you, Sundaime-sama, Shisui said with a bow from his kneeling position. 5 days, in 5 days, the revolt will be over, and they can be peaceful within the village. Naruto wouldn't have to live through civil war, and he could still have his family. In 5 days, everything could be over, and they can continue being happy together. Itachi, Naruto, Izumi, Hiruzen, they can all be together secured in 5 days. Shisui had thought to take Naruto to live with them once he becomes a Jonin. He's already strong enough to be a Chunin. Shisui and Itachi were walking together and had been silent for a while. They didn't really know how to feel. Things would end in 5 days, but also Shisui would carry the guilt of knowing that he's manipulated someone's mind to his will. Shisui. Are you sure? Yes, Itachi. If I do this, the revolt is over. We can live in peace together within the village. Naruto won't have to live through civil war, and we can all be a family. You, Izumi, Naruto, it's for you guys. Shisui. Listen, friend, don't worry, okay? I got this, Shisui said smiling. I'm going to go see Naruto's progress on the genjutsu. See you around, Itachi. If it's for you too, I'll do anything. No matter the cost. 5 days later. Shisui woke up. These 5 days had been torturous, despite hiding it as much as possible. His favorite blonde somehow knew he was under pressure. Naruto asked him every day why he was sad and leaving out negative emotions. Shisui, of course, knew of his ability to feel the emotions of others. The Uchiha had tried to surpass them as much as possible, but all that seemed pointless when it came to hiding it from the likes of Naruto. Shisui, of course, had just avoided answering his questions or had tried to change the subject. The Uchiha knew that Naruto could see through his lies, and it hurts to lie to him. 1 hour before clan meeting. Lord Danzo, you wanted to meet me? Danzo stood in front of him and nodded. He looked at him impassively and just internally judged the Uchiha in front of him. How do you know this will work? The genjutsu can't just be broken, and it would only end or change on my choice. Even if I died, the jutsu would remain active. Shisui responded with slightly narrowed eyes. Yes, but what of the other Uchiha? Surely there are many that would revolt regardless. How can you be sure of that? How can you be sure that in the future, the same situation won't happen again? What do you mean? Shisui asked back, his chakra on his foot, ready for anything unexpected. Let's say it works out now, what's to stop the clan in the future from following the same path down the road? It got here once, even if you stop Fugaku, the generation has already decided to take action. What stops them? Fugaku-sama will. They'll listen to him. I doubt that. As such, I believe I shall take your eyes and keep them in my safekeeping. Danzo lunged at Shisui, trying to take an eye from him. Forgive me, Koto and Matsukami. Shisui began walking away from Danzo when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the gut and kick to the chest out of nowhere. The hell? He saw Danzo appear in front of him, and he was extremely confused at this. He also noticed that he felt strange now, like he was getting weaker and weaker. Danzo. came at him again, attempting to get an eye, and Shisui's eyes widened. Danzo came so fast, there was no time. He was about to get his eye when suddenly a green aura came and then threw Danzo back. "Susanoo," Shisui said, and the ribcage formed around him, shielding him from Danzo and saving his eyes. He noticed his weakness coming more and more, so he had to flee. He shunsen into the forest. 12 Rudanbu appeared by Danzo. "Go get the eyes. Don't kill him. He won't get far with the poison in his system." Shisui blocked a slash aimed for his neck by Foundation members in a bear mask. He shunsen away again to gain distance, trying his best to maintain his lead. Just now he noticed blood coming out of his stomach wound. When? Shisui thought and remembered when Danzo first attacked. A flurry of kunai flew towards him, and he deflected them all with his kunai. Landing on a branch, he was soon forced to shunsen again as a brace of shuriken thudded into the tree. "This can't go on. I'll have to take them out," Shisui thought desperately as he returned fire with his own kunai. Another agent rushed at him, engaging Shisui in a fierce taijutsu match with flashing kunai blades. Shisui unsheathed his tanto in a brief battle opening and decapitated the agent who was battling him. An agent wearing a bird mask ambushed him from the left with another kunai, slashing Shisui across his left arm and throwing down a poison bomb as he went. In another shunsen, Shisui stabbed the masked bird agent through the throat, leaving him choking on his blood as Shisui fled. Landing on another branch, Shisui stumbled and fell to the forest floor below as his vision wavered and his legs weakened. He felt shaky and began coughing violently. "Shit. I must have inhaled some of that poison. And who knows what exactly was on that kunai blade." The root agents surrounded him again. The captain gestured to his squad, and one by one, they all raised kunai with explosive tags tied to them. "Aim for the legs, don't damage anything above the neck," came the cold-hearted order. His agents nodded, swiftly sending the kunai flying at Shisui from all directions. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up into the air and settled over the forest. The captain gestured to his subordinates, they nodded and separated to search for Shisui's body parts. Suddenly a shower of bright green projectiles thudded into 3 agents. The smoke cleared, revealing a standing Shisui who was engulfed by a giant fiery green humanoid figure in a tengu mask. The figure appeared to have its chest cage opened, ribs on stark display, with a bright red matagama in the middle of its chest. Shisui panted as his Susanoo slowly disappeared from existence, leaving him defenseless once more. One of the agents broke off from the formation and engaged Shisui as the captain, and the last remaining member hung back and started preparing a jutsu together. Unexpectedly the single agent engaging Shisui fell with a kunai through the back of his neck. One fireball blasted into the remaining root agents, charring them alive, not even leaving time to shout. "Shisui! Are you okay?" A worried shout came from the other side of the clearing. Itachi came running out of the forest towards Shisui, and he hurried to support Shisui as he collapsed. "Huff, thanks, man. How did you know I needed help? And sorry for the trouble. You didn't show up in the gathering. I left and sensed that your chakra signature was in distress. I arrived to see your technique disappear," Itachi replied as he hovered over Shisui with a basic diagnostic jutsu. He frowned in worry. Shisui had been poisoned with a fast-acting agent that Itachi doubted anyone aside from Tsunade had the skill to remove. "Shisui, you don't have much longer left. But we can go to the hospital." Shisui shook his head. "We're going to our spot at the Naka River. There's something I must tell you urgently." He then disappeared in a shunsen. The Naka River was indeed a spectacular sight in the setting sun. The beautiful pink rays of light played off the tops of the trees surrounding the valley of the Naka River, and the water was a beautiful blue that rushed cheerfully along. The river looked like a painting rendered masterfully by a professional artist. Unfortunately, this beautiful sight was lost upon the 2 shinobi that had just arrived. Itachi appeared at the Naka River to a coughing Shisui. Itachi started a basic healing technique on his friend to at least ease the pain. Shisui panted as he looked at Itachi with worried and drawn expressions. He laughed. "Don't make these worried faces at me. I believe in you to carry on for me in my place." "Itachi, the Koto Amatsukami plan has failed. Danzo's root interfered. He doesn't trust me, and he wants my eyes for himself. He will resort to anything to protect the hidden leaf. They'll probably be coming for my eyes again." Itachi stoically watched Shisui remove his own eyes. Holding out a hand to them, "Please, keep my eyes safe. I believe in you. Itachi, I will be giving you great power. You'll need it in the coming days. Please protect Konoha in my stead." Itachi gasped, "Shisui. You can." Shisui patted Itachi on the shoulder. "I'm not going to last much longer anyway, take it as my dying wish." As he started coughing blood, his palm on his mouth filled with blood and dripping on the grass. Speechless, Itachi could only gaze at his friend with a stricken expression on his face. Shisui smiled at them blindly. "Come on, even like this, I can tell the face you are making. Don't look so worried, Itachi, everything will be fine." Itachi sadly took the eyes in his hand, drawing a seal on his arm with Shisui's blood and sealing it away immediately. Itachi summoned a crow and implanted Shisui's eyes into it, and he lowered his head respectfully to Shisui. "I will carry on your will for the Uchiha." Shisui grasped Itachi on the shoulder again. "From now on, you may be forced to walk down a long, dark path. One that is filled with pain and suffering. I have to apologize." Shisui's grip on Itachi's shoulder tightened, "that I can't be there with you through it all. Still, I hope you don't falter from your path. And keep moving forwards as a leaf ninja. I believe in you. In you and Naruto. That is why I'm able to ask you to carry on my will." Itachi had silent tears trailing down his face as Shisui patted his shoulder. Itachi grit his teeth tightly. "Promise me to take care of Naruto. He will be alone. I know he's only a child, but I believe in him. He shall be the one to unite this world. He's special, and he will need love now more than ever." Shisui coughed even more blood, and his color skin slowly turned pale. "I will, Shisui. Naruto is my little brother just as much as Sasuke," Itachi promised and thought of how he could ever tell Naruto. Shisui laughed loudly, despite his lungs screaming in pain. He ignored it to have the last laugh with his friend and brother. Last actions complete, Shisui was relieved. He let out a short sigh. "Don't stop me." With those final damning words, Shisui smiled and stepped backwards off the cliff, disappearing into the raging waters of the Naka River silently. "Shisui," Itachi shouted, reaching for Shisui's hands. Only to fall short by inches. The figure of Shisui disappeared in the darkness. Itachi's Sharingan changed, taking the form of a three-blade shuriken. "Naruto." Smiling, he had just finished the academy for today. Naruto rushed outside, the courtyard buzzing with people. The parents had come to take their children home. At the same time, Naruto waited for either Shisui or Itachi to come. Naruto felt the wind blowing against his face as a hand touched his shoulder. Turning around, he smiled, seeing Shisui in front of him smiling. Naruto was surprised that he hadn't felt his chakra coming. "Naruto, is time." Naruto looked confused. His eyes glanced, but he couldn't see Itachi anywhere. "Time for what?" He stopped mid-sentence as Shisui kneeled and hugged him. Naruto immediately returned the hug but couldn't help but feel cold. "Shisui, are you Naruto? Promise you will live a long life." "I never said it, but you're like a little brother, and you're family to me. I have come to say goodbye. Take care of Itachi," Shisui whispered in his ear. Naruto felt his body start breathing heavily. He wanted to shout, angry, why he was talking like that. "OJ Naruto." The blonde turned his head to see Shikamaru looking at him with raised eyebrows. "You alright?" Naruto turned his head to look at Shisui but saw no one there, and his senses couldn't detect him anywhere, his eyes desperately trying to see him anywhere. The wind blew again from behind his back as leaves flew high in the sky. The blonde felt a pain on his chest, his heart beating on his chest, almost popping out, unshed tears on his eyes, his hands shaking. He kept trying to catch his breath, his hands in front of him, not feeling the warmth. "I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother." Shisu, Shisui. Itachi, tomorrow. Itachi walked inside the secret meeting of the Uchiha clan, his eyes roaming around the large room where the hidden stone of the Uchiha clan stood. His father stood in front of the stone, looking down at it. No one else was in the room. Itachi knew what the stone said. His mangekyo allowed him to read the secret text, and it sounded too good to be true. His thoughts were interrupted when his father turned to look at his son with a fully matured Sharingan. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, his muscles tensed, almost like preparing for a fight. He never believed his father would fight him, but one can never be too prepared. "Itachi, I thought you were training Naruto?" His father asked with a neutral tone, and he didn't look angry with him, much to Itachi's surprise. "He said he didn't feel good," Itachi replied, knowing Naruto's true reason for not training this time. The next thing that happened shocked Itachi to his core. His father's Sharingan changed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly everything around him changed. He saw Kurama with Sharingan destroying the village. His tails were destroying the Hokage Tower. Itachi fell on his knees, breathing heavily, cold sweat running down his forehead. Will his father truly do something like that? No, He would not allow it. Raising his head slowly, his own Mangekyo Sharingan was on full display, but to Itachi's surprise, his father didn't even flinch from his new Sharingan, almost like he was expecting it. "I didn't know you had it, father," Itachi said, still breathless. "During the war, I lost my closest friend. And is better this way, Itachi. If people of our clan knew of my Mangekyo, they would force me to use it on Naruto. I had him in my house, at my table. I could have easily used it on him, but that's not what I want," Fugaku stated with a cold tone. "Itachi, with you inside, we can take over without killing anyone. The only ones that need to die are the Hokage, and Danzo. With you we can do it without any bloodshed," his father said and stretched out his hand for Itachi to grab. Right now, Itachi was happy he hadn't told anyone about Naruto's Sharingan. He looked at his father's hand in front of him, he wanted to accept it. Uchiha clan was his family, but he closed his eyes and remembered her words. "Itachi, I love you, and I know we will be together and live in a just world," Izumi said in his ear. Standing up, Itachi closed his eyes and looked at his father with a neutral look on his face. Itachi opened his mouth to respond. Chapter 15, A Tear for Family. "We get dirty, and the world stays clean. That's the mission. Naruto." He ran as fast as he could, jumping from the tree as he approached the Uchiha compound. Naruto spread his senses as far as possible but couldn't feel Shisui or Itachi. "He's not dead, he's not dead," Naruto told himself repeatedly, sweat rolling down his cheek. He felt cold, his whole body crawling. Naruto reached the compound, his body moved on his own. He found Shisui's house, bursting inside. Shisui, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, his eyes desperately trying to find him. "Where is he? Here, where?" Naruto understood he wasn't here. He jumped away, making his way towards Itachi's house. Perhaps he's there despite not feeling him or Shisui neither there. The sun shines on his face, red leaves flying towards the sky. He shielded his face from the leaves flying on his face. Reaching the door, he opened it. "Itachi, Shisui," Naruto cried out, his eyes looking around when he heard footsteps, almost breathed in relief only to see Mikado walking downstairs. She noticed his pale face, his breathing quickening and not stopping. "Where's Shisui and Itachi?" Naruto asked immediately as she tried to approach and ask what was wrong. "I don't know, Naruto, but what's wrong?" Naruto didn't stay and immediately jumped away. He activated his Sharingan as he jumped at the top of a pole, his eyes trying to find them. Naruto swallowed a huge breath. Where? Please, where are you? Take care of Itachi." No, you're not dead." "Where?" "Naki River." Naruto immediately rushed towards the river, knowing he, Shisui and Itachi had trained there many times. Reaching it, he looked around for any sign of Shisui, the trees everywhere around him, the sound of the river rushing in his ears. Shisui. No sign as he kept his Sharingan activated. Inside, Kurama was silent, knowing what Naruto wanted to refuse. "Naruto, he's..." "Shut up," Naruto yelled at his friend. Kurama always supported him. "No, Shisui can't be dead." Naruto ran to the top. From there, he could see very far, his eyes searching around, nothing but trees and rocks. "Shisui." Naruto turned his head downwards at the bottom, where the waterfall ended. He noticed something, jumping down, the tiny bits of water hitting his face as he reached the bottom. There he saw a body lying at the shore. Naruto swallowed, he felt his body freeze. He closed his eyes tightly, enough to hurt, his breathing rate increasing, his heart hitting his chest like a hammer, his hands and legs shaking. Naruto didn't know how, but he found himself walking towards it. Soon he reached the body lying on his belly, his right hand on the mud and his left hand still beneath the water. His hand moved on its own, rolling the body to face him. No. Itachi, Ni-san, help. "Kurama, you can help him," Naruto shouted, his hand touching his neck, desperately trying to find a pulse. "Naruto, I'm really sore." "No, shut up. He can't be," he promised, "he can't be." Naruto fell on his knees, he closed and opened his eyes. Shisui still there. "Big brother, please. Naruto suddenly felt lightheaded, his entire body numb, everything covered in darkness. The last thing he heard. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun." Itachi, after 2 days, night. It was just past dinner time when Izumi heard a quiet but firm knock at her door. A pretty smile immediately graced the young girl's features as she sensed a familiar chakra signature. For a moment, she had an internal freakout. This was so sudden. She certainly hadn't expected Itachi to show up out of the blue, not that she was complaining. What if she looked like a hot mess? Untying her apron and tossing it aside, she quickly made her way to the living room mirror. She examined herself thoroughly, ensuring that there was nothing in her teeth and that she looked presentable. Deciding she shouldn't keep Itachi waiting any longer, she ran her fingers through her long hair and smoothed out her clothes before going to answer the door. "Itachi-kun. What brings you? Wait, are you okay?" The smile that previously graced her features disappeared as she took in the object of her affection's appearance. Itachi was in full Anbu gear, katana and all. She hadn't been aware that he'd been assigned to a mission. What was even weirder was the fact that he'd stopped by to see her before leaving. The raven-haired man quietly stepped into her apartment and removed his mask, donning a carefully controlled and blank expression. However, Izumi had known Itachi for a long time. She studied him carefully, looking into his eyes. She saw the pain in those onyx orbs of his, and her chest constricted painfully. Something was terribly wrong. Shutting her door and taking a calming breath, Izumi offered what she hoped was a comforting smile. "I can tell something is wrong, Itachi-kun. Talk to me," she said. He stood there for a few moments, still as a statue. Inwardly, two parts of himself were at war with one another. He had a mission to carry out. Tonight was the night that the Uchiha clan, except for his younger brother, were to be exterminated. Why did his father and his fellow clansmen have to be so damn foolish? As he gazed into Izumi's innocent and hopeful eyes, he was almost tempted to take her, Sasuke and Naruto and run someplace far away. Nobody had to die tonight. He could take his two little brothers and his lover. They could be happy together, the village and the clan be damned. You know that can never happen, Itachi thought bitterly. The Anbu captain had decided to begin his onslaught with Izumi, the woman he was well aware of harbored deep feelings for him. She was so sweet and innocent, completely unfit for shinobi life. Yet, she felt that she had something to prove and insisted on continuing to push herself. As twisted as it sounded even in his own mind, he had to kill her first to spare her. If nothing else, he wanted her last moments in the world to be painless and for her to never be traumatized. He almost released a bitter laugh, disgusted with himself. Trying to protect her while killing her, how noble. Truthfully, Itachi wanted to tell her everything. He knew he could tell her anything, and she would never judge him, she would simply understand. Unfortunately for both of them, their fate was sealed. He knew that he couldn't put things off any longer, and he activated his Sharingan, his expression blank. "There's nothing to talk about," he said coldly, his voice wavering ever so slightly. Izumi's eyes widened in alarm as realization washed over her like a tidal wave. She thought back to the hushed conversations that Itachi and Shisui had when they thought she was out of earshot. Had things truly gotten that bad? Had communications between the village and the Uchiha broken down that much? She took a shaky breath, more out of shock than fear. "You're here to kill me, aren't you?" she asked calmly, no hint of accusation in her tone. Itachi swallowed thickly, trying to maintain his composure. "I don't expect you to understand, and I'm sorry." Tears stung at the back of her eyes, and she cursed herself for being so weak. She knew that there was no way she could fight him. Even if she could, she wouldn't. It was clear even to civilians that there had been tension between the village and the Uchiha for years. The optimistic side of her always believed that things would be resolved peacefully. As she took in Itachi's pained expression that he was so desperately trying to hide, she found that she couldn't be angry with him if she tried. She'd known him for years and knew that he despised the shinobi lifestyle and only wished for peace. She knew he had his reasons if he was standing in front of her like this to take her out. Her heart broke for him as she realized the pain and suffering he would endure for the rest of his days. Izumi released a breath she wasn't aware she'd been holding and bravely looked into Itachi's eyes. "I know that you wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't your last resort. I want you to know that I'm not angry with you. And that I love you," she whispered, unable to stop the tears from falling. Upon hearing her confession, Itachi closed his eyes as the weight of her words washed over him. Of course, he'd known that she loved him. It was evident in the way that she looked at him when she thought he wasn't looking and in her actions. Why she loved him, he had no idea. Yes, he was a skilled shinobi. However, he could never be what she needed. Izumi deserved someone who would fawn over her and treat her like a queen. He was a trained killing machine and faced death and destruction daily. She was simply too sweet and kind to live that kind of life. Itachi realized that he wished he could be that man for her. The girl standing in front of him had wormed her way into his heart, and now he was seconds away from killing her. "I know," was all that Itachi said before opening his eyes and unleashing his Tsukuyomi upon her. Izumi looked around the grand ballroom and quickly realized that she was in an illusion. However, this genjutsu felt so real, so unlike anything she'd experienced before. She gasped as she felt a warm hand grasp her own, and she turned to find Itachi standing beside her with a gentle smile on his face. He was dressed in a tuxedo, and he looked as handsome as ever. She glanced down and discovered she was wearing a beautiful strapless white dress with intricate beading. Izumi felt tears well up in her eyes upon realizing that this was her wedding and nearly fainted as Itachi leaned in close to her and whispered "I love you" in her ear. Suddenly she found herself in a huge room with a lovely view of the ocean. The room had an indoor jacuzzi bath and rose petals leading up to the most comfortable-looking king-sized bed she had ever laid eyes upon. "Is this my honeymoon?" Izumi thought with a blush. Her question was quickly answered as Itachi embraced her from behind. He leaned down and peppered soft kisses along her neck, and she shivered at the contact. She knew this was just a powerful illusion, but she never wanted it to end. She would embrace it for as long as she could. Turning in his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck, Izumi caught his lips in a fiery kiss. He backed her up toward the bed and made quick work of removing their clothing, his lips never leaving hers. He overwhelmed her senses, and she began to feel dizzy with desire. Just how long had she been dreaming of this moment? She dreamt of giving herself to him for longer than she'd like to admit. For a moment, she almost forgot it was an illusion. As he caressed every inch of her skin and brought her to euphoria, she let all thoughts and worries leave her mind. Time suddenly moved forward, and Izumi found herself sitting on a familiar park bench. It didn't take her long to realize that she was sitting in the park where she and Itachi played as children. Scanning the park for any sign of Itachi, she gasped as she took in the sight before her. The raven-haired man was holding a little girl in his arms, spinning her around as she squealed happily. A little boy that appeared to be a couple of years older than the girl spotted Izumi and ran towards her with a smile on his face. "Mama, come play with us." Izumi couldn't stop the tears of joy from falling. Once again, time moved forward, and she found herself sitting in a rocking chair on a front porch, a cup of tea in hand. Glancing next to her, she found an elderly Itachi right by her side. She gave him a smile, which he returned, and they talked about their lives and grandchildren. She knew that she was witnessing what were to be her final moments, and she couldn't have been more content. Growing old and passing on beside Itachi would be the perfect ending to her story. Later. In the following hours, silent screams echoed throughout the Uchiha compound. As he ran another one of his kin through, as he felt their blood splatter against his sword and clothes, he couldn't help but think that the stains would never come off his soul. No matter how spotless his clothes looked when he finished purging them of the blood of his comrades, his conscience could never be cleaned. It was on this matter of thought where he found his father, alone. It was as if he was being waited for. "Itachi. What lies behind this slaughter?" He waited before speaking again, but his twisted eyes spoke to him in the way his father never could, the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Are you going to show me a different future from the one I showed you?" Itachi's eyes were dead as he faced the man who raised him, knowing only one of them would walk out alive. Masked Uchiha. Elsewhere, while father and son faced a dangerous confrontation, the shadowy figure in the orange mask known as Uchiha Madara had his own part in eradicating the Uchiha. He was walking out of the now corpse-filled Uchiha police building, so easy, he thought when he felt a rush of cold around him. The masked man looked around when he immediately turned his head, looking at the moon. I could have sworn I felt someone up there." The figure disappeared, leaving Itachi to deal with his little brother. "Itachi." Itachi stared at the numerous bodies strewn around the streets. "This is the future I see for the Uchiha." Fugaku's warped Mangekyo eyes narrowed dangerously. "I see." Fugaku's calm demeanor belied what he was thinking on the inside, his mind racing. And he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Cage Bunshine. Itachi narrowed his eyes and thought. "This isn't good. Kosan was the worst possible enemy for me. This is going to be a battle of Mangekyo Sharingan." He pushed the thought out of his mind as he traveled to his home, where he knew his father would be, along with his mother. A quick sunshine got him outside of the house, where he walked toward the door cautiously, watching for any traps or surprises. He was trying to discreetly check their bedroom for them when he heard a voice from the living room. His father's voice resonated throughout the dead silent compound. "Come inside, there are no traps. I will not participate in a death match with my own son." Itachi obeyed but kept his guard up. He walked in to have his mind blown. His parents were kneeling on the living room floor with their back to him. No fighting positions, no weapon in hand, not even a clenched fist. They were truly prepared to die. That's when the gravity of the situation hit him. Could he truly end their lives, the very people who fed him, clothed him, and were even prepared to die for him? For a cause they didn't believe in, just because he supported it? Itachi couldn't keep the sword from trembling in his hands as he stood behind his mother and father, tears rolling down his cheeks. His father's strong, commanding voice he would never see again cut through him sharper than any blade. "You've aligned with the other side," he responded, his eyes getting watery. "Kosan, Kosan." He was cut off by his mother's voice that held his heart in a vice grip. "We know, Itachi." His father spoke again. "Itachi, promise me one thing. Take care of Sasuke and Naruto." Itachi felt like he was being given his own personal type of torture as he couldn't hold back the tears anymore. His heart constricted tighter than he thought possible as his teary voice stuttered. "I will." Itachi readied his katana with a heavy heart he thought would simply give out because of how much pain he felt. His father spoke for the last time. "Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your pain, ours will be gone in an instant. Even if our philosophies differ, I am proud of you. You truly are a kind child." His silent sobs heard only by him increased as he drove his katana through their chests. While witnessing the aftermath of what he had done, he heard footsteps approaching the door. He recognized them as his little brother, Sasuke. He forced himself to look strong. The only way to escape this pain weighing him down like an anchor. He forced himself to stay silent after hearing Sasuke's yell, and as he heard, "Tosan, Kasan," yelled in fear, he stepped out of the shadows. "Itachi. You have to help, Kasan and Tosan are." When he heard no reply from the older boy, he repeated again, shakily. "Itachi? Who could do this?" The raven-haired Anbu watched as horrifying comprehension settled into his brother's eyes as he saw the blood-stained katana held in Itachi's hands. As soon as those words left his throat, Sasuke felt a sting on his shoulder, and a shuriken embedded in the wall behind him. He looked down to see a thin line of blood under his ripped clothing and looked up in fear. "Wait a second, no." Despite their teary state almost in an instant, Itachi's eyes were now as motionless as a stone. He spoke in the cruelest voice he could. "Foolish little brother. I almost pity you. So weak." Sasuke's tortured voice ripped Itachi apart. Why did you do this?" Itachi spoke. "To test the limits of my ability." Sasuke was gripped with the fiercest anger he had ever been in his life at those words. "To test your ability? That's the reason you butchered every member of our clan. Of our family." Sasuke charged at Itachi as fast as he could, screaming, "You're out of your mind." As he went to strike Itachi, a swift punch to the stomach stopped him cold in his tracks. Saliva was forcibly ejected from his mouth as he stood, suspended on his older brother's fist. Removing that support sent Sasuke careening to the floor, face to face with his dead mother and father. It was then Sasuke started to sob uncontrollably. The volume is only matched by the booming sound of Itachi stepping toward him. He looked up in fear before realizing what he earlier had not. "I'm scared." He repeated again, audibly. "I'm scared." The younger Uchiha turned and ran out the door as fast as possible. His sobs echoed throughout the night as he screamed, "I don't want to die." He kept running through the streets of the Uchiha district, hoping it wasn't empty for the reason he knew it to be. He kept running until the sound of Itachi's ninja sandal hitting the floor in front of him struck fear into every cell in his body. Please. Don't kill me." Itachi's hard voice answered him. "You're not even worth killing. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me one day, foster your hatred and despise me. By all means, run. Cling to your wretched life. And when you have the same eyes as me." His warped Mangekyo Sharingan spun menacingly. "Seek me out." In the following 2 words, Itachi had to gather up more resolve than he ever had to in his life. Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke yelled in agony as Itachi used his Tsukuyomi to force him to fall asleep. Only when he fell to the ground did Itachi release him from the clutches of Tsukuyomi. With that, Itachi disappeared and decided to visit Naruto one last time. However, he turned as he heard the sounds of 2 kunai racing toward him. After seeing it was, Naruto? Naruto was silent, his breath stuck on his throat like a lump, frozen like ice, piercing his flesh. His eyes saw Itachi in front of him, but at the same time, he couldn't believe his own eyes. Why? Why? Itachi? Why? Naruto finally managed to ask, his Sharingan shining in his eyes. He focused on his answers. He would know the truth, and he would not let him leave until he knew it. Itachi looked at Naruto with pain behind his eyes. He didn't know why he was here and how. He made sure that he would be in the apartment this night. "I did it to test my abilities," Itachi spoke with a nice tone. He needed to lie and hide the truth. "But don't lie to me, Ne-chan," Naruto screams in return, tears streaming down his cheek. Itachi didn't know how Naruto could know he was lying. He knew Naruto could tell lies from the truth, but that wasn't what caught his attention. No. Itachi saw as the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes changed, his tomoe started spinning until finally, they created his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Naruto, I need you to leave now," Itachi spoke with a commanding tone, his Mangekyo in his eyes. He prepared to use Tsukuyomi on him. Naruto suddenly spread his arms, his hands open, before Itachi could do anything. Kontararu no Tensei. Suddenly Itachi felt a wave of cold wash over his whole body, he felt pain spread everywhere when suddenly it disappeared. Itachi's hand moved at his katana's pommel tightened to his back. "What's this?" he asked himself, unable to stop himself, as his body suddenly rushed towards Naruto, his katana pointed at his chest. "No." Naruto closed his eyes, waiting for his fate as a single tear fell on the ground as a scream of despair echoed through the night. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling no pain. He saw the blade just inches away from his chest where the heart was. He saw Itachi's right eye bleeding. Suddenly, before anything could be said, the sky turned red, the moon changed color to black, the bodies of everyone disappeared, including Itachi, who turned into crows. "What happened here?" Naruto asked, knowing he was in Tsukuyomi. The crows suddenly came together in a single point. Itachi looked at his little brother, who was still waiting for his answer. "I'm really sorry, Naruto, my clan wanted to take over the village, it was my decision," Itachi answered honestly. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to take it all in. A flash of Shisui's body hit him. "What? What happened to Shisui?" Naruto asked, his Mangekyo shining. Itachi gulped slightly. The last thing he needed was for Naruto to dedicate his life to killing Danzo, but he knew Naruto wasn't an ordinary child. "Please, just tell me," Naruto pleaded. Itachi sighed, knowing his brother could tell if he was lying and his Mangekyo wasn't something he had accounted for. Opening his eyes, he told Naruto everything about that day, how Shisui had tried to use Konoha Matsukami, and Danzo trying to steal his eyes. When he was done, Naruto's facial expression didn't change outside, not even in the slightest, but inside he felt a burning fire. Later, Itachi returned back, gasping for air. Naruto suddenly fell on his knees. Naruto felt dizzy, he still wasn't sure what jutsu he used to do that to Nisan, but his chakra had dropped to almost zero. Itachi said something but Naruto could hardly hear anything at this point. Itachi left him alone as Naruto fell unconscious. Naruto. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground, his body slowly rose up, his legs shaking, he used a bit of Kurama's chakra to fully stand up and walk towards the house. Reaching the house, he walked inside, his eyes found her figure lying dead close to Fugaku. Naruto walked and reached her, his shaking hand touched her now cold cheek, his forehead touching hers, her smile had disappeared. "Kachan, please wake up," Naruto pleaded, moving her shoulder, but her body was as cold as the grave. Her skin had turned pale like snow, blood all over the floor. "You can call me Kachan." Naruto started sobbing, his forehead touching her shoulder, he kept moving her shoulder hoping that she would wake up. Naruto's Mangekyo started expanding before turning metallic color. I failed, I failed, I failed." The sound of a huge explosion was the last thing Naruto heard. Chapter 16, Wake Up to Reality. Honor, do you think is honor that is keeping the peace? No, is fear. Fear and blood. Hiruzen. The old Hokage moved as fast as possible towards the Uchiha compound, knowing what he would find there, despite knowing that, when he landed inside the compound, his eyes widened at sight before him. The scent of blood was strong everywhere, and it smelled like iron. Crows had gathered and were feasting in some of the corpses. Many of his Anbus, including Kakashi, looked as shocked as him, even more than him. Hiruzen closed his eyes at the massacre in front of him, taking a deep breath, he left the weight of the situation to settle in his shoulder. Despite seeing with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that it had gotten so far, leaving only one option. How many lives were lost today, and Konoha had just lost one of its most important supporters. One of the clans that founded Hidden Leaf along with the Senju clan. "Check for anyone alive," Hiruzen ordered, his Anbu spread around immediately, checking for anyone still breathing, for any sign to indicate that someone was still alive. Hiruzen walked slowly around, observing everything in front of him, taking it all, his eyes checking the faces of the dead Uchihas lying on the ground. Some had scared faces, while some looked in peace, almost as if they died sleeping. Closing his eyes, he wondered what his sensei would think of this. Tobirama sensei always told him to do what's right for the village, no matter what is it, no matter how hard is it, the village always comes first. Yet, He felt that this could have been avoided and why he felt that this hadn't been the right course of action. Could he have done something more? What would you do, Minato? Hiruzen found himself asking, and he did not doubt that his successor would have been able to come up with a solution that didn't involve killing the whole clan. I should have been the one to seal the fox inside Naruto, not you, the third thought with eyes full of regret and his head slightly lowered in shame. He had thought of that many times since that day. I would be with my wife, and Naruto would grow up with love. Not hatred, Hiruzen thought, remembering the face of her wife, her last words. I will return once Kushina gives birth, we will have another grandson to spoil. Hiruzen escaped his thoughts. More people suddenly landed. Hiruzen straightened up himself only to be greeted by his old teammate, who had a neutral face, but his eyes filled with something else entirely. Hiruzen saw Danzo show up followed by two masked Anbu, probably his personal Anbu. Hiruzen thought with a frown on his face, his eyes narrowed at the two Anbu. Kakashi looked at the bodies with dread. He hoped he wouldn't find Itachi here, as he rolled around another dead Uchiha. This one wasn't Itachi either. Yugao suddenly asked what everyone was wondering after silence had taken over the Anbu group, her tone filled with anger and sadness. Who could have done this? She asked as he glanced at every Anbu near her as if asking what they thought. Who could have been behind all this? Many either shook their heads or just shrugged their shoulders, not knowing the answer and not coming up with any person that could be behind this. Kakashi wasn't sure how to answer. If this was the work of an outsider, they could come back one day and slaughter another clan. His body almost flinched at the thought, but that sounded far-fetched to the Anbu but not impossible. Or the other option, they had a traitor amongst them, lurking around in the shadows. Yet Kakashi couldn't think of anyone to do this. Uchiha had been extra wary of anyone outside of Uchiha clan. Kakashi remembered when he visited Obito's old home the last month with Guy. His friend hadn't noticed or perhaps acted oblivious, but Kakashi had seen the clear dark looks at their direction. They were so intense that for a moment Kakashi had thought they might attack. Kakashi escaped his thoughts when he heard Danzo state. It was Itachi Uchiha, Danzo suddenly announced to everyone. Every shinobi froze from that piece of information except the two Anbu near Danzo. Why? It doesn't make sense, Kakashi finally spoke after everyone had fallen in silence. Uchiha Itachi despised his clan, Danzo answered. Kakashi could tell the man was hiding something, but it wasn't his job to ask questions. Kakashi felt his breath stuck on his throat. Why would Itachi do this? He had worked with the kid, and he looked normal, as far as he could tell. He didn't look like someone who enjoyed killing during the mission and looked like someone who held his family in a high pedestal. Had he been able to hide things from me? Kakashi found himself asking, slightly perplexed and his thoughts filled with sadness. Obito's clan was gone. Then he remembered how close Naruto had been with the Uchiha clan, how he called Itachi Big Brother. Kakashi felt a pit on his stomach. How could he ever tell that to the little blonde? It will destroy him. The silence took over the place. No one said anything when Hokage-sama, we found one alive, an Anbu shouted, holding a child in her arms. To the hospital now, the Hokage ordered with a booming voice before turning fully at his old friend, who didn't look fazed by his intense glare. Before Hokage could utter a word, a massive explosion happened near them. The wind wave passed, almost making them stumble. The debris fell around them as everyone's eyes turned to look at the explosion. But the chakra spreading right now made them all almost freeze in fear. QB, the Hokage murmured with dread under his breath as he walked forward. Kakashi was about to go closer when they saw a red figure slowly walking out of the smoke. The figure looked small, but the red chakra shone through the smoke, and a tail. Revealing itself, stood Naruto with red eyes. His whiskers had grown, a red chakra cloak spreading around his body, his cheeks swollen, tears still in his cheek, his pupil looked slit, skulking towards them, and a black ball was standing behind him. Naruto, Kakashi murmured, not believing he was here and influenced by Kyuubi's chakra. No, he would not let him lose control. At that moment, Naruto let out a huge roar. The wind from his roar alone caused many to shield their faces. Naruto was on his four limbs, and three tails spread behind his back. Sarutobi was ready to act and knock him unconscious when tears started rolling down Naruto's cheek, as for a moment, he looked angry, sobbing yet in control. Hokage-sama, why is my family dead? Naruto shouted with sadness and anger, his nails scratching the ground below his hands. Hokage didn't respond. He knew whatever he said would not make things easier for his surrogate grandson. Naruto needed to be stopped before things got worse for him. However, he didn't understand why he was here. Itachi informed him that he would make sure Naruto was in his apartment this night. On the other hand, Naruto kept trying to get rid of Kurama's chakra around him, but all he could see and hear in front of him was his mother saying that he could call her mother, Itachi, and Shisui's smile, the promise of his big brother. And he remembered all the glares, all the hatred this village had brought to him, all that pain. Naruto, you need to calm down, now. Think of your brother, Shisui would have wanted you to be happy, Kurama shouted in his head, hoping that his talk could calm down the little kid. Naruto felt tears rolling down his cheek at the mention of Shisui. You're my little brother, and you're my family. Take care of Itachi. Naruto's head lowered, touching the ground, his breath stuck on his throat, feeling that he couldn't breathe, his hand fist, his palm bleeding as the Hokage saw this as the perfect opportunity to knock him down. Rushing at him, one hit, and the little kid stopped moving. Naruto stood motionless, as the red chakra went away, any sign of Kyuubi's chakra was gone. Hokage breathed a sigh of relief as he looked down on Naruto with sadness, knowing the kid had lost as much as Sasuke. He turned at Kakashi and gestured to take Naruto away. Kakashi complied without saying a word, taking him in his arms. The Yonbu glanced at the kid in his arms before he jumped away. Hiruzen turned to look at his old friend and then walked over to him Danzo, who stood still, his eye narrowed at Hiruzen with a glare. We will talk about this in my office, perhaps you have gained too much liberty Danzo. Hiruzen spoke with a low, threatening voice that sent shivers down his spine. He almost flinched but didn't allow himself to show weakness or any emotions in front of his weapons. Walking away, Danzo observed the dead compound with glee behind his eyes when one weapon showed up to his right, kneeling in front of him. Danzo-sama, we counted the dead, the numbers don't match, he reported. What? Danzo turned fully at him with a higher tone, and his knuckles tightened around his cane. He wondered what could have happened when he felt the air around him turn dense and cold. His eyes turned to look at his left, seeing Mangekyo's Sharingan behind his mask. I witness everything, if you dare as much as touch Naruto or Sasuke, I will leak valuable information to every enemy village, Itachi promised as his body turned to crows. Damn you, Danzo cursed as his hands were more tightened than ever before. Hokage office. Every clan head, every one of the civilian council was called in this meeting. The sun still hadn't risen over the horizon, the darkness covering the Hidden Leaf village like a cold blanket. Everyone was talking amongst each other, not knowing what this meeting was all about. Shikaku noted that the elders of Konoha were extra quiet. Danzo was usually always silent, but the same usually didn't go for Homura and Koharu, who were just as silent as Danzo. People asked what was happening, but they stood as silent as the grave. Shikaku knew they knew something but didn't ask. His friend Inoiki seemed to have noticed his glance at the elders. Sadly, some were discussing why they felt Kyuubi's chakra. Many apparently had woken up afraid that the Kyuubi had returned, but thankfully the intense chakra had disappeared as soon as it appeared. The Hokage finally walked inside, his eyes looked tired, face pale like a ghost. Dun gasped at the condition of their Hokage. Everyone stood up when he entered. Hiruzen gave almost everyone a look before sitting down, followed by everyone else. Now, you might be wondering why I have called such a sudden meeting so late. Hiruzen spoke as everyone had fallen silent to hear him. A treason has happened. Everyone grimaced at the mention of treason, everyone holding on to their breath, waiting for the Hokage to continue. Uchiha Itachi has killed every member of the Uchiha clan except his little brother Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen finished, and everyone fell silent once again. The air felt as coldness night of winter, one could cut the air with a knife. Shikaku's eyes almost popped out from what he heard. He wondered why the kid had done it. He had seen him a couple of times, he didn't personally know him, but his eyes didn't look like that of someone who could do something like that. Inoiki frowned and looked just as confused and surprised as his teammate, and he wondered what would the poor kid do now without his family. Choza had stopped eating, his chips fell on the table. He wondered if the Kyuubi had anything to do with this. He had felt the sudden chakra spike of Kyuubi. Even Hiyashi's eyes widened at what he heard before they narrowed. He hoped Itachi had been captured and not let roam freely around the village. The last thing he needed was him attacking Hyuga clan. Tsume fell silent at the information she was hearing, which was something new to her. Usually, she was the one who talked the most in the council. Finally understanding the weight of the situation, the whole council went in an uproar. Hokage-sama, how could this have happened, and why would Itachi Uchiha do this? Shikaku asked. First, his voice was still calm despite the situation. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment before turning his sights at Shikaku. The third explained what had happened and that Itachi had left the village before they could capture him. He also ordered Itachi to be branded as S-rank missing nin in the bingo book. After hearing the devastating news, many felt pity for the Uchiha kid who had been spared. Thankfully, The whole talk about the Uchiha clan had made many forget about the Kyuubi chakra that had been felt around the village. Leaving the meeting, Hiruzen reached the top of the Hokage tower overlooking the whole village. At this hour, streets and houses would be silent, a few lights here and there, but now the entire village was awake, mourning for the death of the Uchiha clan. As he kept looking at the village, he heard a sound behind him, not needing to glance behind. "The mission has been successful, Hokage-sama," Itachi spoke, kneeling in front of the Hokage, his voice low and neutral. "Itachi, you do understand now that you're a missing nin, your brother will grow up hating you, where will you stay?" Hokage consoled. "I have been given an invitation to join a group called Akatsuki, I can spy from within," Itachi answered with the same neutral tone, looking down at the ground. In that case, Hokage threw a scroll at Itachi, who grabbed it and gave the Hokage a confused look. "If you happen to meet Jiraiya or Tsunade, just show them this scroll, and they will know not to attack you," Hiruzen spoke, knowing he could not do much else to help. "Thank you, Hokage-sama, please take care of Naruto and Sasuke in my stead," Itachi almost demanded before disappearing. Later, Hokage stood in his office, waiting for the report. An Anbu suddenly appeared in front of him with a document in his hand. "The list Hokage-sama," the Anbu, Kakashi, spoke, giving the list of every dead Uchiha. His eyes glanced at the pictures of the past Hokage before turning back to look at the old one. "Thank you, dog," Hiruzen said and opened the documents. They show detailed information of the wounds of every Uchiha, their names, and where they had been found dead. Reading through the names, he reached Fugaku Uchiha, and his eyes widened. "What's this? What do you mean?" Fugaku's eyes were missing, the old Hokage shouted in fury. The power resonated from his voice alone caused the desk in front of him to break along with the floor below his feet. Kakashi grimaced from the power of his cage. Hiruzen stood up, demanding an explanation right now, his face furious. Cat reported that he found his body inside his house, what was left of it, close to Mikoto Uchiha, shortly after Naruto was sent away to his apartment, but we found no sign of struggle. We believe whoever took his eyes did while he was dead. It must have been Itachi, Kakashi reported almost in haste, his mouth speaking fast. The Hokage narrowed his eyes, he knew at the time Danzo was close, he wouldn't dare to do that while his Anbu were everywhere around the area. If he did try, he would have tried when his dead body was sent to the morgue. Itachi would have never done that, and he cursed himself for not having this information when Itachi spoke to him to report the mission. "You can leave," Hokage ordered. Kakashi said nothing but left, slowly making his way towards Naruto's apartment, knowing the kid needed someone at this moment. Hiruzen ordered for Danzo to be brought here. The time has come for them to talk. A long conversation. "Naruto. Where am I? Am I dead?" whispered Naruto around the void, hoping for someone to answer him. A part of him slightly hoped he was dead, he just wanted to hear a voice that would tell him anything. He believed himself to be dead, but was he truly? Then a voice cut through the air like a knife through butter. "You're not dead, not yet." Naruto turned to see Uchiha Madara slowly walking towards him. A thin light illuminated his armor and face, his Sharingan on his eyes. "Why am I here?" Naruto asked no one in particular, his body sitting on the ground, his legs spread, and his hands grabbed his head as flashes of the massacre. No, Naruto kept repeating as he remembered Shisui. "Take care of Itachi." He remembered Mikoto-chan. "You can call me Ka-chan, Naruto-kun." He finally remembered his Ne-chan. "You're my little brother Naruto, take care of yourself." Madara watched in silence as the first stage of Susanoo, a cage, grew around him, but he noticed something strange. The bones had chains tightened around them everywhere. "Why? Why?" Naruto shouted, hitting the floor with all his strength, his voice echoing throughout the whole darkness around them. Madara walked over the young Uchiha. Despite being known to be ruthless and without emotions, Madara knew what it was like losing a brother. This is the world, young Uchiha. This is a world full of injustice, wars, and wars. They never stopped unless they're afraid to start it. Madara spoke from experience, knowing people of this world craved for war. Wake up to reality. Nothing goes as planned in this cursed world. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. In this world, people don't get what they wish most, and that is a fact. We are subjected to the whims of this reality, that is filled with suffering and hatred. When there is light, there is also darkness. One cannot exist without the other. This world is full of pain and futility. Those are the only things that exist in this reality, uttered Madara. There are only winners and losers in this world, along with the selfish desires to create a lasting peace. But there can be no peace when the world is flooded by rage. The selfish desire for peace will only be temporary. War will arise, hatred is birthed from the protection of love, and more hatred will follow after it like vultures. Everything I have said is nexuses, bound together by an unbreakable chain that keeps adding onto its links. The chain cannot be broken for we all wear it. There is nowhere to break the chain. Normally. What you say has some truth to it, muttered Naruto as he looked away from Madara. I hate this world, I loathe it with every cell in my body, this world is hell, and I have been condemned to live in it. Only the powerful decide the fate and not the weak. Without strength, you will become a slave to those who are. I have cheated death too many times to know that I am strong enough to decide my fate, but still, I'll be dead soon, for immortality doesn't truly exist. But even still, the strong can only do so much compared to the world's power. Time is every man's enemy, for it devours all things. Nothing remains afterward. I despise this world with all my being, that's why I want to change it, change what has been fated for this world," announced Madara. Naruto fell silent, his Mangekyo Sharingan shining in his eyes. Madara didn't hide his surprised face, he had never seen a Mangekyo like this one. He wondered what power was hidden behind it. "You told me this world is war, people will keep fighting because if one thing history taught us is that people will never learn, they will repeat their mistakes. The time is a wheel unless someone strong enough destroys the wheel, someone that will people both love and fear. Reason why selfish and greedy people follow the rules, is because of fear, but those that have no fear that break the rules will always exist, and the war will spark once again. I will unite this world, and I will become the man they will love and fear, love my compassion and fear my wrath," Naruto finished. Madara stood silent at his words, but people don't live forever. Even if Naruto reached his goal, he would one day leave this world. Who would make sure the wheel stood broken once he left this world like billions of people before him? Madara decided to see where this road would lead the young Uchiha. After all, his work was to guide him. Naruto saw Madara slowly disappearing in front of him, and the legend looked at the young one dead in the eye. His lips twitched upward slightly. "Let's hope what you seek will come true one day," Madara spoke, but Naruto heard he murmured something in the end, but he didn't hear him. Disappearing, Naruto stood alone, almost waiting for the darkness to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a light illuminated him, the darkness disappeared, a figure with long red hair walked towards him, a beaming smile on her face. Naruto felt his breath stuck on his throat. The woman stood in front of him. Suddenly the darkness was gone, trees growing around him, full of life. "You're just like Minato-kun, my little sunshine." Chapter 17, Uzumaki Clan. "Not all treasure is silver and gold." Naruto. He stood motionless. The woman in front of him shined like a bright light at the end of the tunnel. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, stuttering, barely holding himself from breaking down. Her chakra felt so familiar, and her face. Naruto knew he had never seen her ever before, and yet she felt so familiar. Her presence alone was warm and welcoming, her smile sweet and gentle. "Minato-kun told you nothing of me," she spoke with a kind tone, her smile beaming like a sun in a dark night. Naruto felt tears almost falling down from his eye, and his head slowly looked downwards. It was shame, Naruto didn't know. "I guess he wanted me to introduce myself, not ruin the surprise. I'm..." Kushina stopped as Naruto threw his arms around, crying on her shoulder. I have wanted to meet you for so long." Naruto kept crying, Kushina patting his back, kissing his cheek. Her son had grown from the baby she saw the first time. "I'm here, my son," she spoke sweetly, her tone reminded him so much of Mikoto-chan. It was the same tone she used whenever she talked with him. After minutes of silence, Naruto slowly pulled away, not daring even to blink. He was sure this was a dream and thought if he blinked, she would disappear, and he would be alone again. "Let me look at you," she said, grinning, her finger on his chin, her violet eyes looking at his face from every angle, her eyes analyzing every part of his face. "You have your father's eyes and hair, but your cheekbone and everything else is all mine," she spoke happily, giving Naruto another kiss but noticing her son had been quiet and was even avoiding her eyes. Kushina kneeled on the floor, her finger touched his face looking down at his feet, looking up again. Kushina saw tears rolling down his cheek, Naruto swallowing and trying to hold them back. "What's wrong, Sochi?" she asked, concerned and making him lean closer to her. I failed Ka-chan. I. Kushina stopped him from talking. She hugged him close, heartbroken for her little boy. She was only 6 years old and yet so much weight under his shoulder. "You haven't failed anyone, it is not your fault," she spoke in his ear, caressing his hair, hoping to convince him that everything that happened was not his fault. Naruto shook his head in denial. If only he had been stronger, if only I could have been stronger, Naruto said to himself. He would never allow his family to die, he would have done something to prevent it from happening. Naruto stood silent before he backed away and looked at his mother. A part of him still couldn't believe she was here. "How are you here?" Naruto asked with a small smile on his face. "Minato-kun, he sealed a small part of my chakra in your seal so that we could talk. I always wanted to meet you, my little sunshine," she spoke smiling, knowing she couldn't be here with him for that much longer. Naruto stood silent as he felt a wave of happiness. Last time he felt like this was when Mikoto-chan told him he could call her. Naruto shook his head as if trying to shake away the memory. He couldn't think of her right now. Deciding to ease the tension between them, Naruto smiled brightly at his mother. "Ka-chan, I always wanted to ask. How did you meet To-chan?" Naruto said, smiling, his eyes shining like a sun again. Kushina smiled, happy that her son wanted to know about her. A part of her had always been afraid that Naruto would be angry and maybe even hate her, not that she could blame him if that were the case. A parent's job was always to take care of their children, yet I have failed Naruto, from the very beginning, Kushina thought, her face turned into a frown. "Ka-chan, you alright?" Naruto asked, concerned he had asked the wrong question, but her mouth just smiled and rubbed her hair in embarrassment. "Nothing, my Sochi, just lost in thoughts and memories," she answered, stating that she wasn't angry with him. Naruto was waiting for his mother to begin the story of how she met and fell in love with his father. He was slowly growing impatient when she finally began to speak. "I moved to Konoha when I was still very young, Minato and I were still just kids. The first time I saw your father, I thought he looked like a flaky girly boy, not someone who I would take as a serious ninja at all," Kushina said with a joking tone. "You're kidding, right?" Naruto asked, knowing his father had become the Yellow Flash. "No, I'm not, but what did I know? I was a young girl who didn't know anything about boys or about being a ninja at all, for that matter," Kushina answered with a giggle. "Well, I guess he proved you wrong in the end, huh?" Naruto said with a smile, his hands behind his head, listening with all of his attention. "Indeed he did. Since I was the new kid, I wanted to make an impression on my first day at the academy. I wanted everyone to remember me. So when they asked me what my dream for the future was, I yelled, 'I'm going to be the first female Hokage.'" Kushina said, letting out a loud laugh at the memory. Naruto laughed at her first choice of words, becoming the Hokage. Naruto saw himself perhaps wanting the same, but he wanted something much different. Kushina noticed the sudden new face of Naruto, his eyes glanced at the moon and sun symbol on his palms, flashes of the last night still fresh on his mind. He wondered if the pain would ever go away. Looking up at his mother once again, his face beamed again, and he gestured for her to continue. Kushina wanted to ask if she could help but decided to continue the tale since her time was running out. If Naruto was paying more attention to her chakra level, he would notice her chakra slowly lowering. As you may have guessed, the people in the class didn't like the new kid who wasn't even from their village talking about becoming Hokage, and the boys started making fun of me all the time. They called me Tomato, Kushina said with a hint of melancholy and anger on her tone. "Tomato? Sure, you have red hair, but you certainly don't look like a tomato to me," Naruto said, looking at her red hair. Naruto couldn't help but love the color of her hair. "Well, I did back then, I had a very round face and with my fiery red hair. Well, even I had to admit that I looked like one. And it infuriated me," the redhead said, still laughing slightly at the memory. "So, did Dad stand up to the bullies for you?" Naruto asked, thinking of his father standing up to protect his mother. "Nope, he just stood there watching. Perhaps he himself didn't want to get in trouble, or maybe he was afraid of me, or maybe he didn't care, but they kept bullying me, so I showed them myself. I beat all of the bullies half to death. Since that day, people knew from my new nickname, the Bloody Habanero," Kushina said with a small smile, her fist slowly raising, veins almost popping out of her fist. "I think I can finally understand why Shikamaru is so scared of his mom. They can be scary," Naruto said with a gulp, remembering Shikamaru complaining that his mother forced him to eat vegetables, and sometimes her eyes would look covered in shadows, making her both terrifying and creepy. He quickly recovered. "So what did Dad say when they asked him what his dream for the future was?" he asked curiously, wondering if his father had wanted to become Hokage from the very beginning. Minato said that he wanted to have everyone in the village acknowledge him and to become a great Hokage, Kushina said with dreamy eyes. "To have everyone acknowledge him, huh?" Naruto added with a hollow tone as he remembered his lost family. They had acknowledged him, Itachi, Shisui, and Mikado Kachan, maybe even Fugaku-sama, the way they smiled at him, the little gestures, and many other things. Kushina noticed it immediately and leaned closer, but he turned his face to her and smiled, an excellent goofy smile. What happened next? Kushina felt her heart breaking knowing she couldn't do much, how much she would give just to stay longer with him and not leave him alone all over again. When I heard what Minato said, I thought that a goofy-looking flake like him could never become the Hokage, there was absolutely no way it would be possible. But as I said earlier, what did I know? I was young, I looked down my nose at Minato, that was until a certain incident, Kushina said with a small shiver at the end. Incident? What happened? Naruto questioned, noticing the way her face lost color slightly. I've always hated my red hair. Until one day, thanks to Minato, I came to like it. My chakra is a bit special, you see. And the hidden cloud wanted it badly enough to kidnap me, Kushina said. Kumo huh, Naruto said, with no surprise in his tone. You don't seem too shocked to hear that they tried to kidnap me? Kushina said, slightly disappointed her story hadn't given out a stronger response from her son. Well, I have heard quite a few stories about Kumo's old habits of kidnapping anyone they think could be useful to the village, Naruto admitted, remembering Kumo trying to kidnap the Hyuga heirs. Oh, have they changed now? Kushina asked with a dreadful tone. You could say that the new Raikage isn't bad, and his brother B-sensei gave me a few tips on how to control more tails without losing control, Naruto said, knowing he didn't know them well yet, perhaps when he grows up. Well, anyway, as I was saying, the old Raikage and the council sent a team of Kumo ninja to kidnap me. As they were marching me away, I pulled out my hair one strand at a time, I had to be very careful not to be seen. Konoha sent out pursuit squads immediately, but none managed to find me. As we got closer to the border, I started to give up hope of being rescued. But in the end, Minato was the only one who picked up my trail. He was the only one who noticed the trail of red strands. He rescued me from the Kumo ninja and carried me away. He said he noticed my beautiful hair right away as he held me. Suddenly he no longer looked like a goofy flake, he looked like the most magnificent shinobi ever. Like a man who would make all of my dreams come true. My bright red hair had led me to my soulmate. From that day on, I liked my hair, and more importantly, I loved Minato, Kushina said with a reflective look on her face. Naruto said nothing for a moment, thinking of what she said. He wondered if he should tell her about his involvement in Kumo trying to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, but decided against it since he didn't want his mother to yell at him for being reckless, not mentioning she would definitely get worried. You mentioned B, that means you know him? Kushina asked, interested, remembering her own experience with the weird sunglasses man. Well, not really, I mean he and his brother, the Raikage, stood in Konoha for some time. B spent every day with me, so yeah, I know him. What about you, how do you know him? Naruto answered. Well, Kushina said, rubbing her hair nervously. I beat him a few times, and somehow we became kind of like friends. Every time I beat him, Kushina finished with a laughing, remembering both B and Hachibe. Naruto wasn't sure what to think. If she knew Hachibe, that meant B must have gone all out and yet not win. He wondered just how strong was his mother. How were you able to defeat Hachibe? Naruto blurted out without thinking. Well, we of Uzumaki clan have chakra chains, they were an advantage against almost all attacks, especially by Juu, Kushina stated, a golden chain coming out of her sleeve. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he could do the same. How did you come up with my name, and which one decided? Naruto suddenly asked, wondering how they thought of his name. Jiraiya-sensei wrote a book, your father loved that book, and the main character's name was Naruto. After your father asked Jiraiya-sensei for permission, we gave you the name Naruto, and he became your godfather, Kushina explained, waiting for a positive response from her son, but instead his face changed. Various different emotions flashed through his face so fast that even Kushina wasn't sure what Naruto was feeling. Still, the way his hands went from behind his head to his lap, his hands clenching around his knee, his teeth hitting against each other, his blue eyes turned ice, reminding her so much of how Minato's eyes turned when he was furious. Especially one time when they fought against Kumo Shinobi. Naruto, she whispered and put her hand on his shoulder, his eyes still looking down on his lap, not making eye contact with her. Why? Why has he abandoned me? Naruto breathed a huge breath, trying to calm himself. Kushina's eyes widened at his words. No, Jiraiya would never do that. Why? What do you mean? He left Kachan, he abandoned me, he was there when, he just left, he didn't say hi, he just left, Naruto almost shouted, but the gentle hand of his mother calmed him down. Kushina didn't know why or what to say to her son. Jiraiya always treated Minato as his own son, and yet, what if he doesn't recognize? No, that's not it. Naruto looks like a copy of Mina. Kushina's eyes widened at the realization hitting her like a sword. She remembered how much Jiraiya had mourned for Tsunade's brother, the way he talked about his lost ones. She understood. Naruto reminds him so much of Minato that She wasn't sure what to think of this. She had been sure if no one, at least Jiraiya, would be there, but he is left, leaving him alone against a whole village of people who hate him. What about Hiruzen-sama? He takes care of you, right? Kushina asked with dread, hoping her son said yes, hoping her son wasn't truly alone. Naruto looked at her and explained that the Hokage just gives him money once a month and sometimes takes him to eat ramen, but nothing else beyond that. Kushina's face, crying, she should be there, why is this happening? Why? Naruto hugged his mother, hoping to ease her pain. She stopped crying and just held Naruto close to her, after minutes of silence. Kushina suddenly felt her chakra going lower, she knew her time was running out. She took a deep breath and shook his shoulders slightly to gain Naruto's attention. I need to tell you about what happened on the night of the Kyuubi attack 9 years ago, Kushina explained. The night of the Kyuubi attack, Naruto repeated. As you know, I was not originally from Konoha, I came from Uzu. Konoha and Uzu villages had very strong ties to each other, Kushina said. Yeah, I know, the Senju clan of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan of Konoha were the best of friends. In fact, they were even distant blood relatives, Naruto added. The people of the Uzumaki clan were all blessed with astonishingly long lives. You surely know already of our clan's skills in sealing techniques and kenjutsu. The 4-element seal on your stomach was one of the seals from the Uzumaki clan. In fact, I taught Minato-kun a whole bunch of different seals, Kushina explained. I know all of that, but why did they pick you? There were many members of the Uzumaki clan that could take the role of Jinchuriki? Naruto said, remembering what his father told him. Well, for one, I was a grandchild of the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. Also, I was apparently born with a powerful chakra that was well suited to suppressing the Kurama. My predecessor as the Kurama Jinchuriki was also a powerful female shinobi from the Uzumaki clan. I guess it was seen as appropriate that I take over for her. It's funny, her name was Mito Uzumaki, and she became the Shodaime Hokage's wife. And I ended up marrying the Yondaime, Kushina said. Yeah, I know about that. She became the first Jinchuriki during the fight between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Naruto said. Kushina was surprised to know Naruto knew all of this despite being 6 years old. She wondered how he knew but decided to ask later. Yes, that's correct. From then on, Konoha took possession of the Kurama. And as Mito-sama neared the end of her life, I was brought to the village as the Kurama's new vessel, Kushina explained. They used you, Naruto yelled, standing up, angry at how they had made his mother the previous Jinchuriki. I had no idea why I had to move. And when I learned the truth, I was speechless. It had all been kept top secret. Only the Sandaime Hokage and the top village councilors knew. Only 3 people. I was suffocating under the pressure of being a Jinchuriki and the crushing loneliness that came with it. But then Mito-sama told me something that made me feel a whole lot better, Kushina said, hoping to ease the tension. What could anyone say that would make it better? Naruto stated, almost shouting. His Sharingan had activated on itself. If Kushina was surprised by his Sharingan, she didn't show it. She told me that ultimately we were brought here to Konoha to become the vessel of the Kurama, but before the beast can be housed, we must fill the vessel with love. Do that, and even the host of the Kurama will live a happy life, Kushina said with a smile at the memory. You were happy as the previous Jinchuriki, weren't you? Naruto asked. Yes, I was, thanks to Minato-kun and Mito-sama, I had a very happy life, Kushina answered. What happened to Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked curiously. Perhaps his mother knew more about it. Kushina sighed at the question. Despite being years now, she still felt sadness and anger about her homeland. Uzushiogakure was a beautiful place. Uzumaki clan lived there for almost 2 millennia. Soon after I arrived in Konoha, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa banded together and destroyed my home, Kushina spoke, holding back tears. Remembering her sister, she never saw her ever again. I'm glad you survived, Naruto said softly, leaning closer and kissing her cheek. Kushina laughed and kissed his cheek, already feeling better. I have another question. The Kyuubi attack 9 years ago, and the masked man, controlling him. So how did he get control of the Kurama if it was sealed away inside of you? Naruto asked. I guess your father didn't tell you. It figures, he left most of it to me. I suppose Minato-kun must have had very little time. But you are right. That masked murderer had control of the Kurama when it attacked 9 years ago. But it was only moments before his attack that it was still sealed inside of me, Kushina said. What? How did he get it out? Naruto asked. I don't know how that masked man knew, but he did, Kushina said. Knew what? Naruto asked. He must have known that a Jinchuriki's seal weakens upon a full-term's pregnancy, his mother said, shocked and saddened. Hiruzen and his wife Biwako informed Minato and I that I would have to give birth outside of the village, and there would only be 3 people allowed inside with me, Kushina said. Outside the village? Why go to that much trouble? Surely the seal doesn't become that weak, does it? And not mentioning Kurama was a friend? Naruto asked, confused. It does. Sadly, the stronger the Baijiu is, the weaker it becomes. Despite Kurama being friendly, if seal became too weak, he still would come out even if he didn't want to, Kushina explained, her hand instinctively gripping her belly, remembering the day as if it were yesterday. I went to gather my things for the birth with Biwako. It was an uneventful apart from running into a good friend Mikado Uchiha, who had just given birth around a week earlier to her son Sasuke. I remember being so afraid of childbirth I just had to ask her if it hurt, but she didn't really help, and in the end Biwako dragged me away to stop me from revealing anything more about the birth. She gave me such a lecture about not talking to anyone, as well as not screaming when the contractions start. I remember Biwako lecturing him to watch the seal and not panic, and that this was the reason women have babies, because men can't handle the pain. If I wasn't in so much pain myself at the time, I would have probably laughed. Your birth went without complications, and I was finally able to meet you. I was so happy to see you, to be able to hold you finally. Minato-kun just couldn't stop smiling, Kushina said reflectively. So there were no complications with the birth? Then what went wrong? Naruto asked, dreading what his mother might say. Only moments after you were born that masked man showed up. He had killed all of the Anbu that were guarding our location, and upon entering the room, he killed Biwako and the Anbu that was with her Taji. And what was worse, he had taken you, threatening to kill you if Minato-kun didn't leave me. In the end, that masked bastard attempted to go ahead with his threat, forcing Minato to leave me while my seal was still weakened. He, of course, saved you in the time Naruto, but had to act quickly to avoid the explosion from seals that the man placed on your blanket, Kushina explained. While Minato-kun returned you safely home, I was taken by that man, and he was boasting about how despite all of the safety precautions Konoha made to ensure Minato-kun would be able to protect me, he managed to separate us. He then activated his Sharingan and forcefully ripped the Kurama from my seal, Kushina said. Naruto felt his anger rise once again. The man was responsible for all of this, his chest burning like fire in anger. That masked man who seemed to have almost complete control over the Kurama forced him to kill me, saying that it was fitting for a Baijiu to kill its previous Jinchuriki. It almost got me as well, but Minato-kun arrived and saved me. He returned me to the place he had hidden you, Naruto-kun, so I could stay with you while he went back out to fight the man in the mask and, of course, the Kurama. Minato-kun then left me with you, so I do not know exactly what happened in the village, but I am sure that it was horrible, Kushina said. I do not know what happened, but from what I can gather, Minato-kun was able to defeat the masked man and remove the Kurama from his power, because the next time I saw Minato-kun, he was warping both of us to the location of Kurama. Minato explained that we needed to seal Kurama into you. Before being sealed away, Kurama promised to look after you. A small smile erupted on the blonde's face. At the mention of his friend, Minato-kun sealed Kurama using Reaper Death Seal, Kushina finished. So you just let him use me as the Jinchuriki? Naruto asked with a slightly hurt tone. Not really, I was damn against the idea, and to make you a Jinchuriki without even having a father was just unthinkable. I couldn't understand it at all. Minato-kun was sacrificing you just to keep the balance of the Baijiu between the villages, Kushina said. Well, what did he say to that? Naruto asked with a low voice, almost a whisper. He said that turning your back on your country is the same as abandoning a child. That he made a promise to protect the village of Konoha and the Land of Fire when he became Hokage, and he couldn't just turn his back on those people. I still didn't like what I was hearing, despite knowing Minato-kun truly believed what he was doing was right. I didn't want my son to grow up alone. But Minato said something that, in the end, I am glad he did, because it meant that I was able to meet you. He said that even if he lived, he could never substitute for me. There were things that you need to be told that he could never say. Even if I only have the briefest of moments to do so. And that the sealing wasn't so that I could see you again. It was so that you could meet me. A lifetime with a father could not give the same kind of love and affection as even 5 minutes with a mother. My last words to you were, don't be a fussy eater, grow up to be big and strong, make sure you bathe every day and sleep well. Make friends, it doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they're real friends, people you always trust and rely on, even a few is enough. And study your ninjutsu. I was never very good at it, maybe you will be. And remember to avoid the 3 vices of shinobi. Don't borrow money if you can help it. Save what money you earn from missions. No drinking alcohol until you are old enough, and as for women, I hope you find someone that makes you happy. Finally, remember who you are, find a dream, and don't stop trying at it until it comes true. And of course, I couldn't leave you without telling you how much I love you. Naruto, I am so sorry about what happened. We made you into the Kurama vessel, and I wasn't there for you while you were growing up, Kushina said while wiping a tear from her eyes. Naruto was also tearing up. But I get it now, you both gave your lives for me so I could live, you loved me so I could grow up happy and healthy. I am so glad I am your son, Naruto said. Kushina rushed forward to hug Naruto just as she was fading away. Naruto, I am so happy to hear you say that. Thank you for allowing me to be your mother and Minato-kun to be your father. Thank you for being our son. Thank you, Kushina sobbed as the tears began to fall freely from her eyes as she faded away, leaving Naruto alone. Chapter 18, Sorrow and Pain. If you cut a man's tongue, you don't prove him a liar. You prove the world that you're afraid of what he might say. Naruto. As his mother disappeared, the blonde felt nothing but loneliness. The bright sun that seemed to shine his face in the darkness slowly disappeared, the corners disappearing under shadows. Darkness surrounded him everywhere. Naruto's dried tears on his cheek, his blue eyes seemed ice cold on the outside, his hands in front of his eyes, the blood of Mikoto-Kachan. He knew his hands were clean. No trace of blood, and yet he couldn't stop himself from seeing that, seeing the blood, dark blood. He kneeled to look closely at something below him, seeing himself underneath, almost seeing himself in a mirror, yet he could feel the water below his feet, almost like standing in the ocean. His reflection looked different, with eyes he had never seen before. It looked like the Rinnegan, but it was red like blood, with 3 tomoe in each ring. His reflection looked at him and stretched out his hand, almost inviting him to join him, to feel the power he could have, a power beyond anything. Naruto tried to feel something around him, yet he couldn't feel the fresh feeling of water, or the life deep inside the ocean, or any wind caressing his body. I'm a failure, Naruto whispered to his reflection. The memory of Shisui flashed in front of his eyes like a flash of light turning off and on. Protect Itachi. Naruto fell on his knees, his hands below the water slowly started sinking into the darkness, the dark ocean almost calling to him, to accept the darkness. To accept the reality, this world, what was the point of it? To join his reflection. His whole body started sinking below, the water ice-like cold and dark as a starless night. No moon to shine the road, no sun to warm him. Nothing. Half of his body sank until he felt a touch from above him, like a fire suddenly shining on his chest, calling to him. A hand grabbed his hand with the sun symbol, forcing him to see up towards the light. His blue eyes saw his Kachan, his Tochan, his Uchiha family. Kurama, everyone who ever loved him. Don't ever give up, my son, no matter how things might change, never forget who you are. His Tochan grabbed his hand, slowly helping him to stand up and not sink. My Sochi, I will always be with you in every step of your journey, you truly are a kind child. His Kachan grabbed his hand, his body almost rose above the dark water. Take care of Itachi. A family always sticks together, Shisui spoke with his goofy tone, a bright smile on his face. Grabbing his hand, rising him further. Remember that family are the people who love you, Mikoto-Kachan spoke with a beautiful smile. She and Fugaku grabbed his hand as Naruto finally stood back to his feet towards the light. Opening his eyes, his right hand stretched out, the light hit his face, he squinted and put his hand in front of his eyes. He saw a small figure sitting close to his bed, slowly adjusting to the light. He moved away his hand to see the dog Onbu sitting close to his bed. Naruto wondered why he was here. And his eyes saw a white book lying on his lap, his head almost touching his bed. Naruto understood he had fallen asleep while reading. He tried to move his left hand when he suddenly felt a sharp strike his entire body, like a sudden surge of lightning. Don't move yet, Naruto, you went 3 tails, your body is tired, you should rest. Kurama suddenly spoke to him, smiling that Naruto didn't feel different to him, he felt the same Naruto. Naruto found himself smiling, a true one, his eyes almost watering. He had completely forgotten that he still had Kurama. He would never abandon me. Kurama, thank you for staying with me, Naruto spoke to his friend. He didn't know why, but he missed his furball friend's voice. The feeling almost made him forget about last night. I will always be here, Naruto, Kurama spoke with a proud smile on his face. Flashes of last night suddenly hit Naruto like a sword. Blood on his hands, his Kachan, his big brother. No, no, no. Naruto grabbed his head tightly, desperately trying to stop this. He didn't want to think about last night, not now. A whimper escaped his mouth. Naruto heard a gasp. Opening his eyes again, he saw the Anbu was awake and looked at him. Naruto, of course, couldn't see his face behind his Anbu mask, but he could feel the positive emotions flowing through him like a river. Naruto was confused why this Anbu cared about him. It is not that the Anbu hated him, but they mostly were neutral when it came to the blonde Jinchuriki, but this one always felt sadness or happiness or a mix of both whenever he saw Naruto. Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to have noticed that he was actually staring awkwardly at the blonde. Naruto shot him a confused look. He straightened himself up, clearing his throat before addressing Naruto with a neutral tone, void of emotions. "It's good to see you're awake, Naruto. You gave us all a good scare last night," Kakashi spoke. Thinking if Naruto actually remembered accessing Three Tails, the Hokage told him that Naruto was still too young to know about the Kyuubi, therefore if he indeed remembered it, Kakashi would either need to come up with a believable lie or Inoki would intervene to make him forget that part of the night. "How are you feeling?" Kakashi finally asked, his tone warmer. He put his hand on the edge of his bed. Naruto eyed him up and down, almost as if trying to see if he was trustworthy. Naruto looked the other way when he was asked the question. Kakashi saw his eyes looking outside the window near him, almost as if he was trying to remember if he was alright or not. The Anbu couldn't help but wonder what the blonde was thinking. He knew what it was like losing family. His Kachan died giving birth to him, and his father. Kakashi shook his head, and this wasn't the time to think of the past. He needed to think of the future and Naruto. He needed to be there for him like Minato-sensei, Obito, Rin, and Kushina had been for him. Kakashi wondered what Naruto was thinking about when Naruto turned to look at him again with sad eyes, his eyes almost crying. Is the Uchiha clan G gone?" Naruto asked, stuttering, almost afraid to ask the question. Kakashi wanted to confront the little kid, but he still needed to ask if he remembered the whole Kyuubi thing from last night. Kakashi still thought that it was simply a miracle that Naruto hadn't blindly attacked them. Despite having 3 tails worth of chakra, somehow he still held a bit of control, enough for the Hokage to knock him unconscious. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but Uchiha Itachi killed the whole clan," Kakashi spoke, trying to sound strong for him. He hoped Naruto wouldn't focus his entire life on getting revenge. That road would never end well. Much to his surprise, Naruto didn't have much of a reaction from the outside. He grabbed his sheets tightly, almost tearing them apart. For a moment, Kakashi thought Naruto might access the Kyuubi's chakra again, but suddenly Naruto relaxed, his grip somehow relaxed. Instead, he just turned around to look at the window again. Silence took over the room, almost unbearable to Kakashi, who was about to ask what he remembered from last night, when Naruto suddenly turned his head at him. His blue eyes almost made him exhale. His similarity to his father was almost frightening. "Can I go to their funeral?" Naruto asked with a low tone, almost whispering. Anyone else wouldn't hear him, but Kakashi did hear him. Walking over to him, he put a confronting hand on his shoulder, giving him his famous eye smile. "Of course, Naruto, the funeral will be tomorrow. I will come to get you," Kakashi said. Naruto smiled at him, as big of a smile he could muster right now. "Naruto, what is the last thing you remembered last night?" Kakashi asked with the same kind tone, hoping to ease any bit of tension they might have between them. Naruto didn't look surprised by his question. Naruto tried to answer and started rubbing his head, almost trying to remember something. "I don't remember much. I remember seeing Mikoto-chan lying dead on the floor," Naruto spoke with a hushed tone before turning to look up at Kakashi. "That's the last thing I remember," he finished. Kakashi could see no lies and was glad that Inoki wasn't needed to intervene. He released a sigh of relief he hadn't known he was holding. "Very well, rest here. If you need anything, I will be around," Kakashi spoke before vanishing. Naruto. Seeing the Anbu leave, he glanced at the window outside again. Seeing the blue sky somehow eased the pain on his chest before he heard his friend again. "Naruto, what is your plan?" Kurama asked, seeing the Anbu had left. "I plan to unite the elemental nations, whenever they like it or not," Naruto told his friend mentally. "How do you plan to do that, or will you just force them into your will?" Kurama asked, but Naruto shook his head, much to his relief. No, Kurama, I won't just go out there and tell them that I'm in charge now. The moment I'm strong enough, what I will do is that they will want me to be the ruler, they will see me as the best option possible. I will fox this world, create a better one than the one I was born into, but to do that, I need to get stronger and learn politics, I need to be smart. Naruto spoke mentally. He knew he was already strong enough to be a Chunin, but that wasn't his goal. He knew he could finish academy the moment the academy was open again, but he needed to get stronger without the bother of needing to complete missions, for now. Naruto kept talking with Kurama before he fell asleep again. He dreamed of his family at night, smiling at him. Tomorrow. The following day, Naruto stood along with what looked like the whole village of the Hidden Leaf, a new area that had been used to bury every Uchiha that died in the massacre of the Uchiha clan, as people had started calling it. Gray clouds had filled the sky. No sunlight pierced the clouds, darkness had fallen over the Hidden Leaf. Naruto was wearing dark clothes, he didn't have them, but the Hokage had bought them for him knowing Naruto wanted to attend the funeral. Holding flowers in his hand, Naruto thought back, when he bought them. He entered the shop and was surprised to see the Ino girl from the academy at the counter reading a magazine. Naruto didn't really know her well, she sometimes would talk with Shikamaru and Choji when he was there, but nothing more than a brief hello. Ino glanced up briefly when she heard the bell ring before going back to her magazine before glancing back up when she recognized Naruto. Hey, what are you doing here? She demanded with a playful tone and with a light blush on her cheeks, leaning closer against the desk. Naruto noticed her sudden rush of nervousness and something else through her body. If it were any other day, perhaps Naruto would have stopped and smiled and maybe started a conversation, but this wasn't the day for that. Naruto looked at her confused. Getting flowers? This is a flower shop, right? Ino blushed more but nodded. She instantly went into gardener mode. What types of the flower do you want to buy? There are different types of flowers for a certain subject. Naruto gave the girl a sad smile. Love and loss. Ino's eyes widened when she realized what it meant and guided the blonde towards a bright pink flower with purple dots. This is a sweet pea, it represents goodbye to someone we love. Naruto nodded and picked a couple of them out. Ino led him to another part of the shop where the roses were and indicated a red and white rose. It's a symbol for love while the white represents silence and devotion. When Naruto had picked up a couple of roses, Ino led him to a row of orange flowers. These are marigolds, they represent death and grief. Naruto picked some of the flowers, and he took them to the counter where Ino told him the cost, which he promptly paid. May I ask who they were? Ino asked softly. Naruto smiled sadly, family. He then left the store with his mind busy in thoughts. Naruto escaped his thoughts when people started putting the flowers in the graveyard. Naruto walked forward but couldn't help but feel the malice directed at him. Almost every civilian was glaring at him. It felt like swimming in a sea of anger and hatred, and he was in the middle of it. Naruto perhaps should have cared, but he found himself not caring of what they thought of him. They were stupid people. What they thought of him didn't matter to him. Stopping at Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha's grave, Naruto managed a small, sad smile. They had been buried together. Naruto felt rain pouring down on him, his tears mixing with the rain on his face, his hair not spiky, the muddy ground below his feet. Naruto heard many crying for the tragedy, some standing silent. Naruto thought back at the first time he visited Itachi's house, the dinner he had. The gifts from Mikoto, his big brother Shisui. His flowers almost fell from his hands. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he kneeled down and put the flowers near the tombstone. Fugaku Uchiha. Mikoto Uchiha. Husband and wife. Father and mother. Turning around, he started searching through the graveyard until he found the tomb of his big brother. Shisui Uchiha. Friend. And brother, Naruto murmured. He kneeled and gave a small prayer for his big brother. Standing up, he started walking away. Many looked down on him, their eyes glaring down on Naruto. Naruto could hear what they said and felt about him, their words, their accusations, and what they always thought of him. Despite everything, he saved the Hyuga girl, yet people still saw him as the source of all evil. Did you hear? Some say the demon boy caused Uchiha Itachi to kill his clan. I knew he should not have been allowed close to a noble clan like Uchiha clan. What should we do? He has caused enough tragedy. What if he sets his sight on Hyuga clan next? Come on, don't you think this is a bit too much? He's just a kid. He's no kid. He's a monster. Why hasn't the Hokage killed him yet? Naruto said nothing as he heard the words directed to him. The shinobi side of people mainly were quiet. In a way, Naruto wanted to laugh at how stupid most people were. In a way, he was their punching bag. For every bad thing that ever happens to Konoha, he's to blame. Naruto said nothing to them, didn't even bother to glance at them. People like them were not worth the dirt below his feet. Naruto walked silently towards the memorial stone, the last place he would visit today before starting his extreme training. The memorial stone of Konoha held the names of every single man and woman who had died for their country. It was on this very stone that even the names of legend shinobi were carved into it. After a bit of searching, Naruto found his parents' names, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. He placed the flowers on the memorial stone and silently cried for his parents. He wondered if he would ever feel love again, like when his Uchiha family was alive, when his father had hugged him when his Kachan. Naruto stood silent as he said a small prayer for them, hoping they were watching over him. Tosan, Kachan, I don't know where my life will lead me, the road that I have chosen will be a hard one. I wish to bring peace to this world, for something like this to not happen to someone else after me. If I ever lose my way, I hope you are there to show me the true way. Naruto finished as he stood. A sudden light streamed down on the stone and Naruto from the sky. Turning around, he saw the clouds had moved away just a bit to allow the light of the sun to shine through. Closing his eyes, he left the place ready to face the challenges of the future. The memorial stone seemed to shine in the sun's rays while the flowers left there seemed to glow brighter. Pain and Lose arc is completed. Next is a Shinobi of the World arc chapter 19, a snake lady. Everyone thinks they're the hero of their own story. 3 years later. The sound of fighting was heard throughout the Forest of Death before an explosion erupted, causing over 100 clones to disappear. In the center of the newly formed crater stood a 9-year-old Naruto. Since the Uchiha massacre, Naruto had taken his training from serious to the extreme, so much so that even Kurama told him to slow down a bit. Since Naruto knew about the Shadow Clone secret, he used them every day to read about various things, study Fuinjutsu, Genjutsu, and other things, even read about politics and economy despite hating it, even though a clone did the reading. The last 3 years, Naruto had taken upon himself to reach new heights. Despite having the potential to become very strong, Naruto knew he needed allies to support him. He couldn't just suddenly announce that he was in charge from now on. Would be much easier to have allies. The only allies that could come to mind were Kumo, since he had noticed the more frequent visits from Kumo shinobi inside the village. He wondered what it was all about but figured he needed to wait. The only other ally he could think of was Kiri. A revolution had started on Kiri a year ago. Mizukage had suddenly decided to kill anyone with bloodlines. Naruto had figured out that someone was using genjutsu on the Mizukage, since no one doesn't suddenly decide that he wants to commit genocide. But that brought up the question, who could achieve such feat? According to Kurama, putting a Jinchuriki in genjutsu is hard enough, but a perfect Jinchuriki like the third Mizukage should be straight up impossible. On the other hand, Suna was an ally, but an ally to Konoha, not to him. Naruto thought of a way to make them loyal to him. He figured he could come up with something sooner rather than later. He knew out of the 5 shinobi villages, Suna was at the bottom, but that village could still be a valuable ally. One of the best ways to have an alliance was through marriage, like how Hashirama Senju married Mito Uzumaki. Naruto decided to think of marriage at a later age. He was still only 9 years old, and according to Iruka-sensei, they needed to enjoy their childhood before becoming shinin. When it came to his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was very secretive whenever he used it. All he could do so far was Susanoo and the strange jutsu against Itachi 3 years ago. His Susanoo was quite different from a normal one. According to Madara, he stated that everyone had different Susanoo. It mostly depends on what kind of emotions is primarily to someone. An Uchiha driven by hatred would have a darker Susanoo, purple, ash color, and even pitch black. Naruto's Susanoo, on the other hand, was gold except on his chest were the 3 tomos of the Sharingan in red color. So far he could only use the humanoid Susanoo. It had been 3 years now. Naruto still visited the graves once a month, leaving fresh flowers and making sure that no one would dare to damage the graveyard. He had seen Sasuke once. When the Uchiha had seen Naruto, his glare had intensified so much that Naruto had wondered if Sasuke wanted to attack him. Thankfully the survivor of the Uchiha clan had left, and from that day, Naruto had not seen him again in the graveyard. Later, the sound of a kunai whistling through the air toward him woke him several hours after he fell asleep. "Gaki, aren't you too young to be here? I admire your bravery, but it's forbidden for any shinobi lower than a chunin to be in this training ground," said a feminine voice. She jumped on the branch where the boy was and found to her surprise, he had vanished. "I believe that was unnecessary. Isn't attacking a fellow Konoha member and loyal to Konoha a crime?" asked Naruto, appearing in Anko's face, hanging upside down from a branch above his resting place. I had a good dream too. Alright, stop with the jokes. Who are you? Asked Anko. Isn't it impolite to ask for someone's name before telling them your own? He replied back. The name's Anko Mitarashi. So what's your name? Asked Anko in a sarcastic tone. Naruto Uzumaki, a fellow Konoha member and future shinobi. Anko gasped at the name. Everyone knew about him, the one who contained the demon fox. Never heard of you, now what are you doing? Said Anko. I wanted to take a nap and brush up on some training. That's amusing. Fall asleep before you could start? No, it was my training. To learn to distinguish enemies and the sounds they might make in an environment where the visibility is limited. The fact that I fell asleep just makes it more challenging. Interesting, how about a spar? Here or on the ground? Naruto's answer came in the form of a kunai launched in the direction of his face. Naruto expertly dodged the kunai and summoned a few clones. Cage Bunshine without hand seals? That requires the mastery of the jutsu, thought a bewildered Anko. Naruto unsealed some seal paper he had on him and quickly made an immobilization seal as his clones distracted Anko. Hey boss, can you hurry up? This crazy woman tried to get her snakes to eat us, shouted a clone as it dodged a snake that Anko sent towards him. Finished. Seal, shouted Naruto as he switched with the nearest clone and applied the seal on her with a single fluid motion. Anko was having fun dispelling the clones. They were challenging to hit, but that made it more enjoyable. She was about to impale a clone where the sun didn't shine when she found herself unable to move. The clone that was about to be impaled glared at her before dispelling with his fellow clones. I win, Anko, he whispered into her ear. I was surprised you could keep up with my clones. Anko shook with rage as Naruto sat down in front of her and unsealed a box full of dango. Yummy. This stuff is good. I should eat it more often, said Naruto as he gauged Anko's reactions. He laughed before removing the kunai from her hand and unsealing her. She almost fell over, but Naruto quickly caught her and offered her some of her favorite treats. So, what are you doing here, Anko? Naruto suddenly asked as they were eating together. This is a place I usually visit, sometimes I train, sometimes I come here to self-reflect, you know. Boring stuff, Anko responded as she ate the treat with delight. Anko greedily ate the dango given to her as Naruto asked about her. Naruto learned she was a special jounin, not a jounin yet. She worked in the T&I department for the Anbu. That's quite a hard profession. Do you do anything else? Naruto further asked, wanting to know if she would reveal more about herself. Anko pressed her lips tightly, almost wanting to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head. Nothing comes in my mind, kid. You on the other hand, how is it possible that you're so strong at such a young age? Anko asked curiously. She knew someone like him perhaps could train himself, but that wouldn't be enough to be this good. Well, I train with Kakashi-sensei, has been like this for 3 years now, Naruto explained, eating more of the sweet. Since the Uchiha massacre, Kakashi had taken upon himself to train Naruto whenever he could, sometimes giving a few tips here and there. Still, Kakashi could tell Naruto was holding back every time they fought, something he found both intriguing and strange. Anko suddenly burst out laughing, almost spitting out the piece of dango from her mouth. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion about her reaction, and he wondered what could get her to laugh so much. She kept laughing for a long minute before she stopped, tears in her eyes, and saw that Naruto was looking at her as if she was crazy. Wait, Kakashi trains you, that means you must be his secret student that he keeps talking about, she stated with a smirk that annoyed Naruto slightly before he raised an eyebrow. He definitely didn't know that Kakashi-sensei was talking around about Naruto. He wondered what he talked about. That explains it. He states that you will soon be strong enough to be a Chunin, Anko added after stopping laughing like a madwoman. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. If he wanted, he could have become a Chunin a long time ago, but he needed people to think he wasn't that strong yet. Powerful people were always watched and not doubting he would have less freedom to train if they knew even a bit about his true abilities. Well, Kakashi-sensei loves to brag sometimes, Naruto spoke before he ate all his sweets. Standing up, he decided to go somewhere else to train. You know, kid, if you want, I can train you if you want, Anko suggested seeing him walking away. Naruto turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. He wondered what she could gain from training him. Why? Why would you want to associate yourself with a monster like me? Naruto spoke with a cold tone at the end, almost literally dripping venom. Anko's smile slightly faded at his words. She had been there when an incident had happened, almost causing a riot. Naruto was in front of the Hokage, Beside him stood the whole shinobi council. The civil council wasn't there except a guy whose head was in bandages. Sarutobi looked at Naruto with a calculating look, and it had been a year since the massacre. From outside, Naruto hadn't changed much, but he had barely spoken to him since then, in some cases almost refusing to meet him. But now, the man, Torokamono, had accused Naruto of attacking him for no reason without any provocation. He wondered what it was all about. "Naruto, this man here Doro states that you attacked him without any provocation. What do you have to say for yourself?" Hiruzen asked with a dreadful tone. He wondered what could have really happened, and he knew Naruto barely had any love for the village. Still, he didn't think Naruto would actually attack someone without any kind of provocation. "I did attack him, but I found his version of how it happened a bit lacking. I was making my way to Ichiraku Ramen when this drunken idiot decided to throw his empty bottle at my head. I just dodged and went on in my way." Naruto stopped letting the information to spread. Almost everyone was glaring at the civil who looked pale. The Kage gestured for Naruto to continue his version of the events. "I just ignored him, but then he did something he should never have done. He called my mother Ehu." Naruto stopped letting everyone know what the civil had said and tried to do. Everyone who knew Naruto's mother was Kushina wanted to kill the worm. Calling a woman like her a whore was an insult, not mentioning the High Council, and the Kage knew that Kushina had been the princess of Ozushiogakuer. Shikaku paid extra attention to what the reaction of the Kage would be. "If it weren't for the Anbu that happened to be there, I would have killed the bastard," Naruto finished with an emotionless tone that made everything cold around the room. The coldness from his tone made everyone feel a shiver through their bodies, and the way Naruto was glaring at the man who had insulted him almost made the man shit his pants. Naruto, of course, knew the Anbu squad followed him all the time, but saying that would bring up questions to Hokage, making him wonder how he knew the Anbu followed him almost all the time. Hiruzen gulped at the tone used by Naruto. It didn't help that Naruto's eyes were the same as someone who was definitely not joking. "Naruto, while Doro had no right to attack you and say those words, you should not have tried to." He stopped mid-sentence when Naruto turned his glare at him. If looks could kill, then Sarutobi would already be dead. "Hokage-sama, you always told me my parents died protecting this village from Kyuubi. That alone marks them as hero of the village, that died giving their lives for this place. You're the Kage. If a worm like him can go around insulting heroes of Konoha and not get punished, then why should anyone respect you in return if you don't respect your own shinobi?" Naruto spat with venom in every word. This caused gasps from everyone in the council, and even Danzo looked shocked at what the Kyuubi brat had said. At this moment, Doro decided that it would be smart to talk. "See, this just proves it. This world is like this because of monster like you," he spat with a smirk. Hiruzen expected Naruto to shout in anger, or perhaps get sad, maybe even cry from his words, but Naruto just looked at them dead in the eye. "There are no other monsters like me. Only me." What was discussed that day had spread like wildfire. Anko had been surprised, to say the least, one to talk like that to a Kage and walk outside with only a pat on the shoulder, but at the same time, Anko knew the truth because of Yugao. Calling Kushina, the Red Death of Konoha a whore was not just an insult but straight up shameful. After that day, no one had dared to attack the young blonde or call him names, at least not in front of him. "I don't care what people say, Uzumaki Naruto, unlike most of them, I don't care about what people think of you," Anko answered. She almost wanted to say that she had been insulted as well and still was for many shinobi, who still called her the snake bitch, but she held her tongue. She didn't want Naruto to pity her. The blonde smiled slightly at her before nodding in agreement to train together. They started on midday and trained for hours until the night fell over the Konoha. After a long day of training, the blonde had to say goodnight to Anko, who told him to come again to the Forest of Death if he wanted to train again. Naruto stood alone in his apartment as he thought back at the letters left by his parents. 1 month after the massacre, Kurama had let him know that his parents had left something for him in case anything happened. Apparently, Kurama remembered from when he remembered Kushina writing a letter for him, same for his father. Naruto, of course, didn't know where the letters were, but Kurama remembered where Kushina, along with Minato, had hidden it. That had led Naruto to arrive in a house in a secure place of Konoha. Arriving there, he saw the symbol of Uzumaki clan standing in front of the gate. The gate had let him inside after cutting his finger a bit and spreading his blood on the seal. The seal had accepted him. Walking inside, the house looked clean much to his surprise. He had thought the walls would be broken, the paint of the walls falling off, and spider webs everywhere, but to his surprise, the house looked as clean as a house could get. He wondered why but decided that it didn't really matter. Soon Naruto had found a chest hidden inside the house. Inside, He had seen several things left by his parents. The first things he checked were the letters left by his parents. Dear Naruto. This is your dad, Minato Namikaze. I'm genuinely sorry for the burden I have put on you by sealing the Kyuubi or Kurama if the furball has already introduced himself to you. Again, I'm sorry for sealing Kurama into you as an infant. You have the right to be angry at me, but remember, I love you no matter what. I will not be here to guide you, but I am always with you in your heart. If you're reading this, that means Hiruzen-sama has told you about your inheritance. I know I'm not there, but I hope what you find inside will make up a bit for the last 6 birthdays without gifts. I got to go now. Would you please tell Jiraiya-sensei not to try to corrupt you with his books or his behavior? Your father. Minato Namikaze, the Ondaime. Dear Naruto-kun. This is your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. I never wanted your life to be like this, but I write this as you come from my womb. I may not make it through, but know that I love you unconditionally and will always love you even if I am no longer present to hold and comfort my baby boy. Don't worry. I will hit your father a few times for giving you this burden without giving you a choice. Inside you should find my katana sword, that belonged to my father before me, all the way to Prince Arthur Uzumaki. The name of my blade is Miji, is traditionally in the Uzumaki clan that the new owner should give a new name to the blade of his family. I know you will come up with a strong name. Your mother. Kushina Uzumaki, Princess of Uzashiogakuer. Naruto had sobbed for the parents he would never live with. Kurama had confronted him and told him he would be there for him. After a few minutes, Naruto checked inside the box. Inside the box, he had found several scrolls, one of them describing how to use Rasengan and several other jutsu. One of them was also Harashin, the teleportation jutsu that made his father famous and have the nickname the Yellow Flash. Jutsu left by his mother mainly were about kenjutsu, different stances, and 2 powerful Uzumaki jutsu. Uzumaki style, Fire of Life. Uzumaki style, Chains of Chakra. Naruto had sealed the scrolls in a secret place. Inside the box, he found a katana, the pommel held a red ruby, the hilt had strange markings he couldn't understand, the scabbard was made of gold. The chape had the Uzumaki symbol, in red color. The locket had the word written on it. The blade itself was made of special steel used only in a few weapons around the world. The steel was called a Rikian. My name for you will be Dakusushru. Right now, Naruto was lying on his bed on his back, facing the moon through his open window. Naruto couldn't help but feel something whenever he faced the full moon, something calling to him. Closing his eyes, Naruto dreamed of his parents and Uchiha family. They were together and happy. Tomorrow. It was a sunny day as Naruto and his classmates were training in the yard of the academy, under the watchful eye of their sensei, Umino Iruka. While the rest of the children were running laps, performing katas, or endlessly repeating jumping jacks, Naruto was deep in focus. He was feeling for his chakra, the warmth storming through his veins, trying to wrestle it under his control. Slowly, oh so terribly slowly, the by now familiar shroud was starting to form around Naruto's body, its swirling motions in homage to the boys' clan. As the blue glow started to grow brighter, it began to draw the attention of his classmates and his sensei. The other children stopped their exercises, gaping at the amount of chakra the blonde was calling upon. Iruka started to approach his student hurriedly, fearing for what might happen to the boy should the swirling chakra prove to be beyond Uzumaki's control. Again. Before he reached him, however, Naruto gained a confident smirk, opened his blue eyes, and lifted his right arm parallel to his shoulder. Briefly, Iruka wondered what Naruto was up to when his question was answered by the sudden increase of the chakra surrounding the boy's arm. With a single swing hitting the ground, the whole academy shook like from an earthquake. Within moments, however, the sky was replaced by the furious face of Umino Iruka, bearing down upon him in righteous fury. He. Hey there, sensei. Naruto hesitantly ventured. Naruto. Naruto could tell he had made his sensei angrier than usual. The throbbing veins in the man's forehead were a big clue. Being pushed a little further into the ground solely by the man's voice was also pretty enlightening. What, in the name of Kemi's hairy ballsack, was that? Filing away the expletive for later, it was a pretty good one, especially since it came from the normally prudish Iruka-sensei. Naruto went for his most innocent look. Judging by how his teacher's face started to become redder and redder, it wasn't working really well. I didn't mean to. I just thought that putting more chakra would make the fist stronger. It would let me punch harder. The Akimichi do it, Naruto yelled in desperation. Choji, who, like the rest of the class, had been able to hear every word of the conversation, quickly paled and hid his face in his chips bag, not willing to face the wrath of his sensei. None really blamed him. Meanwhile, Iruka had been steadily reaching a boiling point. Do you have any idea just how dangerous that was? You almost destroyed the academy. Instead of showing understanding, sympathy, or even horror at his own actions, Naruto's face simply scrunched up in confusion. Really? For a moment, Iruka blew up his cheeks, his fingers twitching with murderous intent. He closed his eyes and started counting to 10. Then started counting backward. Then started reciting all the old cryptology codes that he had learned during his days as an academy student. Finally, he slowly released an enormous breath through pursed lips, slightly ruffling Naruto's hair in the process. Keeping his eyes closed, Iruka pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the rough skin of the scar that ran horizontally across it under his fingertips. Never mind, let's go together. Iruka walked inside. Naruto smiled at Shikamaru, who high-fived him. Their plan succeeded. Walking inside, they started talking about Kiri and mostly about the Seven Swordsmen. Hiram Kare, one of the Seven Swords of the Mist, used by the Seven Swordsmen. Unseen to him, Naruto's eyes lit up. The Seven Swordsmen? Who were they? Were they strong? They sound strong. Iruka sighed, opening his eyes in order to offer a sharp rebuke, but was stopped when he saw that every eye of every student was fixed intently on him, curiosity clearly visible in all of them. Slowly, he started answering Naruto's question, warily keeping an eye on the alertness of his students, on the lookout for the telltale signs of boredom, now a trademark of every history lesson he had ever given. Yes, the Seven Swordsmen were strong. Very strong. In fact, their first installment can be considered to be on par with our own Sannin in terms of fame and abilities. Following generations were not as powerful, but are still considered the elite forces of Kiri, much like the Kankaku squad is to Kumo. Surreptitiously he checked all the other students, checking for any signs of inattention. He was shocked to his core, not a single one of them wasn't paying attention, all of them listening intently to his story. Really? That sounds awesome. Were the Ginkaku squad really strong as well? Ginkaku, and yes, they were. Iruka distractedly replied to Naruto's question, his mind running faster than the speediest of courier ninja, which was very speedy indeed. I can't believe it. They're actually paying attention. I need to capitalize on this, but how? Iruka furiously thought to himself, glancing around the gathered students before his eyes landed on Naruto, who was still staring expectantly at him, obviously waiting for the rest of the story. As a plan started forming in his head, Iruka grinned at the gathered students. In fact, the Kankaku squad was so strong, and they were instrumental in the Hokage being elected to be the Sandaime. Really? Iruka's grin widened as he leaned down so he could look his students in the eye. He nodded and whispered in his most conspiratorial voice, really, really. Want me to tell you how? It's a story filled with a lot of adventure and great danger. In unison, the entire class yelled out, "Hi sensei." Let's start the story then, Iruka smirked. Chapter 20, A Curse. Naruto, after 3 months. Another horde of clones rushed towards him like an endless sea. The blonde activated his Sharingan. As the horde rushed towards him, he did a hand sign. Fire style, dragon breath. A huge flame shaped like a dragon appeared from his mouth, the size shadowing the whole horde of thousands of clones. His wings spread wide, darkening the entire forest, the heat burning the trees and grass to a crisp. The dragon flew towards the clones. The clones prepared and used a giant water wall to protect themselves, but the crimson-red dragon pierced right through the water wall like a knife through butter. The collision caused a massive explosion of heat, flames and steam. Naruto activated his first Susanoo stage, and the wind wave caused the trees to be ripped from their root. Even Naruto had trouble standing still. The cage Susanoo covered him from the explosion. The steam spread for hundreds of meters. Soon the mist spread away. The view cleared in front of him, showing him the land had turned dark, smoke coming from several places around the burned grass. The ground itself had turned red on several places, a glowing red. Naruto understood as flames were so hot that turned the stone to melted rock. The trees were aflame everywhere. Naruto felt sweat rolling down his cheek. Despite the Susanoo cage, he could still feel the heat around him, almost suffocating him. Naruto started hand signs again, finishing it. Water style, wave spark. Water with high pressure came out his mouth, aiming towards the sky. The water reached 100 meters before it fell down like a calming rain. Naruto cancelled his Susanoo and felt the rain wet his skin. His clothes got wet, but Naruto didn't mind. He saw the fire going away, smoke spread around. It didn't take long, and the fire and smoke disappeared. Lava had turned to the background. Naruto did more hand signs to regrow the trees that were burned. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Trees after trees regrow from the ground, every tree and grass regrow around, making the forest look just as before he started training. Doing a single hand sign, he made the seal barrier around the area disappear. The barrier worked that no damage would be caused outside, the barrier worked to alarm him if anyone was getting close to his location, to disguise what he was doing. From outside one would just see an empty forest. The final thing, it hides the chakra from coming out. This seal would hide even Kurama's chakra from being detected from outside. Returning to his home, he started preparing food for himself and perhaps a certain snake lady. It had been 3 months now. Naruto had trained with her several times, and even took her to eat ramen with him in Ichiraku Ramen. One time Kakashi-sensei joined them, late as always, and his reason was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. "I'm sorry, while coming here, I remembered that I had forgotten to drop the water on the toilet." Both Anko and Naruto had said nothing for several minutes, looking at him as if he was an alien. Naruto was eating fish for dinner when Anko returned from her first report. He quickly retrieved and prepared some more fish so that she could have dinner as well. Anko didn't need to be told twice, and she accepted the meal gratefully. She told him about her day and everything that had happened during the meal. But then she handed him the sealing book and informed him of the Hokage's message. "Is it possible that Yondaime wrote this book? Really?" After a minute of silence, Naruto stammered. Anko had been curious as to who Naruto's hero was, and now she knew why. After all, the Yondaime is regarded as one of the greatest shinobi of all time. When he pressed the book to his chest as if it were the world's greatest treasure, she quickly nodded and smiled. To him, it most likely was. She wished him good night and informed him that he had the morning off from training so they could discuss the training schedule for the coming month. Naruto thanked her once more for everything she had done for him and wished her good night. He read for a while in Yondaime's book before falling asleep shortly after finishing the first chapter. He awoke the next day and went on the hunt for Anko. He discovered her in the clearing, frantically scribbling notes on a piece of paper. He sat quietly next to her so as not to disturb her while she worked. Anko was trying to figure out how to get Naruto to do as much training as possible this month. At 7 a.m., this is not an easy task. She scribbled something down, only to discover something new shortly after and have to start all over again. It was causing her to lose her mind. Her stomach told her it was time to stop writing and start eating when she smelled breakfast. She turned to see Naruto, who was smiling and holding a plate for her. Naruto has evolved dramatically in the last month. He's a unique individual, she reassured herself. Like every morning, they ate their breakfast in silence. Naruto had to wait 2 days to figure out that Anko preferred to spend the early mornings alone, at least until breakfast. Soon after, he arrived for a quiet breakfast. It was a time when he could reflect on the day ahead of him. "Okay, Gaki, we'll have to work out a new training schedule for you. I've been thinking about it, but I can't seem to strike a good balance. Will you please assist me in this situation? Now, I believe you could devote 1 hour per day to chakra control, after which we will engage in some sparring matches until lunchtime. We could spend some time after lunch working on speed and strength training. Or perhaps we could work on your ninjutsu skills? What are your thoughts?" Anko attempted to enlist Naruto's assistance. "What do you think about this? I make a few dozen clones in the morning, as usual, and tell them to practice chakra control and taijutsu while you and I work on sparring, speed, and strength exercises. We could either work on ninjutsu or theoretical stuff after lunch. Every day, we could switch up the afternoon program. Does this sound appealing to you?" Naruto remarked. Anko gave it some thought and agreed that it was a good idea. As a result, they quickly agreed to stick to Naruto's schedule for the next month. They decided to start with theoretical lessons in the afternoon because she was still tired from the day before. Naruto said that was fine, and since they had the morning off, he took out his sealing book and began reading while Anko returned to her bed. Naruto did his morning exercises the next day, but just as he was about to make a few dozen clones, Anko informed him that she had devised a new exercise for him. She had gotten the idea a few days before about how medical shinobi needed to have excellent chakra control. With their chakra, they were able to create chakra scalpels. A chakra scalpel was created by concentrating a large amount of chakra on the tip of a finger and manipulating it until it was as sharp as a knife. The more she considered it, the more convinced she became that it would be an excellent Naruto exercise. Naruto made his clones and told them to get started after she quickly explained what she had in mind. While the clones were busy, the two of them began by sparring lightly before focusing on speed and strength. After a few days, One of his clones succeeded in making what appeared to be an incomplete chakra scalpel. The clone had succeeded in sharpening the chakra to the point where it could be used as a knife. Following that small victory, he quickly replicated what the clone had done, and he was well on his way to creating a fully functional chakra scalpel. His other training was going well, too. He was getting better at both Taekwondo and Aikido, and he was giving Anko a run for her money in sparring matches. Despite the fact that Anko was aware that Naruto was guarding her, she was perplexed as to why. She knew a lot of shinobi who didn't like to show their full power because they believed that a shinobi should always hide their full potential unless they had no choice. Anko had taught him several katen jutsus and 3 variations on the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and the ninjutsu training was also a lot of fun. Those lessons were fresh in his mind. Flashback. Okay, Gaki, I've got 3 Kage Bunshin no Jutsu variations for you to learn. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu are the names of the 3. The first 2 create clones based on your kunai or shuriken, rather than clones of yourself. You can probably see the benefit of that. The third one creates clones in the same way that the regular Kage Bunshin no Jutsu does, but it also allows you to have the clone explode and take your enemy with it. Anko clarified. Anko stopped him from creating clones to assist him in mastering the jutsu. In the beginning, there was no Naruto and no clones. I'd like you to learn them on your own first. You can use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to master them once you've mastered them well enough. I don't want you to be completely reliant on the jutsu. Naruto was given an order by Anko. Naruto didn't understand why he couldn't learn the new jutsu using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. But, if he was honest with himself, he realized he was overly reliant on the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, so he nodded and began studying the Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In the end, it took him about 2 days to master each jutsu to the point where Anko allowed him to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to complete the task. But he felt great about himself for not learning them with Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He determined that he would always learn a new jutsu on his own, and that he would only finish mastering it with Kage Bunshin no Jutsu once he was able to do it well enough. Return to the present. Naruto made a breakthrough in his seal experiments halfway through the month. He'd been attempting to make his own storage scroll, but it turned out to be more difficult than it appeared. The necessary seals for the scroll were far more complicated than he had anticipated, but he persevered. Naruto didn't know the meaning of the words giving up, so he kept trying, with Anko cheering him on. When he tried 100 times to make a storage scroll, he finally succeeded. He applied 2 necessary seals in the wrong order because he wasn't paying attention for a brief moment. As a result, he created a fully functional storage scroll on his own. It was the first time he'd succeeded in making a working scroll, so he was understandably ecstatic and couldn't stop grinning for the next 2 days. The next step in the book he received from Yondaime was to create a gravity seal that he could wear on his chest. His body would be twice as heavy as usual as a result of this seal. The advantage of this seal, according to Anko, was that it would affect every muscle in his body, unlike normal weights, which were rarely used anymore. As a result, much more training would be completed. Yondaime had written in the margin that he had personally used this seal when he was a child, which piqued Naruto's interest. Anko stated that she would not allow him to put it on his body until she was certain that he could do so safely. She'd also talked to Sundaime Hokage about it, and only if he said the seal was safe would she let him put it on his body. He summoned Anko 2 days before she was due to report on Naruto's progress. He'd finished a small side project he'd been working on. He'd been attempting to design his own weapon for quite some time, and he'd decided to start small by making some throwing knives. While kunai were extremely useful and many shinobi used them as throwing weapons, they were not designed for this purpose. Kunai were created to be used for stabbing and cutting. He finally got them right after several attempts. Anko, taken aback by Naruto's actions and sensing that he was nervous about something, approached him and inquired if anything was wrong. Naruto, who was perspiring profusely, reassured her that everything was fine and that he had prepared something special for her. He then handed her a small package and instructed her to open it. Anko couldn't believe her eyes when she opened it. 3 exquisitely shaped knives were found inside. She sat down and picked up one of the knives to examine it more closely. The handle was about 8 inches long, and the knife was long and double-edged in shape. The handle was just the right length for her hand, allowing her to comfortably hold it. The knife appeared to be extremely sharp and simple to use. Naruto, who had been watching her examine the knife, was concerned that she didn't like it. He sincerely hoped she enjoyed them. It was his way of expressing gratitude for everything she had done for him over the previous 3 months. I'm at a loss for words when it comes to Naruto. These are fantastic. How did you come up with such incredible weapons? I didn't even notice you attempting to forge them. While switching her gaze between the knives and Naruto, Anko said. I knew kunai weren't meant to be used as throwing weapons, so I decided to make my own. As a result, I designed them myself and began making them out of scrap metal I obtained from a shop. I forged them out of that high-quality metal as a present for you when I knew I could make them perfectly. Do you think they're good? I understand if you don't want to. Naruto expressed himself shyly. Do you like them? Thank you so much for such a thoughtful gift. I'll keep them in my heart for the rest of my life. I can't believe you went out of your way for me. With a tear in each eye, Anko stated the truth. When she told him she loved his present, Naruto felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. It was nothing, Anko, and I'm glad you like them, she says. They'd spent the rest of the day practicing with the knives, and Anko had to admit that they were far more comfortable and easier to throw than kunai. Naruto's ability to forge such a flawless weapon astounded her. Sandaime Hokage, she was certain, would say the same thing. When she told Naruto that, he flushed a little. She asked Naruto if he needed anything from the library the night before she had to leave for her report. Naruto, who had yet to finish his book on sealing and had yet to begin his book on jutsu making, assured her that he was fine for the time being. Naruto was well aware that Anko worked for the old Hokage. As a result, he pretended as if he hadn't yet learned these things. Good morning, Hokage-sama, I've come to give you my monthly report. Since she was in a playful mood, she saluted the Hokage. The Hokage smiled and wished her a pleasant day. He sat her down and waited for her to begin her report. But before she began, she took a small package from her backpack and handed it to him. Naruto gave it to me as a gift. I'd like to express my gratitude for everything you've done for him, Anko said, a smile on her face. Sarutobi cautiously opened the package, unsure of what it contained. He carefully took one of the 3 knives in his hand and examined it. He could tell they were made with great care and precision. He thought they were lovely, almost like a work of art that wasn't meant to be used in combat. He turned to Anko and asked her to explain herself. He couldn't help but feel happy and honored when he learned that Naruto had forged these throwing knives for him. She also informed him that he had created a set for her. How does that boy manage to surprise me on a regular basis? Sandaime inquired aloud. Anko, like the last time, gave a detailed account of Naruto's progress. How he'd mastered the chakra scalpel exercise and the jutsu he'd learned, and how he'd made his own storage scroll. She also told him about Naruto's desire to try the gravity seal. She inquired about the dangers posed by such a seal. Sandaime quickly reassured her that if Yondaime had used the seal, it was perfectly safe to use. Is he finished with the chakra scalpel exercise? For someone with his level of chakra, that's incredible. To accomplish such a feat, he must have put in a lot of effort. What's the status of his taijutsu? Sarutobi inquired. Naruto spent all day practicing the chakra scalpel exercise, but once he made his first small breakthrough, it didn't take him long to finish it, according to Anko. She also told him that his taijutsu was becoming increasingly difficult to beat as a result of his speed and strength training. Also, his stamina was greater than hers, so I couldn't continue to underestimate him. In her opinion, he was gaining strength at a rapid rate. She also told him that she believed it was only a matter of time before he started making his own jutsu. Anko, how powerful do you think Naruto is now, and how powerful do you think he will be in a year? Please respond truthfully. This is critical. In a solemn tone, Sarutobi stated. Anko was taken aback by the question and remained silent for a full minute, pondering how she would assess Naruto's strength and level honestly. After some consideration, she informed the Sandaime Hokage that she believed Naruto was currently somewhere between low chunin and medium chunin. She gave him this level because, despite his mastery of taijutsu and chakra control, Naruto still needed to improve or acquire a number of skills. Naruto would be between mid-level and high-level chunin by the end of the year, she predicted. Of course, as his sensei, she was biased, but she believed that if anyone could do it, it would be Naruto. Sarutobi nodded, pleased with Anko's straightforward response. I'm leaving now, Hokage-sama, says the Hokage. Anko spoke up, the Hokage agreed, and she walked out of the office. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if she should have brought up Naruto's constant holding back. She knew he held back because of the strength behind his fists. She knew he held back because of his strength, which is mostly that of a low chunin. But Anko had noticed Naruto had slipped and used up to high chunin, and his speed was incredible at times. Naruto, on the other hand, had completed his mandatory training for the day around noon, giving him the rest of the afternoon to study seals. He had an idea that he wanted to test out in the back of his mind. He'd skimmed through the book the night before and discovered something called a blood seal that he liked right away. A seal that would protect his scrolls and allow only him to open them seemed like a good idea. He'd need a way to protect his clan's secrets if he wanted to start his own clan weapons and jutsu, so blood seal protection sounded ideal. He finally succeeds in sealing one of his storage scrolls after several attempts. He applied the seal to all the storage scrolls he had made up to this point, pleased with his accomplishment. He flipped through the book, looking for something useful, knowing he had plenty of time before Anko returned. A small note caught his eye just as he was about to give up on finding something he could do because many of the seals were still out of reach. Yondaime had scribbled something down between 2 chapters, and the seal he described was one that allowed you to channel chakra into a weapon. The seal would encase the weapon in a chakra casing. The casing would take the weapon's form and shape and have a razor-sharp edge, making the weapon even sharper and more powerful. Naruto compared it to a chakra scalpel mounted on a weapon. He could see how something like this could be useful. The chakra scalpel had the effect of cutting through butter like a hot knife. Having such an advantage on a weapon would do a lot of damage to his opponents. He took one of his throwing knives out of his bag and etched the seal into the blade. He took his time because he didn't want to ruin his knife by making a mistake. He finished the seal after about a half hour of meticulously engraving it. He was curious as to how much damage his new knife would cause. He went to the tree they had used for target practice, deciding that there was no better time than now. He had a little trouble getting the right amount of chakra into the seal. He threw the knife at the target with all the strength he could muster when he saw a blue glow appear around it, just like the book said. He saw the kunai piercing the trees and not stopping until the 10th tree, keeping his gaze fixed on the weapon. He went over to the target tree and noticed that the knife had gone right through it, as if it didn't exist. When he retrieved his knife, he noticed that the chakra casing had vanished. He reasoned that the casing had vanished when the knife passed through the first tree. Then it was just a regular throwing knife. Naruto was collecting knives when Anko arrived. "Is everything okay, Naruto? What is it that has put you in such a good mood?" Anko inquired, a little worried. "Anko-sensei, keep an eye on this." Naruto didn't say anything else. He walked over to the tree, followed by Anko. He threw the knife at the tree after channeling some chakra into it. Anko dropped the scroll she was holding when she saw the knife go through the tree. She managed to ask Naruto how the hell he did that, looking shocked and unable to believe what she had just witnessed. As a result, Naruto began to explain how to apply the blood seal to his storage scroll and where to find the weapon seal in the book. He told her he had tried it on one knife and was so pleased with the results that he immediately began engraving the seal into his other knives. He did it all in one day? The gaki with seals is getting better and better. What else is he going to come up with? I can't wait to see how all those jerks at the Civil Council react when they realize how talented Naruto is. Wow, that'll be a sight to behold. With a smile on his face, Anko pondered. "Hey Gaki, how about we go to the Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate?" she asked, pointing to the direction behind her. Naruto nodded in agreement and followed her behind. Soon they were making their way there, walking through the streets. It was dusk, and there were people everywhere. Naruto couldn't help but feel the glares towards Anko. Since the first week, Naruto had noticed that his lady friend wasn't very popular with the citizens of the Konoha. Still, unlike him, who mainly was disliked by the civilian side, Anko was actually disliked by the shinobi side. The blonde wondered why, if she had done something that had angered them. Anko seemed to not care about what they said about her. She had gotten used to them, but it was mostly the Chunin and some Jonins that called her like this. The Jonin side mostly didn't care, and Kurenai and Yugao were her best friends. They were almost at the Ichiraku Ramen when someone marched towards them. From his clothes, Anko and Naruto could tell this one was a Chunin. "Look at this, a snake bitch and demon fox." Everything seemed to have stopped. Anko didn't understand what happened and didn't have time. One moment the Chunin was standing so close to them that she could smell the alcohol coming out of his mouth, but the following moment, a crash happened to a store near them. Anko was confused. She turned to see the very same shinobi lying on rubble, his head bleeding from several different places around his head, but what shocked Anko was Naruto standing close to him glaring at him with ice blue eyes. Anko was almost reminded of the eyes of her monster former sensei, the way he looked at someone he hated or desired. She almost felt frightened from his eyes, despite his eyes being aimed at the Chunin and not at her. Anko felt her throat dry, almost frozen. She couldn't comprehend how fast had Naruto moved. She had seen nothing. She knew he always held back whenever he fought her, but this was just ridiculous. Naruto stood over the shinobi, who had his head down. The blonde looked down on him. The shinobi slowly raised his head, his eyes from confusion to anger and hatred. Just wah. He was stopped when he felt Naruto grabbing his throat. He couldn't talk and couldn't breathe. Grabbing his hand, he tried to free himself but couldn't move the demon's hands from his throat not even an inch. "Listen here, worm, next time you talk like that, your head bleeding will be the last thing you will worry about," Naruto promised, leaning closer, his eyes piercing his soul like a knife. The shinobi felt frozen from his gaze, from the sheer strength of his. The shinobi could only nod. Naruto released his grip and walked towards Anko, completely ignoring the number of people gathered to see what was happening. "We can leave if you want," Naruto suggested, but Anko almost couldn't hear him. He looked at the shinobi who stood up, holding his head with his hand, trying to stop the blood. Anko glanced at Naruto before she nodded. This was not the best night to go to Ijiraku. Soon Anko reached her home, and Naruto had walked her to it. She turned to the blonde who looked unfazed by what had just happened. "I appreciate you standing up for me, Naruto, but you shouldn't have done that, now people." She was stopped when Naruto spoke. "Why do people hate you? I mean, people have hated me since I could remember myself, but why you? Is it because you're training me?" Naruto asked, playing the ignorant, knowing that wasn't the case. Kakashi trained the blonde, and no one hated him, but that wasn't the case for Anko. The snake woman avoided his eye contact, instinctively touched the place where her cursed mark was. She hadn't mentioned the curse mark or Orochimaru to her little student. She didn't want him to feel pity for her. But now, she knew if she just acted as if nothing was wrong, Naruto might think she didn't trust him. Sighing, she turned her eyes at him. "Have you heard of Orochimaru, the Sannin snake?" Chapter 21, A Seal Release. What separates a man from a slave? Naruto. He listened to Anko's story from beginning to end. She spoke of her time first meeting with Orochimaru, how excited she had been to be taught by someone like him. "I regret many things, but going with Orochimaru when he betrayed the village is what I regret the most, and if he hadn't abandoned me. She stopped, feeling tears in her eyes. Naruto put his hands on her shoulder. "You don't have to continue, I understand it." Naruto spoke with a smile, a real one, a smile he showed to Kurama, and he used to show it to his Uchiha family. Anko smiled back. "After he put the curse mark on me, he abandoned me, and I returned back to Konoha. The rest is history." She finished, wanting to be done with this story as soon as possible. After she was done, she expected Naruto to look at her with disgust, the same way many still looked at her, but she saw concern and anger, but not directed at her but at the man who did this to her. "You followed your sensei, the man you thought was right all the time. I don't blame you for that," Naruto spoke. Anko shook her head in denial, and she knew what she was doing. She had betrayed the village when she chose to follow the snake. If it weren't for the third Hokage being merciful to her, she would either be in prison or executed for treason by now. "Thank you for not looking at me differently, Naruto. I appreciate it." She spoke with a smile, her face brightened up like a candle. Naruto saw something new in her face. She looked different to him suddenly. The air of anger and self-hatred that seemed to be around her all the time seemed to have disappeared. "Anko, I know you don't know me for long, but I never go back on my word. I always keep it. Therefore I give you my word, I will destroy that seal that has prisoned you for so long," Naruto promised with an open hand where his heart was on his chest. Anko sighed, knowing there was no way he could actually do anything to help her. "I appreciate your words, Naruto, but this," she spoke as she touched the seal on her shoulder, "is a prison I can never get rid of. I made my peace with it. I know you're talented, but even Jiraiya-sama couldn't do anything to this. All he could do was use a seal to prevent this one ever to take control of me ever again." She spoke with sadness. But the face she saw in Naruto wasn't the one she expected. "You're wrong, and any seal can be destroyed. I will prove it to you." Naruto spoke with confidence. Anko sighed sadly, knowing her student would not change his mind no matter what she said. All she could do was go along with it and hope he gives up soon and sees that he can't do anything to help her. "No one can help me. This is what I deserve for betraying my village, and following that lunatic," Anko thought. "Very well, but we are still waking up at 7 a.m. tomorrow to train," Anko said with a chuckle at the end, easing the bad atmosphere around them. Naruto chuckled before turning to leave. "Good night, Anko," Naruto said, waving his hand at her before disappearing. "Good night, Naruto," Anko said after he disappeared, seeing leaves left behind. Naruto, after 2 months. Another explosion happened inside his house, and Naruto coughed like crazy. Another explosion, another failed seal. He quickly ran and opened the window, letting the smoke outside. He couldn't believe after 2 months, he still wasn't able to do anything. "Why am I doing wrong? Naruto asked himself out loud, rubbing his long blonde hair. His hair had grown at the sides of his head, two fangs reaching his eye level. Naruto sat on the floor as he tried to come up with something to help. Despite trying everything, he couldn't do anything. He had used 1,000 clones every day just to study Fuinjutsu. Despite all that, he still kept failing. Hitting the floor with his fist, Naruto sighed, tired, but he had not given up yet. "Kurama, any idea?" Naruto suddenly asked mentally. He had sought his friend's help since he started this, but to his confusion, his very big brother was mostly quiet or just said he wasn't sure. Don't you think you should give up, Naruto? I understand you want to help her, but... No, Naruto interjected immediately with a slightly harsh tone. I gave my word, Kurama. What kind of man I'm if my word means nothing, especially in a world where people lie and deceive all the time, Naruto spoke, his tone firm and not bulging, not even in the slightest. The words he heard brought a smile to Kurama's face, reminding him of his father. I might know a way to help, but I need you to listen closely, Kurama spoke with a severe tone. Anko's house. She sat in her bed. Naruto sent her a clone telling her that he wanted to meet her in her house. Anko sat nervously, chewing her lower lip enough to draw blood, as she had her mind full of thoughts. Has he really found a way? Is it even possible? Anko asked herself, not wanting to give herself hope. She bit her nail when she heard the door opening. The footsteps sound came closer as Naruto walked inside her main room. Naruto turned his eyes at her, but the way he looked at her, she knew this was something severe. Anko-san, I might have found a way to destroy the stupid curse seal, Naruto spoke with a low tone. Anko found the corner of her lips twitched upwards, hope filled her body like a warm blanket, as her heart beat in her throat. But, you should know it comes with a big danger. If I fail, you will lose your chakra. You will never be able to use chakra ever again, Naruto warned her with a nice tone. Anko gulped at the consequences. Just the thought of losing her chakra made her want to deny. Her hand instinctively touched her curse mark. She thought back to when all of this started. Ah! Damn it! Anko was clutching at her shoulder. It had started to throb and hurt like hell. At random the attacks were getting shorter, and the attacks seemed to be getting more intense. It's all right, she panted, clutching at her shoulder. I'm a ninja. I can deal with pain. What cannot be changed can be endured. The words brought little consolation as the seal suddenly throbbed. Ah! She clenched her shoulder so hard that her nails drew blood. Why me? Why have I got to be the lucky one? She was tough but not a masochist, no matter what some people thought. Then without warning, it had started to hurt for no apparent reason. The attacks had been coming quicker, lasting longer, and were becoming more and more violent. What scared her even more than the pain was the evidence something was happening. The skin around her curse mark had turned a sickening shade of gray, the mark itself had grown its inky lines spreading out to form a complex pattern within the area of infected skin. When she touched the mark, she could feel the heat coming from it, as though that one part of her body was fever. Something is happening to me, she muttered fearfully. I'm changing. She kept screaming out in pain for hours to no end, not stopping. He was looking down at her with one of those slight, playful grins she had come to recognize as not being a sign of good humor but a sign of interest. His yellow snake eyes measured her, saw through her, read her thoughts with casual ease. She'd never been able to keep any secrets from him. Looking up at him now, she felt that same old certainty that he could read her like an open book. So full of pain and rage, little Anko, Sensei said in his soft lilting whisper. Tell me. What is it that fills you with such fury? He was a traitor. He had abandoned her and thrown her aside as if she were garbage. She hated him. She also loved him, just as a child loves the parent no matter how much she'd suffered for it. On some level, she'd always hungered for his approval. Always wondered why her love had been rejected. She simply did not know how to stop caring about him. Why? She asked in her little girl voice. Why did you do this to me? It was a stupid question and not worthy of a shinobi, but it was the truth. She had loved with her whole heart. She had always done her best. She had always been loyal. Weren't all those things supposed to be rewarded? Why was she alone condemned? His eyes glittered, and she was certain he could read her thoughts. You suffer because you were a failure, he answered simply. I thought you might prove worthy to be my apprentice, but you lacked the will to seek power. So I used you as a test subject, and even there, you disappointed me. He let out a sigh. You are nothing but a failed experiment. With that, he walked away, leaving her on the ground on her own, alone in her pain and loneliness. The light disappeared as the door closed in front of her, leaving her alone in the darkness. Anko breathed, calming herself, sweating bullets, biting her lower lip again. All could be gone, all the pain, all the sleepless night, everything. I can be free. She looked at Naruto again, and she nodded her head, sweat rolling down her cheek like a waterfall. How will this work? Anko found herself asking. I will use Kyuubi's chakra to destroy it, Naruto said, taking Anko by surprise. Her eyes widened. He knows? She opened her mouth to ask him, but before she could ask how he knew about the demon fox, Naruto raised his hand to stop her. I know about him, I will explain it later, but I need to know if you're up to this, Naruto spoke, not wanting to waste time. Anko avoided his eyes as her mind went back to all the restless nights, every night. She woke up with her body almost in fire from the pain, so much pain that she had thought to cut it out the part of her skin. Taking a deep breath, the thought of getting rid of it eased the tension she felt. I want to do this, she decided with confidence. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. I will need you to sit with your legs crossed on the floor and remove your top, Naruto said as he was avoiding her eyes, his face as red as blood. Anko found herself bursting out laughing before nodding. I'm fine with it, she spoke. If it meant that her curse would disappear, she wouldn't be bothered. Taking her top off, her back turned at Naruto, who held his head down to not look. It was another half an hour before the brush left her skin for the last time, much like the fuinjutsu on the floor beneath her. The markings on her body were made up of intricate markings with barely any space between them. From afar it would just look like they were lines made up of small blobs, but looking closer you could easily see each mark was made up of hundreds of other symbols. This was a testament to just how good Naruto had become with fuinjutsu over the years he'd be studying. There were 6 lines of these all directed to the curse mark on Anko's shoulder with a ring of them around the curse seal. Each line was placed so it lined up with the array drawn on the floor and he had done it all with incredible accuracy and speed. Putting the ink jar to the side along with the brush, Naruto took a deep breath as he stood behind Anko. Alright, we're all set. This is going to hurt like hell for the first few minutes and then hurt like the fire of hell for the rest of it, so brace yourself, Anko, cause once I start, I can't stop. Anko nodded, she had no fantasies about it not hurting. When the mark was placed on her the hours after had been the most painful of her life, so, of course, removing it would be just as painful if not more so. Alright Naruto, let's get this show on the road already. With a nod, Naruto took another breath before exhaling quickly as his hands burst into movement as he weaved through over 100 hand signs in under several seconds before placing his right hand over the seal and braced it with his left arm, Uzumaki style. Seal forbidden, Naruto called out as the array of fuinjutsu glowed a dangerous red all around the pair. Naruto started, and she had braced, waiting for the pain, but after 3 seconds, nothing had happened. She had thought for a second perhaps they had been mistaken, but then she found out otherwise. It hit her on the 7th second, pain everywhere. It felt as though someone was stabbing her all over. Her eyes bulged, and she screamed out in pain, which was only enhanced by the room's acoustics as it echoed. Luckily the room was made soundproof by a number of seals, otherwise, they would have had people coming to find out what the screaming was all about. Hearing her in pain made Naruto want to complete this as soon as possible, but Naruto knew he had to keep going no matter what. The risk to her, if he stopped, was too significant. He risked frying out her whole chakra network if he did. He had tried for so long to try to find a painless way to remove the mark, but there was none. Using Kurama's chakra would cause her to feel like she was burning. Thankfully a curse mark could never be placed in a Jinchuriki. Therefore Naruto used Kurama's chakra to help, and there would have been so many things that could have gone wrong. Kurama's chakra would work and go to the chakra in the cursed mark, and the worst part was that the chakra of the snake was still spread around her chakra points. Naruto needed to burn every last bit of the chakra left by the cursed mark. Every time he burned chakra, the pain Anko felt like someone was tearing her skin apart. As one of the lines of fuinjutsu started glowing orange, Naruto knew that the seal had started to break down. Pulling back his left arm, he started to cycle through the second series of single hand signs before putting his left hand beside his right and closing his eyes. Uzumaki-style soul seal, Naruto called out as his chakra flowed out of his hand and turned a dark purple as Anko screamed in pain even more as the second process began. It was a jutsu his clan had made for dealing with Junjutsu. Some Uzumakis had strayed down that path but had been expunged from the clan, and this jutsu made to remove their twisted creations. Still, it had been labeled a forbidden art due to the extreme pain it caused the victim with the curse mark, but it was the only method Naruto could find that worked. The process continued for another 2 hours as slowly, each line of fuinjutsu on Anko's body turned orange. As the final one turned, They all flashed a bright blinding blue before disappearing completely as Anko and Naruto collapsed on the ground, their energies completely. Looking to Anko's neck, he smiled. It was slightly red from the heat of the removal process, but it was done, the curse mark was completely destroyed. Anko lay on the ground panting, not even having the energy to cover her chest as she strained her voice to speak. Is it gone?" she asked as she struggled to keep her eyes open. Naruto nodded. "It's gone, Anko, you're finally free from him, you're all your own now," he said with a slight smile on his lips, one that was matched by Anko as she slowly fell asleep as exhaustion took her. Naruto saw she had fallen asleep, releasing a sigh of relief. He stood up, Kurama filling him with chakra. He walked over to her. Naruto quickly put a blanket over her naked chest, grabbing her on his arms. He put her back to her bed, making sure she wasn't cold. He released the silent seals around the room. He glanced at her again, making sure she was fine. Naruto left the house, reaching his home, falling asleep the moment his body touched the bed. Itachi. Control. It was all about control. Years of it, raised in it, cultivated and honed stronger and sharper than steel in Itachi, it was entrenched. It was his weapon and his armor, and it served him well. Kept him efficient. Kept him alert. Always ready, always useful to someone, always on the move. Always one step ahead. He would be intangible. Never completely understood. Never in reach of the hands that grabbed at him from every direction. He would be like smoke. Curling softly in shadow, the fire unseen. Control was all that ever kept it from burning him alive. Try as he might to smother it, he had only to wait for nightfall, for the early morning hours when exhaustion wore him down. And then control was slipping from his fingers, and he was tumbling backward into the abyss, crystal clear memory rising up to meet him like river rocks. The first time Itachi woke up in a cold sweat was the morning after Shisui died. He'd been sure he wouldn't sleep at all that night, didn't think he'd ever sleep again, but he didn't yet know how exhausting the Mangekyo Sharingan could be. Didn't know how to handle it at all, didn't know how to turn it off, but then again, he didn't know how to stand, either, until after he'd cried himself numb. They came to question him later that day. Pushed him till he snapped. It was a calculated move, of course, on his part, letting the cracks show. It didn't change the fact that he shook with rage and grief, and there was no faking that. He had no choice. He had no choice. He had to do it. He had to tell himself this, every day, every hour, just to keep waking up for a while. He would never admit how long. He would never admit a lot of things. To kill an Uchiha, one must be stronger than him. To kill every Uchiha, one must be stronger than them all. For a 13-year-old boy, even a prodigy, that is a near impossible task. Only with his newly awakened eyes could he accomplish it. And they remembered it all in nauseating clarity. Every wound, every ruined house, every child's cry. Pleas for mercy. Solemn curses in the old god's names. Like he wasn't already cursed from the first drop spilled. In his waking life, the lie was simple. He was Uchiha Itachi, a traitor of the glorious clan, painted villain, painted black and red, hated and hunted, wanted dead or alive. He upheld this image stunningly because control was all he had, and everything, every little thing, hinged on the lie becoming truth. In his dreams, the truth shattered into 1,000 pieces that slotted back together in terrible ways. One night he found Shisui's body, cold and lifeless in the snow. He took off his own cloak to try to warm him up, but it turned into crows before it could touch him. Crows that pecked at Shisui's glassy eyes until the sockets were bloody. Itachi tried to stop them, but he couldn't move. Couldn't scream when they turned to him and started eating him alive. When he woke up, his throat was hoarse, like he'd worn out his voice while he slept. He wondered briefly, chagrined if he really had screamed. 10 minutes later, standing over the sink and spitting out blood from his lungs, he didn't wonder anymore. Another night it was Naruto he found instead. Only he wasn't too late, checked his pulse, and it fluttered under his fingertips. He took him inside and wrapped him in blankets, brought him something warm to drink, but Naruto wouldn't take it. Wouldn't speak to him, wouldn't look at him, wouldn't even acknowledge he was there. He started to think that maybe he wasn't. Morning dawned with the feeling that he hadn't much time left. In this dream, death was coming for him in the way it was supposed to, in the body of his brother, blade in hand and righteous fire in his eyes. And maybe it was death so near that the boundary blurred, but he could finally see them. Every one of his clansmen, waiting just on the other side. Naruto closed in, and for the first time, he felt a trickle of panic. In the dream, Itachi saw his clan getting killed by a small shadow with a sword. Itachi ran to his parents' house to save them. Opening the door, he would see the shadow behind his parents. No, Itachi wanted to scream but no words, no screams, nothing. He couldn't speak, he couldn't move, he couldn't stop this. The bodies of his parents fell on the floor as the shadow removed his mask. Itachi gasped at seeing Naruto behind the mask with strange eyes. His eyes looked like the Rinnegan, but they were red like blood. His smile twisted. "Now to kill your little brother," the twisted Naruto spoke with a chuckle at the end. Itachi ran and tried to stop him, but his hand went through his body as if he was a ghost. Dark Naruto laughed. Walking upstairs, they reached a room Itachi didn't remember to have been there before. Opening the door, Itachi saw another Naruto sleeping peacefully in the bed, a smile on his lips. "No, stop this," Itachi begged and desperately tried to grab Naruto and leave, but his hands just went through him. Itachi fell on his knees as the dark, twisted Naruto plunged his sword deep into his heart. Opening his eyes, Itachi felt the sun shining down on him. Gasping, he stood up immediately. He released a sigh of relief, knowing it was a dream. He slapped himself, making sure this was the end of his nightmare. The masked man is not the real one. The words of his little brother ringing on his head like bells. "This world is war, and will not stop. I want your help to stop this cycle of wars." Itachi had heard his little brother, clearly. Naruto told him the masked man wasn't Madara, but when Itachi had asked how could he know that Naruto had stood silent. The only response he got was that he would find his answers, but he needed him to do something first. Itachi had understood he wouldn't speak more of it. As Itachi washed his face, he remembered one thing clearly. "I will unite this world." Itachi remembered those words more clearly than anything else. Taking a deep breath, Itachi was ready to do his part of the job and watch. Chapter 22, Shinra Tensei. It is one thing to be clever and another to be wise. Anko, 1 month later. The Shinomori was filled with the noises of combat, forest of death. It sounded like two people were fighting with fists and kicks. Anko and Naruto were the two individuals. Anko wasn't wearing her trench coat because she had misplaced it during the battle. As Naruto flew towards her, Anko braced herself. He made a large number of them using the Bunshine, clone, technique. Anko cursed and remained vigilant. Naruto could now assault her from any angle. She didn't have to wait long before a streak of fire appeared behind her. She jumped out of the way, exactly as Naruto had instructed. In mid-air, he seized her with a flying tackle. He instantly spun her around and slung her into a tree with a shoulder throw. Anko slammed into the tree and gasped. Naruto smirked with delight at his win until he saw Anko transform into a log. As he was revealed, he cursed, which Anko took advantage of. 4 snakes wrapped themselves around Naruto and dragged him to the ground. With a thud, he landed on the ground. Anko drew him closer, and when he was close enough, she pressed a kunai against his throat. "It's a win for me." Anko spoke up, but in a sleepy tone. "Okay, you've won. Get these snakes off of me now. When you utilize the Sinayashu, hidden shadow snake hands, why do you keep using venomous snakes?" Naruto was ecstatic. "Stop being a baby, please. They're not going to nip at your heels," Anko remarked. "That's what you said the previous time." Anko simply smirked and let him go. For a while, the two sat and rested. When she looked at Naruto, she couldn't help but be proud of how far he'd come in just a few months. His chakra control was far superior to that of his classmates. His taijutsu has also developed significantly. She taught him the fundamentals of the heavy, snake, fighting technique, but warned him against using it around Konoha. His ninjutsu was particularly impressive. He was able to do the 3 academy jutsu as well as a few of others that she demonstrated. He knew the Katen, Raika no Jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique, and the Doden, Dokaigyo no Jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique, earth release, underground projection fish technique. Last but not least, he was able to detect and dispel genjutsu. She also enhanced his deception, infiltration techniques, and awareness. Naruto, she could argue, was far superior to even a chunin like Iruka. Of course Anko knew Naruto could perhaps beat her but held back every time against her for some reason. Anko ate her sweats in delight. It had been a month now, and sometimes she still couldn't believe it. Despite feeling free now, she just couldn't explain with words how she felt. Since the cursed day, she always felt that someone was spying on her, like an ugly feeling behind her head, as if the monster was still controlling her, despite how many times telling herself that he wasn't here. She couldn't make the feeling disappear. Her nightmares didn't help. They keep showing her the night her life became hell, his laughter at her. And now, Anko felt like a free bird. She felt like she could fly everywhere, Even her friends like Kurenai and Yugao had commented that her face looked brighter, almost like a sun shining in her face. Even common people around the village seemed to have noticed her sudden change in attitude, even the Hokage seemed to have noticed it and had asked what had made her so happy. Anko had wanted to tell the truth, but she had said nothing. Naruto hadn't told her to either tell or not tell the Hokage the truth, but Anko knew from the way Naruto acted towards the cage, him hiding his true strength was a clear sign of her student not trusting them. In a way Anko understood him. The kid was an orphan and the cage had denied any clan head from adopting Naruto. She knew if her blonde student knew of that information, he would most likely betray the village. Anko, of course, knew that because of Yugao, who was an Anbu, who often spoke about it. The snake mistress would often talk about Naruto with either Kurenai or Yugao, about him being an excellent student. One night Yugao had spilled the beans, telling about the Hokage denying any clan head. To say Anko had been disappointed was an understatement. And the reason he had denied it was not to cause unbalance. Anko had almost yelled at the top of her lungs in anger. The cage was the one in charge. Why should he care if the clans complain if this other clan has adopted Naruto? Anko told Yugao the same thing, especially stating that she was disappointed with the Hokage. To her surprise, Yugao had not tried to protect him, had just kept silent. Right now, Anko had decided to tell Yugao and perhaps Kurenai the truth. She was wearing a coat that covered her shoulders. One couldn't see the mark was missing unless she took the coat off. After she had been free, after that long night of pain. Opening her eyes, she blinked once and twice, the memories of what happened last night fresh in her mind. For a moment she wondered if all of that was a dream. Her throat became dry, biting her lower lip, her hand went to her shoulder expecting to feel the usual heat of the mark in her skin, but to her surprise, she felt just her skin, no heat. Gasping, she felt her eyes welling, and her body immediately stood up, removing her jacket to see the mark was gone. She checked multiple times to see if the mark was truly gone and she wasn't just dreaming. She felt a smile on her face, the biggest smile, her heart beating in her chest, her body felt like a feather, ready to fly away with the wind. "You're free from him." "I'm indeed free, I am free," she screamed at the top of her lungs, not caring if people thought she had lost her mind. Her legs kept bouncing up and down, her arms raised in the air, as she kept crying and laughing. "I'm free, free," she yelled. Anko couldn't remember how long she had run around her apartment, maybe minutes or hours, she didn't know and didn't care. Suddenly she remembered Naruto, wearing her jacket. She left through the window. Anko had found him much to her surprise in his apartment, almost sure that he would be in the training yard at this point. Walking inside, Naruto looked to be focused on a blank scroll in front of him, a brush by his side with dark color. Naruto lifted his head to see who came inside, but Anko already engulfed him in a tight hug, bone-crushing hug. "Thank you," she repeated over and over again, kissing both of his cheeks, making Naruto turn red like fire. "I see, can't breath," Naruto muffled out, being choked by her well-developed assets. She let go of him. Naruto's face had turned blue as he kept trying to catch his breath. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she apologized, but he just brushed it off, saying he was fine. That day Anko and the following day, she had bought Naruto anything he wanted, but he had just said that he didn't do it for that, but Anko had insisted on it. In the end, they ate ramen together to Ichiraku. Anko had asked Naruto how he had found out about the QB sealed inside it. The blonde told her that everyone called him Fox Demon and other names that linked him with the fox. Only a fool wouldn't get it by now. Anko had seen there was probably more to it but hadn't asked anything, therefore, she had kept quiet. Naruto. He was currently lying on the grass as he was tired from his private training of doing chakra control and keeping the balance of 10 kunai around his fingertips. Anko had drilled into him the art of deception, and he followed that advice to the letter. Of course, the real Naruto was actually somewhere else entirely doing real training with Kurama's chakra. As popped up to his feet and was about to go at it again. He felt that he was being watched. He zeroed in on where he was getting the feeling and threw a kunai at the spot. He heard a small squeak and rushed over to the area. He saw someone and immediately tackled the person. He spun the intruder on their back and faced them. He was surprised to see the girl from his class. "Hey, your name is Ino, right?" Naruto asked. Ino could not answer him as she was currently out cold. Naruto was very confused as to why she lost consciousness. A gentle groan and the fluttering of eyes signaled the awakening of one Ino. She sat up and realized that she was on a couch. She recognized the couch as it belonged to her father, Yamanaka Ninoiki. She was wondering how she got here when her mother came out of her kitchen. Following her was her crush, Naruto. She was a little red in her cheeks. Her mother just smiled at her while Naruto looked confused. Hey, is her fever coming back? Naruto asked. I don't believe so. How are you, Ino? Her mother asked. I am fine. How did Ig get here? Ino asked. You have to thank young Naruto here. He was carrying you toward the hospital when we ran into each other. Her mother explained, pointing towards the blonde who looked embarrassed by her praise. Yeah, I guess I startled you into your fainting when I threw that kunai. Sorry about that, Naruto said. It's all right, Ino said. What were you doing there anyway? Naruto asked with a confused look, playing the ignorant again. The little blonde knew from the feelings he got from her, that perhaps the beautiful blonde girl perhaps liked him. Naruto had nothing against it but wondered if Ino would actually like to train and perhaps be an actual kunoichi, and not lazing around every day. Ino wasn't sure how to answer. She had been very interested to see Naruto after his big talk in the academy about Fuinjutsu art and chakra control exercises. Her mother seemed to have noticed that her daughter's lips were locked. I think my daughter was impressed by your little speech, her mother spoke, making Ino blush a bright red. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Yesterday he had kinda shamed the whole academy system right in front of everyone for excluding Fuinjutsu level 1 exam and walking on tree not being part of it anymore. Deciding to change the subject. So, you use that style of yours, right? What is it called? Oh yeah, it's called the Yamanaka dance, right? Naruto asked. Yes, but I'm not that good at it, Ino said. She had kinda tried to come up with her own style of taijutsu, since Shikamaru always told her that Naruto respected strength and wisdom above everything. Shikamaru and Choji were the ones who spent most of the time with Naruto in the academy, therefore Ino had asked them what could she do to impress him. Ino had seen many girls who liked Naruto in the academy, especially the Hyuga girl who looked ready to faint the moment he was close. In some cases, she even did. From that Ino had understood that Naruto valued something else in a girl and not just looks. Hinata was quite pretty and somehow cute, but Naruto hadn't paid her any attention. With that knowledge, Ino had asked Shika what to do to impress Naruto. Her friend told her to perhaps train to become stronger or become very smart. Well, you won't get good unless you practice. Say, how about, as an apology, we train together after school? Naruto suggested. Really? Ino asked with surprise. Sure, you don't act like the typical student. You seem nice. Why don't we train together? Naruto said. Ino couldn't be happier. It was a start that she could work on. Her mother was happy for her. She knew how much Ino admired the blonde Jinchuriki and would help her any way she can. I think that is a great idea. You can both grow from training from each other. Who knows, you two might become friends. Added her mother, sending a wink at her daughter. This made both of them smile. Ino smiled because it would mean that she would be spending time with her crush. Naruto smiled because he might be gaining a new friend and perhaps a strong one if she took it seriously. After 1 month, the real Naruto was lying a few feet away from Shikamaru and Choji. They had decided to cut class today and made their escape thanks to Naruto. You know Shikamaru, I can see why you like doing this. It is kind of relaxing, Naruto said. See, I know what I'm talking about, Shikamaru said. You're still a lazy ass though. Naruto added. This only got him a Mendokusei, how troublesome, from the lazy Nara. Naruto just smirked and kept looking at the sky. How did he ever become friends with the laziest person ever was a surprise to him, Shikamaru and the whole academy. It began over a game of shogi, General's board game. Flashback. Naruto was eating lunch with Ino. It had been a month since the two started training and they had become very fast friends. They learned things about each other and helped each other. Ino helped Naruto how to know everything about everyone. To the blonde it sounded like Ino could become an amazing spy. Naruto helped Ino become stronger, and more agile. Both enjoyed the friendship and were becoming best friends. They suddenly turned to a commotion. They watched as two guys were dragging someone else away from two other guys. Naruto instantly knew the two as Choji and Shikamaru. He wondered why the guy was so angry about. What do you think is going on, Ino? Naruto asked. He must be angry with Shikamaru. He must have won again in shogi, Ino said. Shogi? He asked. It's a game but you would find it quite boring. She answered. It can't be that boring. Can you teach me how to play? Naruto asked. What are you planning, Naruto-kun? Ino asked. She was wary of the grin on his face. A week later, Naruto walked up to the two friends with Ino and Do. The Yamanaka heiress had tried hard to deter Naruto's idea, but she knew how stubborn he can be. Naruto stood in front of Shikamaru. The lazy Nara gave him a bored but curious glance. Hey Shikamaru, how about a game of shogi? Naruto asked. Choji almost dropped his chips after he said that. Shikamaru was now aware of things. He sighed and pulled out his shogi board. Naruto grinned and sat down in front of him. Shikamaru didn't understand what he was so happy about. When everything was set up, Shikamaru made the first move. Naruto quickly made his move and waited. Shikamaru made another move and Naruto made another quick move. This continued for 5 minutes and a small crowd appeared. It would be another 5 minutes and the two were still playing. The crowd had gotten a little bigger and it included Iruka. Everyone was amazed that Naruto had lasted this long against Shikamaru. The young Nara had a very annoyed look on his face and was glaring at the board. He couldn't understand how it got this way. This was supposed to be a quick victory. Naruto didn't have any plan. He would just move a piece as quick as possible. He barely gave the move any thought. Still, he was gaining some sort of ground and it frustrated him to no end. Naruto was having the time of his life. When Ino had first showed him how to play, he was bored. He decided to put his own spin on the game to suit him. It wasn't actually a strategy. He would just move his pieces quickly and without thought, or that's what he wanted others to believe. Each move piece moved because Naruto knew it would move like that. It's far better to make the enemy think that the ideas he had gotten were on his own free will rather than being forced into that idea. He kind of enjoyed the frustrated look on Shikamaru's face. It only made his grin wider. After a while longer, Iruka told them that the lunch period was over. He looked over the game and saw that the two were in a stalemate and there would be no clear winner. Naruto stood up and held his hand out. Shikamaru looked at the hand. "That was a good game. We should do this again," Naruto said happily. Shikamaru looked at the hand before shaking it. He gave a small grin. "Sure, we should do this again," Shikamaru said. Present. Naruto was quite famous amongst Academy and even amongst Hokage Council after his little speech about Fuinjutsu. Many students in the Academy thought Naruto was actually cool and not a scary monster. With the good came the bad. Sakura seemed to yell that he was trying to be as cool as her precious Sasuke-kun. She was totally devoted to Uchiha Sasuke and barely did any physical work. Then one day, she came up to his face and demanded that he stopped hanging around with Ino. When he heard the reason, he was disgusted with how shallow she really was. "Stop trying to be as cool as Sasuke-kun," Sakura yelled at him, her face red with anger. Ino rolled her eyes at her stupidity. She knew herself wasn't that good, but Naruto had made sure to train her beyond recognition. She heard from his own mouth saying that if he wasn't fast enough, the Kumo shinobi would have killed him. 3 years ago, the thought of dying had frightened Ino. Convincing her that training more wouldn't hurt. "Why should I give a shit what you say or think? Now get off my face before I make you go crying home," Naruto spoke with a mocking tone, getting annoyed. Sakura got even angrier. She raised her fist ready to hit him, when his eyes suddenly became cold, not the usual blue like ocean, but they became like ice. Sakura felt cold, real cold, so much that her body started whimpering. Sakura had walked away without a word. Since that day, she had been as silent as a grave. The other problem was Uchiha Sasuke, who was a pain in the ass and the most arrogant bastard in the class. He thought that everyone was beneath him and mostly kept to himself. Despite the waves of girls that kissed his feet, he was still cold to everyone. Naruto thought that he had the ego the size of the monument. They never got along and never would. Naruto began to see him as an annoying person who didn't like being overshadowed by those he deemed weaker than him. Naruto didn't really care. Sometimes the blonde couldn't fathom how a woman as gentle and kind as Mikado could give birth to such an idiot, full of himself. Anko looked at the Hokage with surprised eyes. That quickly changed into worry, which was caught by the Hokage and his advisors. "Is something wrong, Anko?" Hiruzen asked. "I don't have an issue with the mission, but I was hoping for something that could be done within a day or two." "The mission that you're sending me on will take at least a week," Anko said. "You never complained before about time. Is there something more important than this?" asked Koharu. Anko bit back a remark to the elder woman. She was pretty sure that she knew about how close she was to Naruto. It wasn't that much of a secret anymore that the two trained together. Many, who have crossed the blonde, had to deal with her. It was something that both of the elders did not like. She always kept tabs on Naruto's progress while he was in the academy. Iruka was very forthcoming in answering her questions despite the fact that he seemed nervous around her. She was happy to know that he was the best. "I just wanted to train Naruto in something, but whatever," Anko spoke, trying to come up with a lie, not wanting to say the real reason. Hiruzen caught Anko's attention. "I know that you will want to train him, but this is priority," he told her. Anko sighed and realized that he was right. "Very well, sirs, I accept this mission," Anko said with a sad tone. "You have an hour to meet your team at the gates," Hiruzen told her. That perked her up. She bowed and quickly left the office to find Naruto. Later, Anko found Naruto easily as he was at his favorite place, Ichiraku Ramen. She entered the stand and greeted the two chefs. Naruto was happy to see her and offered her some ramen. "Sorry kiddo, I have a mission in the next 20 minutes, Anko said. "Oh okay, why are you here?" "The training won't start until tomorrow." Naruto started looking up at her. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but I have a long mission ahead of me, so I won't return for at least a week," she responded, letting him know that he needed to delay it. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't a big deal after all. "Don't worry Anko, we can continue training after you return," Naruto spoke standing up. "Very well, see you later," Anko said waving at him before disappearing. Later, night. Naruto stood alone in his apartment, his legs in a crossing position, his eyes suddenly opened revealing his Rinnegan, shining in the darkness like a crystal. Naruto raised his right hand, his palm open towards a vase. Shinra Tensei. The speech Naruto gave in the academy will be revealed next chapter. Soon the blonde will meet another Jinchuriki.